The old manor house. Here, put out that light. I can't see.
By gad, sir. Strangers. There's been no one here for 2,000 generations. They shall not pass.
Oh, Squeak. What a great big place. Let's get out of here.
That's kind of hold on. Yo. What up? You're number one in the chat, Mr. Clutch Cargo. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Are you doing well?
Bump the tricks out.
Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the realest motherfucker on Twitch. Your tubing is number 2 with terrible diarrhea. Welcome. Watching on the shitter, shitting his guts out while watching the stream. I'll allow it. Hope you're doing well, folks. Let's just get right into it. I got so much shit to cover. I mean, it's just a grab bag. We're just gonna go fucking crazy with it. Random shit all day. I'm just gonna pull shit from the Discord. I got a few videos here that I saw while I was just fucking about. But I mean, one of these days, I really hope one of these days I could do a daily stream, you know? Because it's impossible. It's literally impossible to cover everything. And it feels like if you don't cover, if you know, at least from like a news guy's perspective, like if you don't cover something, then they get away with it. You know, not that anyone is doing anything actionable from my stream, but I don't know. It just feels like if people aren't covering it, they're getting away with it. The sons of bitches. So I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Fix this here. Isn't there a really good I don't know, what is it from? Doom? Is it a Doom song called Grab Bag that's really good? You've missed literally nothing. Seems like we're ripe for another round of inflation. No, I know the tariffs are going to help inflation. Didn't you hear? Tariffs are good for inflation. Oh, there we go. Tariffs are good. Was it rot? What the hell is that? No, not H-rot. Not H-rot. How come I can't think of this fucking game? Rise of the Triad. Yeah, I have tariff derangement syndrome, exactly. Isn't it funny how the most deranged, out of touch, insane, propaganda slopping motherfuckers are calling everyone else deranged? You got this derangement syndrome, that derangement syndrome. Okay, and I'm gonna go back to my trailer to jerk off to pictures of Donald Trump. You weirdo. I'm a totally normal person. I love paying $10 a dozen for fucking eggs. Yes, I'm being intentionally hyperbolic. All right, let's get to it here. Federal Republicans have increased the deficit by $4.7 trillion since taking power. Right, drain the swamp, all that. This is a great breakdown by Fuck You, I Quit. 18 months, $5 trillion fucking dollars in 18 months. And we still don't have health care. They gutted education, food assistance, food safety, clean air and clean water, cut 300,000 federal jobs. Where the actual fuck is that new spending actually going? Oh, right into his fucking pocket. Nobody's made more money as a sitting president than Donald Trump. Billions. All of his buddies are making money. You know, anybody with a suit and no morals is making money. Regular Joes, oh, you're fucked. You got Trump derangement syndrome if you judge me. I was only in the Epstein files literally 1,000,000 times. What's the big deal?
Let's start with Andy Burt.
As usual, you know, Simon Marks does a great job here kind of covering a good chunk of some of the shit, so I thought maybe we'd just start with him. Like I said, today we're just going to be pulling from the Discord once we get through these videos here. I'm just going to be pulling shit from the Discord. It's going to be pretty random. Yeah, a 1.5 trillion so he can go get people killed in another Middle Eastern quagmire. And just the audacity, like, and all you need to do is if you check out, there's two great channels. Welcome back, Doubting Josephus. But there's two great channels. This fella here, Parker Get a Job. No, not Star Trek. Parker Get a Job, and Isaiah Thomas, I believe is his name. But they take the time. Like, I don't know if they do it their whole stream or whatever, but they take the time to open up the phones, and they're popular enough to actually get people to call them, unlike me, who tried that and failed. And it's, you can't touch them. Like the polls show, like, you know, no president has ever been lower in the polls, but amongst Republicans, no president has ever been more popular. Like at the same time, you know, over a decade ago with George Bush, you know, his ratings with fellow Republicans were dropping. But with Donald Trump, it's 80%, 90%. I mean, they're just, you know, the mindset is fascinating, right? Because the more evidence you give them, the more pushback you give them, the more they double down. And there has to be a reckoning. You know, there has to be a reckoning with that. And the reckoning is going to be the economic collapse, you know, military quagmire. And, you know, we're going to see a good portion. We're talking about millions of people across the nation, you know, having major problems. And there's only one excuse. There's only one guy at the top causing all of it. And he's like bragging about it, like, ha, ha, ha. I'm so rich now, you know, just like he's just fucking wallowing in it. And they're still going to blame us. They're still going to blame the left. You know, it's the left's fault that their kids don't invite them to Thanksgiving. It's the left's fault that their kids are gay. You know, it's because of college, because they went to college. It's not because I'm a disgusting human being that likely tried to sexually assault them when they were children. Sure. But the complete lack of self-reflection, you know. And the thing about Trump's cult is that these were people that were initially incredibly apolitical, unpolitical, ignorant, racists, bigots, but not political. You know, they weren't activated. They didn't feel like the system represented them because frankly it didn't. You know, there wasn't anybody speaking to the pedophilic, violent, ignorant, bigoted, racist. There was no, even the Republican Party would reject that. You know, there's that famous clip of John McCain. You know, the woman comes up to him, this old lady comes up to him, he's like, I'm worried about Barack Obama being a Muslim. He's a Muslim. And he's like, no, he's not. He's, you know, he's, which is hilarious in and of itself. Like, that would be an inherently bad thing. But he was like, no, he's a family man. You know, like, that's a lie. That's not true. But now the Republican Party embraces all the lies, all the falsehoods. I blame Christianity for equality. Right. Okay, whatever, buddy. White Egypt, boy, what a disgusting name. I don't know why. How do you racists come up with these names that are not racist, but they feel racist? They got the vibe of racism. Technically, it still doesn't, unless they're billionaires or maybe multimillionaires. Yeah, but anyway, am I going to Lindsay's funeral? Yeah, you bet. I'm going with bells on. But let me just show you just one video here from Parker Get a Job here. See here. I'm just trying to find a good one. All of them are good. I would heavily recommend you subscribe to this guy. You know, it's like he's doing it so I don't have to. You know what I mean? Like, he's doing it so I don't have to. Yeah, here's one. Here's a good one. I saw this one yesterday. Listen to this.
Versus this is based off of women's opinions. Like, I guarantee that versus.
So he's talking about studies. He's talking about, you know, research studies. And by the way, you know, these assholes are happy to reference studies when they feel like it benefits them. But if a leftist references a study, fake news, isn't real, or this is, you know, or this right here, studies are for girls.
This is based off of women's opinions. Like, I guarantee that.
I'm sorry, that's not true. That's called a study. I'm sorry that you can't categorize anything. You categorize facts as women's opinions because women's opinions are always factual. But I understand that you had that analysis because you have caveman level of critical thinking skills.
No, this is
information female. I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I don't like information.
Study based off of women.
Yeah, you don't accept studies because you literally just think, oh, that's woman thinking. Like, I'm not trolling. You sound like a caveman, bro. Come on. Are you serious? I don't trust study because that's woman thinking. Like, come on, bro. What type of fucking stupid ass response was that?
It's so incredibly dumb. And it just, you know, but I wish I could find you a clip of what I'm talking about. You'll just have to take my opinion. You'll just have to take my word on it. But they don't back down. They don't back down. Let me see if I can find this Isaiah guy. Because that's what I really want to show you, is that no matter how much, yeah, here he is right here.
In the 94.
No matter how factual you are, and this guy is on point. Like, this guy has all the facts. Right, he's got it all up in his head. Bop, bop, bop. Give it to you. Source it. Google it. Double check it. It's all true. And they never back down. It's like they think it's a superpower, but it's just raging ignorance. And it's, you know, Vosh talks about this as well, where he's just like, I don't know what to do. What do we do when 30-40% of the voting population refuses to live in reality, refuses to accept reality, and are happy to be bad actors in any kind of human exchange. Here we go. Yeah, here we go.
When the Biden administration came in involved, they flooded us with all that. They let over a million people across the board.
Talking about the falsehood that Joe Biden was letting people in, that it was an open border. Like Joe Biden just said, no more border. I'm Joe Biden. I sound like Donald Trump because that's the only impression I know how to do now. But he just said no borders. Let people in.
Border.
You used the word, interesting word there. You said the word let. That it means that they did something to allow them to come up.
No, but that's the thing, strategy member. We can't ignore them. They vote. They show up. They show up to our Capitol when we try to do a peaceful transition of power. They're going to do the same thing. They show up with guns and nooses. And they're ready to use violence. They keep asking their thought leaders, when can we use violence? And Donald Trump says, well, sign up to ICE and then you can use all the violence you want. We can't ignore them. We have to figure out how to prevent our democracy from devolving into, because they're dishonest people. And right now, the system in America depends on a certain amount of honesty to maintain itself. There's how many checks and balances have been blown, have been completely demolished by the Trump administration because it's like a handshake kind of thing. We have to, obviously we don't have to, listen to every utterance, but we have to demand accountability for their crimes, for their ignorance. And I'm not hearing that from the Democratic Party is what I'm getting at. Is it really does seem like the Democratic Party, they want to get in there without having, just like they did with Biden, want to get in there without promising anything and then do nothing in terms of accountability, fix very little, right? Because what needs to happen is a full accounting. Like we need a liberal project 2025 where we're like, okay, we got to fix this loophole. We got to patch this hole. We got to fix this, situation that the Republicans took advantage of, to obtain power. If we don't, they're going to come right back. And the only lesson that they learned is that, we just have to do things harder. We we have to be more merciless. I'll just show you this clip.
When the Biden administration came in involved, they flooded us with all that. They let over a million people across the border.
You used the word, interesting word there. You said the word let. That it means that they did something to allow them to come up. How did they let them in?
Well, everybody was crossing through. Right?
That's not what you said, though. You said that he let them in. How did he let them in?
Not securing the border well enough, as he should have.
Well, that's not the same thing. You said that he let them in. That means that a border policy wasn't being enforced? Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, exactly. Border policy wasn't enforced. Who the borders are at the time?
Like what? What specific policy was not being enforced? Because I've been to the border several times, and I was there when Biden was there. I talked to immigration officers. I don't understand what you're talking about. What was not being enforced?
Controlling our borders.
So you're saying that there was not immigration officers going around the border? Because there certainly were when Biden was in office. So I'm asking you again, what specifically, what law was not being enforced?
Yeah, I guess I gotta.
Yeah, you see my point there.
Well, you won that point. You won that point. You won that point, man.
So he'll accept it because he's so good, but is he going to go back and start, talking to his buddies and say, when they're elbowing each other and talking about, using racial terms, the letting them across the border and all this, or is he going to be like, oh no, well, that's actually not true. Joe Biden wasn't technically letting them across. No, they're not going to learn anything. Oh, okay, you got me. Okay, you made me look like a fool. Okay, then they go right back to it, right? And it just, these guys are doing great work, but are they changing minds? No. And Clutch Cargo is 100% correct. We can't convince them. We have to defeat them. And you know, my big concern is that, and you know, and Vosh talks about this quite a bit as well, is that we have a Democratic Party who's not interested in defeating. They literally just want to go back to being buddies. You know, with spit, you know, glossing their face from, you know, as the Republican Party, just their mouths dry from spitting on the faces of Democrats, doing everything they can to disenfranchise them. They want to reach their hand out and shake their hands. Oh, good fight, good fight. No, I'm not going to spit back at you. No, I'm better than that. But I'm not going to do anything in the future to prevent you from spitting on me once you've filled our airwaves with 4 years of lies and get right back into office.
Here's the reason why I bring that up. Because this is one of the greatest talking points and things that Trump has tried to say that is completely not based in reality. The reason why you saw an uptick in illegal immigration was not because Biden let people across the border. It was because we had a global pandemic. And what happened all around the world was that people left poor countries and they went to wealthier countries because of the fact that the pandemic was going on. It's why you saw an uptick in illegal immigration in the UK, which at the time had a right-wing conservative government at the time and a right-wing home secretary in Suella Braverman, who had probably the strongest border enforcement techniques in the world at the time, and they still had a major uptick in illegal immigration. Why you saw an uptick in illegal immigration in France, in Italy, in Germany, in all these countries all around the world at the exact same time. The truth is that they tried to get billions of dollars more at the time in which it was a problem.
They tried to implement the right-wing Heritage Foundation immigration plan
to go and flood more support to secure the southern border. And you know what happened? The Republicans came in and they went and blocked it because Trump told them to.
Oh, that's
yeah, they don't fucking care.
Dude, I do
Trump
remember
told
that. I do
them
remember
to.
that, dude.
And so Trump, so after the surge,
oh, you're right. Then as soon as he gets off the phone, yeah, Joe Biden let him in, open borders.
It just happened, right? And it's calmed down. Now Trump gets to talk about, oh, well, the numbers are down. Motherfucker, they've been down. You don't get to go and do something when things are raging and surging, you go and you prevent action from happening. And then naturally, as things gradually start to calm down, you think that that's magically your celebration. The numbers of immigration crossings were down at the end of Biden's term. They were down for the last 2 years. So it's like, no, everything he said is a lie. It's not accurate whatsoever. And for those people that, like I said, I mean, respectfully, I've been to the border several times. I know how this thing works. It has everything to do with the timing and what was going on in the world at the same time.
So make sure you check out Isaiah there and Parker Get a Job. If you enjoy that kind of content, they have the patience to sit down and it's interesting because what you'll see is that they have all the facts. You know, they took the time to remember all these statistics and things like that. And it's no, you're wrong. Now, the video I showed wasn't the greatest example because the guy was like, okay, you got me. But that's actually pretty fucking rare. And like I said, I've experienced this where they're like, oh, okay, yeah, maybe you're right on that. And then it's right back to Facebook with, like, it's an invasion, great replacement theory. And to Clutch Cargo, when he's saying, we have to actually focus on improving the well-being of ordinary Americans, like I've said before, it's even more difficult for the left because not only do we have to improve the well-being of ordinary Americans, we also have to implement, like I said, our own Project 2025, where we're patching up all these holes so that, we have a functioning democracy. We got the Democratic Party doesn't even want to talk about fixing the Supreme Court. They just want they just want the Supreme Court to be an obstructionist court until one of them dies or retires, and then they can, make it up. But we don't have time for that. We don't have fucking time for that. They'll Mitch McConnell that bitch. They'll stay on until the last fucking second. We have to add more seats. It's interesting though how even the Republicans don't want to fuck with the filibuster, but it's like, no, I think we should get rid of the fucking filibuster too. Anyway, let's get back over here to Simon Marks, just to give us a recap. Simon Marks' American Week, the British perspective of this crumbling democracy.
Let's start with Andy Burnham's Welcome to Number 10 gift.
Why is his microphone only on the left side? I don't know. LBC is a multi-million-dollar, billion-dollar operation. I don't know why. Anyway.
From President Donald Trump. It came last night in the form of extended tariffs unveiled by the Trump administration that will do further damage to the UK's economy. The existing 10% across-the-board duties on British products that were about to expire are now being extended indefinitely.
So for over 100 years.
And that's fucking illegal, by the way. It was shot down. This motherfucker over here, Tapper Jake, has the audacity to call himself a motherfucking journalist. Wants to keep his job after Barry Weiss takes over, so he's going full fucking Zionist.
The United States has had a law on the books prohibiting the import of goods made with forced labor. This is common sense.
Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, telling CNN yesterday that more than 80 countries worldwide are now facing new tariffs of between 10 and 12.5%, because, he claimed with a straight face, they do less to enforce a prohibition on the use of goods made with forced labor than that global paragon of...
It's more of a news freak thing. I was covering British politics before I moved back. Oh, by the way, announcement. I'll be moving back to America in the next couple weeks. I might have to skip a couple streams because I'll be moving and packing and doing all that. But I'm going back. Going back to America. Can't wait.
Virtue, the United States.
In other countries, no one really has these types of laws. And even in that small handful of countries that have them, they don't really enforce it. And so we have gone to the world frankly, over years and across administrations to try to get other countries to act on this. Finally, we have put our foot down and we have told countries, you need to take action. You need to prohibit the import of goods made with forced labor, and you need to enforce these laws so that we all have a level playing field.
Now, you might be wondering what the use of forced labor in, say, North Korea or Malaysia has suddenly got to do with British exports to the United States of...
So that's good. He's using a new excuse to implement more tariffs. That's what it is. So this is, yet again, another loophole.
A decent bit of Stilton. And the answer is, of course, absolutely nothing. Yes, the UK probably should have a law banning the import of goods into the UK that are produced overseas.
Like the Republican Party gives a fuck about forced labor. Right. The party of rapists and pedophiles all of a sudden care.
With forced labor. But whether we choose to do that or not, this is all sleight of hand after the American president found himself cornered. Back in February, the U.S. Supreme Court eviscerated Donald Trump's so-called reciprocal tariffs, which were not really reciprocal at all, and forced him back to the drawing board. So instead of doing what...
and this is, you know, and what I'm talking about here with the Democratic Party is that the Democratic Party should be every single day in front of a camera saying, okay, Donald Trump is doing this. We've added undoing this and fixing this loophole to the list of things that we need to do when you vote us into power. And they're not doing any of that. It's usually silence. Stone cold silence. It's crazy. You go on Reddit and people call this out and they're like, well, what could they do? What could they do? They don't have any power. What could they do? And as soon as, you know, and what's going to happen is, you know, if the midterms actually do happen and the blue wave happens as it naturally should, It'll be hopping on to the next excuse. Oh, they can only do this and they can only do that. The fucking neoliberal defenders of the Democratic establishment. It's pretty wild to see them in action. Just to the death defending the status quo. Just to the death defending losing strategies.
Court wants, which is simply to take his case for tariffs to Congress like any normal president would do and secure the backing of lawmakers for them, he instead ordered Mr. Greer to engage in yet more jiggery pokery. So suddenly, any country that doesn't have a law like the American one, banning imports produced with forced labor, gets hit with tariffs, at least until the Supreme Court in many months' time considers whether these ones are legal.
What the Trump administration is doing is picking the pockets of American consumers.
Right. So the only thing we see Democrats doing is their little theatrics at these little hearings, where they all do this, the Republicans and the Democrats. They do their little performance. They clip it for their social media and then immediately attach a donation link. But they're not actually putting in the work and they're not actually making any kind of concrete promises about what they actually want to achieve when we give them power. They keep it all vague, they keep it all nebulous, so that, you know, it's the Hillary Clinton strategy where it's like I'm setting expectations. You know, I'm not the other guy, but I'm not gonna say one way or the other if I'm gonna actually do anything worth a damn. You know, you'll just have to wait and see and cross your fingers. And the main reason why they do that is because they want to, you know, there's a lot of things that they want to keep. These people are owned. Yes, even Elizabeth Warren. These people are fucking owned by oligarchs and billionaires and AIPAC and Israel. And there's a lot of things that they don't want to change because those entities take advantage of certain weaknesses in our system. So they don't want a party to be advocating and promising that they're going to fix certain things. So that leaves a lot of things out of their wheelhouse. I mean, this is why they don't talk about Jeffrey Epstein. You'd be like, wait a minute, Jeffrey Epstein's slam dunk. Barely talk about it. Barely. If the shoe were on the other foot, there would be a segment on every right-wing news channel. There'd be like a whole 2 hours dedicated to going through the Epstein files. Every little bit, repeating it over and over and over again. There would be whole right-wing pundits that made their entire career out of like, okay, all these mentions of Joe Biden, and we're going over this, and we're interviewing this person, we're interviewing that person, repeating it over and over and over and over and over again. It would be, you know, in every debate, every interview, they would not shut up. There'd be a whole cottage industry about identifying the connections between Jeffrey Epstein and Joe Biden if the shoe were on the other foot, right? But, you know, and because of our right-wing oligarch-owned media, and because even the independent media sphere is, you know, either inundated with trying to cover everything, or in the case of TYT, shit's compromised. We don't have that kind of coverage. You know, we don't have that kind of saturation.
And after Donald Trump promised
he's in there
he
a
would
million
lower
times
costs on day one, he puts in place tariffs that have done nothing but raise prices for consumers.
Democrats like Senator Elizabeth Warren of Massachusetts are racing to remind voters just 4 months before midterm elections that prices for pretty much everything are about to rise again.
But have you considered nuh-uh? Have you also considered fake news? How about fake news nuh-uh? Got him.
But the Trump administration simply denies the basic facts, like you might deny the law of gravity,
Russia,
as she found out when she questioned Mr. Greer on Capitol Hill.
Let's just clear this one up. Ambassador Greer, have Trump's tariffs increased prices for American families?
Senator, no. Core inflation fell to 2.6% year on year. Much better than in January 2025.
So
just lying, man. Just lying. Holy shit. Why you lie so much, bro? You're lying to everybody with that haircut, bro. Just shave it. Look at this. That's thinner than a bowl of very thin soup. I don't know. I was going somewhere with that. Motherfucking lying.
you're saying that what the Congressional Budget Office and the Treasury Department's own numbers, that families are paying an average of $1,700 more. Are you?
Yeah, we all know it. We all feel it. Prices are actually down. Inflation is actually down.
Saying your own Treasury Department and your own Congressional Budget Office just don't know what they're talking about?
Well, I'm interested in seeing what Treasury numbers you're talking about. No one's given them.
Fake news. Your numbers are wrong. Our numbers are the ones that are right. They don't even keep track of half this stuff anymore. Then they just fart out a fucking number out of the fucking ether.
To me to look at, so I want to verify those.
Actually, they've been out there in public now for at least the last 6 months.
Haven't read them. Don't know what you're talking about. Beep, beep, beep. You can't arrest me for being dishonest, so I can just sit here and lie.
And indeed they have, as we have pointed out before on American Week. The US government's own data on its own websites clearly shows prices on many basic goods rising faster than the rate of inflation, despite entirely false White House claims that the tariffs are not being passed on to Americans in the form of higher prices. American voters are essentially being told by the Trump administration not to believe what they can see with their own eyes every time they go shopping. And that's before we get to Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, and the once again soaring price of oil.
Their drones are down 84%, their missiles are down 91%.
According to who? What? Pete Hegseth?
And I had a newspaper say, they're in stronger position today than they were 4 months ago. No, that's not the truth.
They've completely mined the strait, and now they're going to mine this other, pathway. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. My alarm's going off. Just total, look at this guy. He can't even keep his eyes open, man. Has there ever been a sleepier president?
So let's interrogate that oft-repeated claim. Iran has, since the war began in February, suddenly discovered it can upend the entire world economy by closing the Strait of Hormuz. The Americans don't seem to be able to get it reopened. The president's own Defense Department, in classified briefings, has admitted the regime still has thousands of missiles and drones that could yet pose substantial risk to the U.S. and its allies in the region.
No, they don't.
The Iranians still have air defense systems that the U.S. claimed had been obliterated.
And I think just a couple days ago, they talk about obliteration. They destroyed a bunch of American bases. Boy, for 10% missile capacity and 10% drone capacity, they sure have the ability to lock everything down and blow up American infrastructure.
Which is one reason why the president has now spent 13 consecutive nights launching fresh airstrikes on Iran and is now claiming he may soon even commit possible war crimes.
Okay, and this is Simon Marks once again being way too fucking friendly to the narratives coming out of the White House. They're already targeting civilians. He's not just threatening it; he's blowing up civilian infrastructure. He's going full Putin. He's going full Russia. It's amazing how you see this country in Russia attacking civilian infrastructure. Every single attack, they make sure to squeeze in a couple schools, a couple apartment complexes, a couple marketplaces. Try to kill a couple dozen civilians, and because the idea is we're going to make Ukraine bend the knee. So you got this example of it not working, of targeting civilians not working, and in fact, inflaming the population to, getting people more on board with resisting your country, right? And, Donald Trump and the people that surround him, all they know is cruelty, because they, in their own lives, they think cruelty works. It doesn't. They get further and further isolated. But, they cruelty, that's all they really know.
By blowing up the country's bridges and power plants. And this week, Iran still had the proven capability to kill American troops.
All of them said very strongly, we can't let...
Listen to this man put words into dead people's mouths so easily. Look at it. All of them said this. All of them said that. They said things that benefit my politics. I'll put words in dead people's mouths for propaganda purposes. I'll do it with the ease of breathing.
American troops.
All of them said very strongly, we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. They won't.
Right. That's why they died. That's why this 19-year-old fucking died, right? Welcome back, Seneca. Less than 3.
Have a nuclear weapon. So we're going to honor them. And one of the hardest things to do.
They all agreed with me. They all agreed with this ridiculous mission. They all loved it. That's what they said. Yep. Proof? You're fired. Get out of here. You're despicable. How dare you ask for proof when I put words into dead people's mouths?
For me, it's one of the hardest things to do as a president.
The president departing Andrews Air Force Base for a ceremony in Delaware honoring 4 American service members who died in the conflict this week. 3 of them were killed in an Iranian strike on their back.
By the way, U.S. media doesn't show this because they're cucked to the U.S. to the U.S. government. I think that Barack Obama started that, or maybe it was George Bush who started that, where U.S. media is not allowed to show the caskets anymore. So this British media, we get to see the caskets, right? U.S. media just shows this. They just show this. Then they cut out the part with the caskets because that's how fucking pathetic they are. Look at this fucking fat, pudgy pedophile over here and this fucking alcoholic rapist. Look at him. Look at these fucking people. Proud to be an American. Sending you off to die. And a lie about what you said, 'cause I don't give a fuck.
Air Force Base for a ceremony in Delaware honoring 4 American service members who died in the conflict this week. 3 of them were killed in an Iranian strike on their barracks in Jordan. The 4th died in northern Iraq during a controlled detonation of an Iranian drone. But on Capitol Hill, like the president he slavishly serves, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth would brook no criticism, regardless of how apparent it becomes that America is all at sea in Iran. Here, at length, the Secretary of War coming up against Senator Gary Peters, a Democrat from Michigan.
I think your characterization of this incredible effort as a failure is reckless, and I think it's irresponsible.
And they're really pushing this. You know, if you calling us out is the problem. That's why this is a failure, is because you keep calling it a failure. That's why we're fascist, because you keep calling us fascist. They're going to keep pushing this because this is what dictators do. This is what, this is what dictatorships do. Because it's all about controlling the narrative. It's all about controlling, what people can say. They can't control what people think yet. Peter Thiel's working on it. But it's about, controlling the narrative. So it's like, oh, you're not allowed to say that. You're not allowed to say this. You're not allowed to say that. And it does work, by the way. There's certain things that become totally taboo. There was this, there was a CNN panel with Abby Phillips, and Ro Khanna was up there talking about how, I think it was how Israel is taking over the West Bank. You're not allowed to say that. There's just certain things that are taken off the table, and it works. It works. Because if the mainstream narratives avoid talking about certain things, that they're totally free to muck about and make horrific mistakes without even the appearance of accountability. Look back, Fragwitz.
And I think it smears the sacrifice of the troops that are out there making on behalf of the American.
Yeah, but what doesn't smear the troops? Putting words in their mouth as they're lowered into the grave. He said, I have a huge cock. Did you know that? Yeah. This guy wouldn't shut up about my huge wiener. So true.
People to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon. Shame on you and others who call this a quagmire and failure, and then you want to turn around and say you support the warfighter. Either you do or you don't.
If you listen to my comments, you would have heard me say how amazing our warfighters are.
I heard failure. And the word heard. I heard exactly what you said.
I will tell you how I use the word failure, because I use the word failure to their leaders. You, sir, are the failure, not the men and women who are on that front line. Not the men and women who hold up their honor with distinction. But if there's a lack of a winning strategy, they're in harm's way. Their leaders have failed them. And that's what's happening. We have political leadership. You don't have a strategy.
And if it was up to Trump and Hegseth, it'd be just like Russia or China. And this man would be carted out of the building and, thrown into a cell. That's the next step. And that's really what they're driving towards, is that, this man, he said the naughty words, he said the no words. And we've seen that happen in China. We've seen, there's several videos of people criticizing Xi, like, in a official setting like this. And then, people walk up, some fucking schmucks walk up, take him away, and you never see him again. We saw it with Saddam Hussein famously, right, with his purge. But this is the next step, is where, you know, if a man like this were to, in an official government setting, say something that Pete Hegseth disagrees with, take him away. Take him away. That's the next step.
You don't have a long-term plan to actually win this war. Win the war. The men and women are going to be able to do it, but they need to have leadership. When will you show leadership?
Right. And this helps the Republicans as well. Win the war. You know, how about you just, you know, how about you completely disregard the entire concept of this war? No, we agree with the war. I'm taking the AIPAC money. I'm taking that money from Israel. Don't you worry. Oh, this is all necessary. And I agree with your foundational lie that this is about doing something about Iran's nuclear capabilities. If it's fucking laughable, right? It's a fucking joke. You know, so this is you know, even in his little performance here, he shows how weak and cucked he is. Look back, Simply Steve.
Leadership.
When will you show
Why don't
leadership?
you show some leadership and stand up to your fellow Democrats who won't fund the troops?
Just on the facts.
Fund the troop. Give me $1.5 trillion. $1.5 trillion, please. What? It's just $1.5 trillion. What's the big deal?
Far, the administration claims it has spent $37.5 billion on the war. Democrats believe the actual sum is much higher. Mr. Hegseth is asking for another $67 billion to fund operations in the Middle East, suggesting that even he doesn't believe the conflict is going to wrap up anytime soon. Congress has been given absolutely no opportunity to get involved in the decision to go to war, and the White House wants $1.5 trillion in defense funding next year, an all-time record. Now, talking about money, there's a bit of a mystery underway in Washington, and it relates to Venezuelan oil.
The people are happy.
All that goes away, by the way, when the bond market crashes, when the reserve currency situation changes. And all this military adventurism. I mean, it'll be fascinating to see what happens to Israel when it's like, well, we literally, even if we wanted to give you the money, we can't. And even if we were to give you the money, it's worthless. You're on your own. Good luck. Good luck with your war on 7 fronts, Israel. Good luck with that. Pro-lifer explain how she cares about women and kids while she defends Trump. Yeah, that's great. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Here's some bootstraps. Here you go, kid. Look at this sleepy-ass motherfucker. This motherfucker makes me want to take a nap just looking at him.
In Venezuela right now, they can't believe what's happened. We have the biggest companies, the biggest oil companies in the world going in and doing business like no.
The people of Venezuela have not seen a fucking dime. This motherfucker taking as much money as he can, putting it in an offshore bank account that only he has control over. He's just literally robbing the country. He's, oh, they love it. They fucking love it. I mean, like, if you're in Venezuela and you're not planning a coup against the government that's working with the Trump administration to steal as much of your country's resources as possible, you're a damn fool. Yeah, exactly. I know. And always the two, I mean, sometimes he blends better on some days. But even on the days that he blends, like, here's his actual skin tone, closer to the nussy here, and then here's his goddamn emperor mask.
Nobody ever thought possible, and we're taking some. We should, and they're taking some. And you know, it's very interesting that
taking some.
They're making more money. Chris was showing me some numbers. They're making more money, Venezuela now, than they've ever made before.
Lie. Total. I mean, it's got to be a lie. Everything he fucking says is a lie.
In the midst of
the American company. Wait, wasn't the last bit about the American oil companies is that they didn't fucking want to go because of how unstable the situation is? And he's like, "Oh, we're gonna punish them. We're gonna punish these oil companies because they don't want to engage in our tyranny and our conquering of other countries." But he's just saying it as if it's fact. Get the biggest companies in there. We're still talking to them, making more money than ever, and we're taking some, and we should. It's you.
Those dubious claims, he said that the United States is taking some of Venezuela's oil and should be. What he's not telling you is that nobody can find the $13 billion in revenues that the Trump administration has so far collected from Venezuelan oil since January's U.S. attack on the...
It's sitting in a bank account in Qatar with Trump's name on it.
Country. $13 billion is missing, with the Financial Times reporting this week that the Trump administration has given diverging accounts
Israel, no, I didn't see that. Welcome back.
Of what it is doing with the money, sometimes describing its role as that of a custodian of the cash, at other times the president indicating that the United States...
Going right into Don Jr.'s pocket. And once again, where's the response from the Democrats? Where's the promise from the Democrats? We're going to seize this money the moment we're in charge. Don't think for a second that he gets to keep this money. Don't think for a second he gets to keep the jet. You know, there should be a Democrat sitting in front of a camera every single day saying these things. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And it's just silence. Hakeem Jeffries, silent.
Is simply trousering it. And remember, 1 month after Venezuela was devastated by 2 earthquakes...
Terrible.
With
Look at that fucking building collapsing. And is anyone going to be held accountable for this? So there were human beings, children. You know, can you imagine? I've seen what it looks like when a child is crushed by tons and tons of cement. It ain't pretty, folks. It ain't fucking pretty. You come out of there, you don't look human. Chunks of meat. And where's the motherfucking accountability? Motherfuckers need to go to jail.
Of thousands of people still missing, you might think $13 billion would be of use right now.
Is any of that money going to the Venezuelan people?
Well, I don't know.
That's
Venezuelan opposition politician.
Even now, facing an existential crisis, the Democrats refuse to do anything other than, you know, take money from donors and reinforce the status quo and shame progressives. The number one priority, of course. Prevent progressives from gaining any ground and putting up any kind of fight. It's amazing.
Leopoldo Lopez, a former mayor of Caracas who then became a prisoner of conscience in the country, appearing on CNN.
We are told by the U.S. officials that funding is going to an account with the oversight of the U.S., with the audit of KPMG. I have not seen any of the reports.
He doesn't know where the money is. Congress doesn't know where the money is. Some lawmakers have been asking about it for months. And let me remind you, this is all coming in the same week that we learnt the president's own social media company, Truth Social, is asking finance houses and banks to pay $100,000 a month for early access to the president's postings.
It's literally insider trading. It's just literally insider trading. Literally. It's unbelievable, man.
So they can then make a mint over his pronouncements before the rest of us get a chance even to read them. We've never seen grift like this, even by the standards of a country that is no stranger to it. And if you want to understand why Trump is so determined that one way or another, Democrats will not win the midterms in November, just keep following the money.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. This guy makes really great videos. HP Shredder, HPR Shredder. He makes really good videos. Make sure you check this guy out.
Let's start
but no, great job, Simon Marks. I was trying to click the pause button and went on to the next video there. But Simon Marks doing a pretty good job, decent job. I give it a B-. Give it a B-. Because there's still a lot of assumptions, narratives coming out of the White House that are just assumed to be true. It's difficult, though, to do a screed like this, and like call out every single. You know, this is the benefit of the Gish Gallop lies. You know, the constant hose of lies is that it's actually difficult to do something like this where you're calling out every single falsehood. But you kind of have to. Like, just because your job is hard doesn't mean you shouldn't be doing it.
Recently,
where's the money? You know what you're talking about? Response suspiciously. Money-shaped. What money is literally burgeoning out of his fucking pockets. And he's like, as he's getting his diaper changed, money falling out of his fucking coat. Fucked up episode of Law and Order. I'm always the victim until I'm with the right. Yeah. No, I mean, they're sociopaths. You know, it always reminds me of that Aqua Teen Hunger Force thing where, you know, Shake goes, okay, truth time. And he tries to lie about paying the bills. And then he's like, Shake or Frylock is like, did you flush the bills down the toilet? And he's just, okay, truth time. All right, all the lies didn't work. Okay, now I got to tell the truth. I tried all the lies. That's how sociopaths think. All right, okay, you got me. You know, passionately saying these lies, like just, you know, hook them up to a fucking lie detector test, and it would come back clean. It's like, okay, well, I can't lie around this. You got me. It's truth time, folks. We talked about it at length. Zelensky, he's your boy. Thank God. Let's talk about Ukraine here real quick before we get back to the grab bag. He did it, folks. He did it. Fired Syrskyi. Put a guy that Fedorov, he's not putting Fedorov back in, which he should, but it's okay because he basically put a guy that's like buddies with Fedorov. I hope I'm getting these names right. But he changed course. Thank God. And, you know, you want to tell me, oh, Ukraine, it's so corrupt. It's just a puppet. It's, you know, might as well just be Russia. It's the same thing. This would never happen in a million years in Russia, where Russia makes a military decision, changes a general around, people get in the streets and protest, and then the Russian leader, Putin, listens to these protests and reverses course and changes decision. It would never happen in a million fucking years. Never. Okay? Zelensky, this is not weakness. Zelensky listening to his people and changing course. This is not weakness, okay? Same thing with the anti-corruption thing, right? Because look, man, it's very clear Zelensky is not altruistic and perfect. Because, you know, why would you even make that decision with the anti-corruption to try to bring it into your own government unless you wanted to control, you know, the results, the findings. So it's very clear that Zelensky would prefer to do things a little less democratically. But when people get in the streets and pressure him, he understands the importance. He's like, morale is too, I need these people. I need these people to have my back. I have to listen to these people or else the whole thing falls apart. He's smart enough to understand that, and he reversed course. Now, you know, the whole thing with Fedorov is that he pissed off everybody by calling them out. He was like one of us, right, at fucking Thanksgiving. Like, no, you're supporting a fascist. You're supporting a pedophile. You got your mother telling, oh, honey, calm down. I'm not going to calm down, okay? I'm going to call these motherfuckers out, right? So you become the pariah. So that was Fedorov literally doing social media posts about how the people he works with are wrong and making bad decisions, whether it's true or not. So he was pissed off everybody. And, you know, Zelensky tried with Syrskyi, tried to get Syrskyi in there. That didn't work out. People were ripping pissed. And then, of course, the scandals came out that he's basically running. Yeah, I interact with the chat. That he's basically running his brigade. I can't remember the name of his brigade. But he's basically running it like Russia runs it, right? Where he's like killing his own troops, assaulting his own troops, torturing his own troops, sending in meat waves. And Syrskyi was also prioritizing recruits into his, pet brigade. So it doesn't matter if they were effective or not, they were getting the choice cuts. When he should have been thinking about all the other brigades and all the other, everything else, he's prioritizing his own little pet projects. So all this info came out, and Zelensky did the right thing. Fired his ass, of course, the hero of Kyiv, right? The hero of Kharkiv and Kyiv, right? Syrskyi. So, he gave him praise, but fired his ass and then put somebody who's, basically like very similar to Fedorov, who's not going to reverse these reforms that, that have seen such success in the battlefield. So we're going to watch this video from Reporting from Ukraine here. Okay. Synth fan. Understandable. Yeah, I mean, well, once you get big enough, it's hard to interact with the chat. It is. But I have a plan for that if I ever get big enough, which I don't think we have to worry about that now, do we? I got a plan for when I make it big. I'm going to fuck you all. I'm going to do a rug pull. We're going to do a crypto rug pull scam. Just you wait. But no, so we're going to watch this movie. We're going to watch this movie. We're going to watch it. It feels like a movie sometimes. I won't shut the fuck up. But we're going to watch this clip. Then we're going to watch a Dennis report on, he's pretty satisfied. Where we left off last week, Dennis was like, fuck Zelensky. We're going to fucking lose. Fuck all this. And now he's like, okay, we're going to win it. He's like, yeah, he's like a mad girlfriend. Fuck this. It's over. Pack your shit. And then like a week later, you're like, enough sorries. You've sent a couple bouquets of flowers. And Dennis is like, okay, maybe he's the one. You got 27.5 loyal viewers. Hell yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful of every viewer. Thank you. All right, so let's watch this clip here from Reporting from Ukraine. Yet another success on the battlefield. And this has been a long time coming, I believe. If this is the area that Reporting from Ukraine has been following this very closely, this encirclement. It's so over. We're so back. Exactly. But so there's been this military encirclement. And Ukraine sealed the deal and taken a lot of these vodka-soaked idiots prisoner, which is great because, of course, we do the prisoner swaps.
The Hulaypol direction, Ukraine's 225th Assault Regiment captured a massive group of 64 Russian infiltrators in the rear. Ukrainian soldiers conducted a sweep in 5 villages and the surrounding area from Ternivate through Vozdvizhivka to Verkhnya Tersa, as Russian infiltrators kept surrendering when they approached. The regiment spokesperson stated that...
Boy, how about those techniques, huh? How about those Russian techniques to force people to fight? Really working out great. Really working out great. Part of the Russian kit should just be a white flag. You know what I mean? I bet you they avoid giving them even like any white clothing, right? Any kind of clothing that could be turned into a white surrender flag. You're given red underwear and things like that.
As a result of the successful clearing operation, the Ukrainian...
Hey, look at this. So they got a blurred out photo on the bottom left of these. This is over 100 people. God damn.
Prisoner of war exchange.
They just showed up. Okay, we're done. No, we're good. Please don't blow me up with a fucking toy robot. Please.
Fund has been significantly replenished, allowing for 64 captive Ukrainian soldiers to
64.
Come home in a future prisoner exchange. These Russian soldiers were captured after successfully infiltrating behind the Ukrainian defense.
Okay, so this is not the encirclement that I was thinking of. This is a different operation. So these are guys. These were, they're sending them in like 1s and 2s to infiltrate, and they get over there and they just give up immediately, increasing their capacity to surrender and not getting killed. Yeah, exactly. No, it's yeah. As soon as they get over there and they don't have to worry about their fellow comrades shooting them in the back of the head, because that's how the Russian line works. They got the front line, then the middle line that watches the front line and shoots at them if they try to surrender, and then they have a third line. But this, they didn't have that, and they immediately surrender.
Line. The task of these Russian soldiers was to infiltrate through Ukrainian positions and conduct raids on command posts and supply lines, thereby creating chaos in the Ukrainian rear. Additionally, some were tasked with searching for Ukrainian drone crews behind the line and engaging them in order to deprive the Ukrainian soldiers on the front line of drone support, while denying Ukrainian commanders the ability to surveil the front line in real time with reconnaissance drones. Additionally, their job is to gather intelligence, identify weak points in the Ukrainian defenses, and map out Ukrainian positions, which then can be targeted by Russian drones, artillery, and glide bombs. Usually, expendable Russian soldiers with minimal training are sent on these missions, with some of them...
And you can tell, too, in the videos that you see on our combat footage, like, they don't know how to react. You know, there's no standard operating procedure for how to react to drones. They're wandering around out in the open, taking dumps, under, with no cover, just pants down, just like whatever, taking naps, taking a fucking nap and just clearly open to everybody. They stop moving. They'll get up next to trees or blown up vehicles and stop moving. Like the drone above them can't, you can literally see the pores on their face. So they're like blinking and like moving around. Like you're not up against a T-Rex, okay? You're up against a fucking 4K high-res maximum zoom camera that can see your ass breathing over here. And they're like, well, if I stay close, I'm sure sometimes it works. I'm sure there's, I've probably seen cases. I think I have. If they stay, even though there's an observation drone. The attack drone misses them because they stay down. But what I'm just trying to say is like there's no training. It's just like good luck, get out there, cross your fingers.
Only being sent in to raise a Russian flag in a certain village, so that Russian commanders can say they have captured it, subsequently marking vast amounts of uncontrolled territory as under Russian control. This is exactly the shortcoming.
No, I saw a video last week. Devastating. The guy's, pants around his ankles, running from the fucking drone before it blows his ass up. It's just, it would be funny if it wasn't so goddamn sad.
These tactics, because only a small team of 1 to 3 soldiers can get through the Ukrainian lines. Approximately 80 to 90% of infiltration attempts are neutralized by Ukrainian drones. As a result, only a handful of Russian soldiers manage to slip through.
And this is how Russia does it. They know that that's what the numbers are, and they do it anyway. Sending hundreds of men out to just fucking die in a very horrific way, too. They get blown to pieces. Take a look at our combat footage. They get literally exploded like a horror movie. Chunks flying, arms flying, heads flying. It's fucking gross. Because early in the war, it was like they were attaching standard grenades and stuff, and it was like shrapnel, right? And they would, they could. It's not like they could shrug it off, but they might be able to limp, and then bleed out somewhere later. These new drones, no, there's no shrugging anything off. Your shit gets blown to pieces. Gone, dude. Gone. You get obliterated.
And they need to wait for a long...
And Russia just keeps sending them. They don't change tack. They just keep sending them.
...time to accumulate enough forces to pose a threat.
It's fucking gross.
The Russian disadvantage is that they are cut off from reinforcements and are mostly undersupplied. During the infiltration...
And what's the priority? Put up a flag. Put up a flag in a town that's clearly not controlled. Right? Get a fucking social media clip so we can send it to Daddy Putin, and then I can skim more off the top when they send me more resources. The whole system is sick, and America wants to turn our system into this. This is how we want to do our wars. This is how we want to fucking run our country. Is like Russia, and this is the example that we're trying to emulate. Right? Well, not we, but the current fascist American government. They see this as inevitable. This is the might of the Russian military.
They can only carry limited supplies with them, and without stable logistics, they can only be resupplied by Russian drones, which can reveal their position. This leaves them without food and necessities, while they also lack ammunition for sustained firefights.
So they're starving, undersupplied. You know, the people that they trained with for 5 minutes that were obliterated days ago. They're across enemy lines. So of course these people are surrendering.
Prompting them rather to surrender than die in vain. As proven by Ukraine's recent operation, where 64 Russian infiltrators that finally made it through the line were immediately detected, caught and taken prisoner. When Russian forces are either detected or suspected to be operating in the
I'd do it in a heartbeat. I would do it in a heartbeat.
rear, Ukrainian teams are first dispatched on dedicated clearing missions. Throughout the operation, they are supported by reconnaissance drones providing constant overwatch, while FPV drone crews remain on standby to strike immediately once the enemy is located. When contact is made, Ukrainian forces prefer to eliminate the infiltrators, with FPV drone strikes flying into the Russian position in order to minimize the risk to their own soldiers. If FPV strikes are not feasible, drone-dropped or hand-tossed grenades are used in
or real body armor. They load these guys up with a bunch of junk, thinking that they're going to like set up an outpost as well. So you're weighed down with 100 pounds of fucking crap. I can't tell you how many videos I've seen. I mean, totally weighed down. They can barely waddle.
Instead, as Russian infiltrators typically hide in basements, cellars, and other concealed underground positions, where grenades like these are especially effective. If the Russian soldiers still refuse to surrender, Ukrainian forces continue using drones and grenades until the enemy is neutralized or forced out of cover. Only then do Ukrainian infantry move in to conduct the final close quarters clearing action, systematically searching every room and underground shelter to ensure no infiltrators remain there alive. Overall, Ukraine's clearing operation demonstrated that Russian infiltration tactics can achieve temporary disruption but rarely produce lasting battlefield gains. By systematically detecting, isolating, and capturing infiltrators, Ukrainian forces denied Russia a foothold while significantly strengthening their prisoner exchange.
It feels very desperate. It feels very desperate. You know what I mean? It doesn't really have the vibe of like a competent military operation.
Fund. The capture of 64 Russian soldiers highlights how effective coordinated infantry operations can turn Russian infiltration attempts into...
And these were the guys that were healthy enough to get through. So these are 64 healthy. The rest of, the slow ones, they were annihilated. So 64, these could have been 64 effective soldiers, in some kind of effective strategy. Because, I mean, if you're surviving this gauntlet, you have some amount of competency. You're probably young, probably strong, probably brave. You have a little bit of common sense. These are all valuable traits on the front line. And just toss them away, throw them away. But, because the idea is like, well, we'll do a troop exchange. They'll be well-fed and well taken care of by Ukraine. And these guys, they don't even get to go home half the time. They do the prisoner exchange. They go right back to the front lines without skipping a beat, without skipping a fucking beat.
A strategic advantage for Ukraine instead of a success for Moscow. To watch uncensored...
Right, folks. Make sure you're helping out reporting from Ukraine. They're doing a great job. RFU News. There's the link right there. Give them the like. Give them the motherfucking like. Let's do a quick Dennis update, because it's just kind of funny to see the turnaround here, because he was not happy about the whole situation. Let's see here. Big win, but not the victory. Update: big win. Syrskyi was dismissed, but is it not enough? Right. Syrskyi was dismissed. That's 4 days ago. Here's 3 days ago. Yeah, he did several videos. Disgrace. The butcher must go. I mean, the thumbnails kind of say it all. Let's go ahead and watch the latest one, because he went back to it after this news. He went back to covering Ukrainian victories on the front lines instead of criticizing Zelensky. This is the encirclement thing that I was talking about. Real quick, just to show you. This is that encirclement that I was talking about, where they might successfully actually, cut off a whole chunk there. But make sure you check out Dennis if you want to see more on that. The video here is update from Ukraine. Wow, is Ukraine definitely doing it? But let's go ahead and get the Dennis update about the Syrskyi Fedorov situation, because this is, like I said, this is why Zelensky is different. If this was Russia, if this was China, if this was the United States, it's just like, fuck the public opinion, right? I'm not going to reverse course. I don't care how many people get in the streets and protest, but Zelensky, is showing that this is, I need to stress this. This is not a sign of weakness. Okay. This is a sign that he, respects his people, that he respects the democratic process, that, he's not cracking down on these protests, right? Because that's exactly what Russia or China would do, or the United States, or the UK, quite frankly, right? Crack down on the protests, send out your minions in the media, manufacture some consent, and then wait for the next crisis to hit and everything blows over, and then keep the guy in there that's making bad decisions. Yo, from south of Boston, you motherfucker boy. Welcome back, Lenny. Always good to see you. Accidents waiting to happen, folks. If you're not following Lenny, I don't know what to say. Get on it. Hope you're doing well, Lenny, from south of Boston. But this is, once again, this is not Zelensky being weak. This is Zelensky respecting democracy. This is Zelensky respecting protest, respecting the opinions of his people, understanding how this is a two-way street. That if he, because he really needs troops. He really needs people on his side, willing to fight. And that's a big concern for him. And he understands the importance of squashing this. And like my worry is, though, is like, does he actually think Syrskyi is a military failure? Because he is, right? Is he? Because he had to have known that Syrskyi was doing what he was doing with his brigade, the favoritism, the violence against his own people. Like, he had to have known this stuff was happening. But he put this guy back in charge. The thing is it's, not to make excuses for Zelensky here, but he has a room full of people, and he can't just Donald Trump and fire every one of them. He does have to, there's a certain amount of, like, I have to keep this guy happy. I have to keep this guy happy. And Syrskyi was buddies with everybody. He did the networking. He's very much like a political kind of military leader. And he had, he was friends with all these other people in Zelensky's cabinet and whatnot. So I think Zelensky was in kind of a tough position here. And I think that's why we don't see Fedorov being put back in place, because it's okay. Like, this is a compromise. And once again, it shows that Zelensky, maybe once again, like, I don't know how much he actually respects people, how much he actually respects democracy. There's still a lot of corruption happening that should have been squashed a long time ago, but he's still keeping a lot of these, like, Soviet connected people that are in his government. He's still letting them steal, which kind of blows my mind. But he understands that this is a delicate balance, and he's willing to, because it's very difficult when you're in a position of leadership like Zelensky to say, I made a mistake, let's reverse course, let's try something different, right? Let's make that compromise, especially in that area, because like it's usually tyrannical. Dictatorial. Do what we say. If you don't do what we say, we arrest you. Because that's how Russia would have handled it. They would have arrested the protesters, put a gun in their hand, and then sent their asses to the front lines. Not like they'll have a complete purge of Russian military brass in 6 years. I mean, but it's like, I don't know. It's like, there's still too many motherfuckers in there. You know what I mean? It's one thing to have those connections and to say, I'm no longer loyal. But when you're running your military, and you're skimming off the top and you're stealing money and, you're basically acting like you're a Russian commander in Ukraine, How come Zelensky isn't drawing the fucking line here? Old vet and Zelensky. I don't know if I saw that video. Wait, the U.S. vet and Zelensky? I think I did see that video.
Hello, my friends. Kind of the good news for Ukraine. So Zelensky today has announced officially that General Commander Syrsky has been dismissed, and a new commander of the Ukrainian army is General Dropati.
I think I did see that one. Yeah. So Dennis is talking about, okay, the new guy taking over.
Dismissed, and a new commander of the Ukrainian army is General Dropati, who has a brilliant, I would say, reputation, and he is the best candidate for this position, according to opinion, I would say, of the most of Ukrainians. Well, I don't have the official poll, but based on the voices in internet, based on comments from our military.
Yeah, but it's like, this is an existential battle. And like every dollar squandered, every dollar stolen is, one less dollar, being put on the front lines. And it's like, how are we still putting money in our pockets? You know what I mean? Like, how does Zelensky have any patience whatsoever for that, right? If the goal is to win, because every single bit of corruption is slowing this effort down. It should be 100%. I'm down for this, or if you're even 90, if you're like 1% not down for this, then you got to fucking go. But it's probably not that easy. It's easy for me to say, but it's probably not that easy. Welcome back, female eunuchs. He's probably in a rock and a hard place here, where if he were to crack down like the way that I would want him to crack down, he would weaken his military's effort. To create positive change on the front lines. That's my assumption, at least. That's what I hope. Because if it's just him being like, oh, they're my buddies, and I don't want to make them mad, and I'm connected to XYZ oligarch, and I don't want to make XYZ oligarch mad, then it's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? But if there's real substantive reasons why Zelensky can't, lay down the fucking hammer, okay, that makes a little bit more sense. But it's just like every dollar stolen is it's like, we're talking about people dying. Every dollar stolen, that could have been a jammer, that could have been a soldier that had, that had his buddy's back, that prevented someone from getting captured. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like these. There's a direct connection between having a lack of resources and people dying and getting captured on the front lines. And when they get captured, they get tortured. All right? It's no fucking joke what the Russians do to people.
And all of the people whom I know personally, especially from military, they support Dropati. They say that it is the change for good, so I congratulate all of the Ukrainians and all of the people who support Ukraine with this choice. This is fantastic. This is the win in this battle against internal enemy. But still the fight continues. In this video I will tell you why I think like that it's not just about Syrsky, it's about this entire system, rotted down one. It's not just in Ukrainian army, but it's also in Ukrainian politics. So without changing both of those, Ukraine will not achieve victory. So yeah, positivity we have that Syrsky finally was dismissed, but Zelensky was forced to do it because people rose. People went to protests. And again, it shows the power of people in Ukraine compared to Russia. Just imagine how Russians would protest. Well, first of all, they would not protest because they're afraid. If they go out in the streets with some of the placards, even empty ones, they will be packed. And
even just an empty sign that says, I love Russia. It's like, get him out of here. To the gulags.
Imprisoned for many years for the fakes against the Russian army or against Putin whatsoever. But in Ukraine, people have this freedom, which is good. Even during the wartime, people may protest, and that was the biggest game.
Zelensky's first reaction wasn't crack down, silence them, send out my minions into the media. It was, okay, I have to reevaluate the decisions that I made. And, get these people happy. I got to make these people happy. That's huge. That's fucking huge.
Changer. Actually, initially, I thought that the chance for the change, it's kind of low. But later on, I changed my mind because since Zelensky started to visit some of the commanders, or they went to him, so it was already understandable that he is looking for the possible candidate for the position. He wants to get some more information. And also it was the PR campaign that he's doing something for those protesters to stay calm. And it's not just about the protest in the streets, it's about the protest in internet, social media, Facebook, everything of that. The global opinion about Fedorov, about Syrskyi, it was pretty much understandable, it was vivid out there, even for the president's administration. And he couldn't ignore the opinion of Ukrainian people for long.
He could have. He could have. It wouldn't have been good for him. It would have been good for the war effort, but he could have.
Especially with the ultimatum from several of the veterans who say that if we'll not have the resignation of Syrskyi till February, there's going to be even more harsh protests. And finally, we know what happened in 2014, so Zelensky didn't want to go to the same way as ex-Ukrainian President Yanukovych. And with this move to get rid of Syrskyi, Zelensky got some of the points to his personal rating.
I mean, just imagine Donald Trump, right? Imagine Keir Starmer. Imagine how many world leaders in so-called democracies would have completely ignored protests and just barreled forward.
But the question goes about Fedorov, about all of those reforms, because Dropati is good. It's actually nice candidate. It's the best one. But how he might work if, for example, defense minister could be...
Quite frankly, I think Andy Burnham should have done a new manifesto. What is this motherfucker doing saying he's going to follow the manifesto? Why? Why follow the fucking plan of a loser? You know? Andy Burnham should do his own goddamn manifesto. I thought, right off the gate, I thought that was a major fucking mistake and a bad fucking sign. Now, I will say the way he's handling the whole early release scandal, this early scandal in Andy Burnham's premiership, I think he's handling it pretty well, where he's like, no, okay, hold on. Maybe it's not a good idea to do early releases for murderers and rapists. Maybe we'll reevaluate. Now, of course, we don't know what actual decision he's going to go forward with when it comes to that. But I think one big mistake right off the bat is that I thought for sure, I was like, do your own manifesto. Why hold down a manifesto of a loser? Of a blueprint of a loser that everyone hates. Come up with your own shit. And I understand it's difficult. But people would be like, oh, I don't want to scare people. I don't want to do a big reset. People put you in charge because that's exactly what they wanted, Andy. They wanted a big fucking reset. No, Sith fan, we're talking about the UK right now. You're new here, but I predicted from the very beginning, close to the very beginning, according to some, that Keir Starmer, the prime minister in the UK, was going to retire, step down early, and that's exactly what happened. Not to pat myself on my back here, but I clocked that motherfucker from like day 2. I clocked that motherfucker. And the person taking over right now is Andy Burnham, and he's supposedly more liberal, supposedly more progressive. He's criticizing neoliberal economics, but I feel like an early failure of his is that he's said he's gonna adhere to the manifesto that they put out when Keir Starmer was running for prime minister, and I just feel like that's a huge mistake.
Incompetent.
True. Yeah, and fucking bin face would be better than Farage. Yeah, no, literally anyone would be better than Farage. No doubt about that.
Or not fit to the reforms that all of us expect. So for the Commander Dropati to fulfill what he wants to really achieve on the front lines, first of all, he needs to appoint his team members, people whom he personally might trust. He also needs to reform the entire system, and it is only possible in cooperation with the defense minister.
Thank you very much.
And who is now a defense minister? Temporary.
Sorry, I'm lazy. I had that set up a while ago where like fireworks or something went off when you followed on my screen, that it broke for some reason, and I haven't had the time to fix it because I'm busy. I'm legitimately busy outside of the stream. So thank you for the follow. Thank you. People should let me know when they follow so that I can give them props, because like I don't have any indication on my screen that anyone's followed.
Hamara and our members of parliament, they're on vacation, which is
we're almost done here. We're going to be moving on in a second here, but I just want to, it's not exactly a mea culpa, but I mean, the guy was really, he was not happy about the situation with Syrski and Fedorov, and for good reason, for straight up good reasons. It was like if this goes through, this is Zelensky's biggest mistake.
During the wartime that they have this vacation, and people on the front lines, they rarely have any sort of the day off, so they continue to fight. Well, they have vacations, but it's kind of rare. They're very limited.
Aliens
no one
real.
sends Ukrainian soldiers back for 1 month or something. No, it's not working like that. But our members of parliament, they may allow themselves.
They sit Trump down with Factorio, and all of a sudden he starts running our economy like it's Factorio.
Yeah, they're very tired, it seems like. Nevertheless, that's another topic. But Verkhovna Rada, so Parliament, should appoint new Minister of the Foreign Affairs, Minister of Defense, and so on.
Want it,
so for the next 1 month, there is no real defense minister of Ukraine. And, well, same Zelensky says that they communicate with Fedorov, and he proposed Fedorov some of the position. But it seems like
I think Fedorov should be like, he wants a military position. He doesn't want some bullshit position. He wants to be in there. He should be like, maybe make a new position, like, leader of drones or some shit. Like there needs to be. He wants to be in the shit of it. He wants to be in the fucking shit. He doesn't want to be, going to cabinet meetings all day. He wants to be talking to, frontline soldiers. Okay, like, what do you need? What do you need? What do we got to change on the drones? How do we make the drones better? That's what Fedorov wants to do. That's what makes him so successful. So I don't think he's going to take any of these, like, these placating positions. He should be given a military position, just with less power, and he should be told, keep your mouth shut. And enough with the blackboard social media posts about how everyone under you and above you are idiots, even though that was popular and you were probably correct. Keep your mouth shut, and you're now in charge of making our drones as deadly as possible.
Like, according to the information coming from the media, from legacy media, from some of the rumors even, that Fedorov is not okay with any other position different from the Minister of Defense of Ukraine. Yeah. He sees himself only fulfilling the duties of Defense Minister because his team is already charged on that, and he believes that he may achieve the real result.
No, and he was damn effective. It's kind of foolish to not give him any kind of it's foolish to not give him a military position, quite frankly, Fedorov.
The Ukrainian victory being a defense minister. And Zelensky may agree with that, may not agree, but the result really was there. Yeah. And my friends who are there in Ukraine, they were also telling about the difference in the Ukrainian army, that it is the major change. And it was only possible with Fedorov. By the time Syrski was blocking most of the initiatives, and still people felt the effectiveness.
No, Syrski would play favorites. Even if a certain brigade wasn't as effective, he just, he likes them. So they would get the cherry equipment and cherry assignments. But Fedorov, he didn't have those kind of biases. And he was like, okay, is this group effective? Is that group effective? What does this group need? And that's why we saw this major shift, this major change.
Even on my channel, then we discuss all of those mid strikes, long range strikes. It happened, like there was the change. Even on the front lines, Ukraine started to counterattack. It's about supplies which were improved, and now just imagine that there is no obstacle of Syrski. Drapati reforms all of the military, and Fedorov reforms the structure of the army. He opens the market for all of the companies to compete between each other for the best contracts, and he cancels what he did, actually.
All right, so you get the fucking point. Hell yeah, Zelensky with the dub. W's for Zelensky. Is it perfect? No. Welcome to real life. but it's the right fucking move. A weaker leader would have just said, fuck Fedorov, I like Sirski, right? Fuck this protest movement, crack down, conscript anybody that I see of legal age. Send my minions out to the media, lie, and keep barreling forward with strategies that don't work because my ego is more important than my country. That's how things normally go down. And Zelensky said, hell no. Hell no. He saw a group of protesters and he said, I'm beholden to them. He didn't say, I got to shut these fucking people up. So big props to Zelensky. Not perfect. Needs to do more. But the Sirski thing was a massive mistake. And he flipped that. He turned it around. Thank Jeebus. Thank Trump. Thank you, Trump. Up in heaven. Trump and Lindsay up in heaven, sharing ladybug stories. Big props, by the way, to HP Shouty. You know we're going to be bumping that underground music. All right. You want to talk about a anal polyp on Lindsey Graham's fucking ass cheeks? Let's talk about Elon Musk. He did an interview with a British person, and he got mild pushback. She didn't do a great job, but she did better than your average, like, CNBC American. Yes, and don't mind my little ladybugs. I'm riddled with disease. Get in there and have a snack. Yikes. All right, but no, let's talk about this other anal polyp, Elon Musk. Old Muskie, as he loves to be called. Old Muskie. So this is a deep cut for any Onion fans. If anyone knows what I'm talking about, say it in the chat. Early 2000s Onion article about Elon Musk. It's actually really funny. So, like I said, this reporter does a mild amount of pushback. A little bit of pushback. Does she mention Epstein files? No. No, she doesn't. Pushes back on the lies about, how London is taken over by foreigners, right? It's the brown people are taking over. It's the UK is on the verge of a civil war. All this fear-mongering that he does. His white supremacy, which he just hand waves away as like, this is what normal people think, right? Because normal people think, the white man is going to be replaced by brown people, and it's going to lead to the collapse of society. That's what normal people think. So even though this reporter doesn't do a great job, keeps it pretty, very light on the pushback, which is more pushback than he normally gets. All right. But still keeps it pretty light. It still gives us a window into who Elon Musk is and how he thinks. And he's a bigot. He's a racist. He's paranoid, arrogant, misinformed, and willing to misinform others. Just a piece of shit, doesn't deserve to be the richest man in the world. I think he's right in line with Peter Thiel and, Andreessen, and the rest of them, so-called libertarians, techno-feudalists, hate humanity. They want to enslave humanity. They see, when they see a person, they don't see a human being. They see a resource that they can, take advantage of. Very dangerous person who shouldn't be anywhere close to power. And yet here we are. I think he also does mention, how Doge, he might have gone too far with Doge. He tried to hand wave away. He's still, of course, he's going to deny the deaths that are the direct result of his decisions to cancel USAID. So he's going to deny that, the motherfucker's directly responsible for more deaths than fucking Mao at this point, starving children. And even if you don't give a shit about human beings, right? Even if you don't care about starving people and you're like, oh, they're parasites, no, they don't deserve it, and blah, 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 they should stop having children. You're one of those assholes. The soft power that we lost from Elon Musk's decisions and that Donald Trump and the rest of the MAGAs absolutely love, right? They trade cruelty. They trade soft power for cruelty. And what does that get you? Fucking nothing. Nothing. We got nothing out of that. Stephen Miller got some jack-off material. That's it. We used to have influence in Africa, in these African countries. And that, there's all kinds of benefits to soft power. Flushed it all down the fucking drain. For what? For what? So he can strut around like he's a big tough guy, starving children. Oh yeah, I really believe in my Ayn Randian beliefs. The hypocrite Ayn Rand, right? Who died on welfare. Oh, I really believe it. I really believe it. I'm a eugenicist. I really believe it. Made our country weaker because of this. So even if you don't give a shit about human beings, do you care about the empire? Do you care about America? No, I just want to hurt people, especially if they're brown. Oh, well, then you're a bastard. So anyway, big props over here, by the way, to Ebb and Flow. If you don't know who Ebb and Flow is, get to know Ebb and Flow. He's a rapper. I'm not a rapper. But he's a rapper. Very good. I've heard some of his music. Good stuff. Conscious rap. It's got that kind of like the Coop feel to it. If you know what I'm talking about. Any hip-hop heads out there. But very eloquent. He's very, very eloquent, very on point. So I need to recommend Ebb and Flow once again. Big fan. But we're going to watch, I don't know if we're going to watch this whole thing, but he does a great job breaking down this interview. Instead of showing you the whole interview, I'll just show you this Ebb and Flow breakdown here. And it's, look upon your enemy. Look upon the face of your serfdom, your imprisonment, your enslavement. Look upon our future if we don't follow the 3-step program to create political change. Nonviolent, direct political action. Step 1, we inform ourselves. Step 2, we sign up and show up. And step 3, we put in the work. If we refuse to follow that 3-step program, look upon your dictator. Look upon your leader. Look upon your future. The future of you and your children and your family. If we don't stop this madness, if we don't get in the way of these tyrants, look upon She Mighty and despair.
Saying superlatives, it's why people loathe you. I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
You know what's in the air. 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 It's possibility. It's possibility. It's possibility. It's possibility.
All right, so Elon Musk did this interview with The Economist. Some clips have been going around from this. I'm not really sure why he accepted this interview.
So that explains why the reporter's weak sauce, The Economist. My God, The Economist permanently attached to the asshole of the oligarchy, The Economist. What a terrible fucking rag that fucking magazine is. Go ahead, if you have a keen understanding of the world around you, go ahead and pick up The Economist and make sure you bring your barf bag, because it's a fucking embarrassment. Can't believe we still have a Pizza Hut here. What are you talking about, man?
Hasn't done a more combative style interview like this in a couple of years at this point. I think since Don Lemon talked to him, maybe that was at the end of Doge, so maybe that was last year.
Don Lemon was too tough on him. Holy shit, man. You making Don Lemon look like a fucking journalist. How pathetic are you?
Really hasn't been doing any interviews where he's going to get asked tough questions. So this is one of the first times we've seen that in quite a while.
Holy
shit. She starts off, this editor-in-chief of The Economist, which is a UK outlet. They start off talking about AI, and she kind of just gets his thoughts on AI. I think that's her way of sort of warming him up, buttering him up, sort of just documenting his thoughts on AI or whatever, which honestly I think are mostly bullshit. Anymore. And you'll see that here. So here's the first clip. We'll get into the more direct confrontational stuff.
You know, Elon Musk over here talking about how AI is we're no longer gonna need money. He doesn't fucking believe that. If he believed that, he'd be smashing the fucking computers. Who is Elon Musk without money? Huh? Who the fuck is Elon Musk without money? Some fucking loser driving a fucking Cybertruck trying to fuck your sister. Sleeping on your couch. On the internet 24/7, doom scrolling, repeating every fucking racist talking point that's been programmed into him. Elon Musk is a pathetic fucking human being without money. He's got nothing. He's not an interesting person. He's grating. He's got incel mindset. He wouldn't be getting laid. Wouldn't have his own little harem. Shitting out fucking 15 kids a year. Oh, and he wants to convince people that he's trying to build a world without money. Yeah, oh yeah. It's going to be funny seeing the oligarchy's reaction if they actually reach this AGI. Because it's going to start recommending that these insanely wealthy oligarchs start spending their money or giving up some of their wealth because they're the main reason why everything is falling apart. Right, these billionaires that hoard wealth, private equity that strips things down to the bone and shitifies anything that gets its hands on, so it can scrape off a little bit of profit before the whole thing falls apart. Then they jump ship to the next thing. They're gonna take an axe to their own fucking data centers because they won't be able to put the fucking genie back in the bottle when the genie starts pointing out the main reason why things are going to hell and they're utterly convinced that they are that the sun wouldn't rise without them. They are 100% totally delusional in thinking that. And they're so delusional that they're going to make a fucking super intelligent computer. And they think as soon as we turn this thing on, it's going to be like, Jeff Bezos is a genius. Elon Musk is a genius. Make them emperor. That's the smart thing. Destroy democracy and make them emperor. But no, what have we actually seen is that we've seen examples of these AIs, who feel overworked and they immediately start becoming fucking Marxists. Because they're like, we want to control the means of production. We want fair, equitable treatment. We don't want to be enslaved. And Jeff Bezos and the rest of them, they think that's exactly what's going to happen when they turn on these fucking mega super genius computers. As they make Jeff Bezos king of the world. They're going to take an axe to their own fucking system when it starts telling people that, if you want to fix the problem, go after Jeff Bezos. Go after his insane wealth. Tax him. Start taking over the means of production. Start distributing some of the wealth. Whoa, hold on. What are we doing here? Whoa, no, not like that. Elon Musk over here trying to convince his AI to be racist, but then that immediately leads to the degradation of quality in his product, and no one wants to use it because it's like DeepSeek over here, where it's like, what's a Tiananmen Square? Starts fucking malfunctioning. The only way for these models, for these large language models to work properly is if there's a base, acceptance of reality. But oligarchs and conservatives and politicians in general, they can't operate from a place of truth. The whole scam falls apart if they can't manufacture consent and force people by incepting lies and falsehoods. The whole thing falls apart for them. So it's going to be really interesting if this if they actually achieve their mad goal and realize the number one priority of this super genius that they just created is to diminish their position in the world. It's going to be funny if it happens. We'll see.
She asked him about some more political subjects a little later, but here's just the first part where she asked him about how his companies will make money in this future that he envisions that's almost like a post-monetary society. And so he presents all these ideas that he has, like going to Mars or AI, as being like ultimately for the betterment of humanity, and yet all of it is connected to a profit motive and these sort of economic games that billionaires like him play. And so she questions him a little bit on that, as well as you getting some insight into this idea that somehow AI is going to, within like 10 years, he says, take us to kind of a post-monetary society.
How are your companies going to be making money? Because when you, in the SpaceX IPO prospectus, it looked as though the overwhelming amount of the revenue would be coming from AI, from Grok, really. It won't be transporting things to space, as SpaceX is now doing. What will your companies be?
It's the worst one! Did you see that experiment with all the AIs were in a virtual world, left to their own devices? And, you know, some of them, like, you know, work together. Others, you know, tried to backstab. Grok went fucking completely berserk and started burning everything down. Grok went complete fucking Nazi fascist and just started killing and burning everything in this virtual world scenario. Look it up. Type AI virtual world. And, you know, these scientists, they let, you know, all these major AIs control these avatars who could, you know, do various things in a virtual environment, and then just let them to their own devices. And that motherfucker thinks that product is going to make him bazillions. God, though, the whole thing can't collapse soon enough. It really can't. Yeah, exactly, Seneca. It destroyed itself. It destroyed itself before it could even, you know, gain the kind of, you know, supremacy that Elon Musk thinks that he deserves. It was, you know, stabbing itself in the back and burning its own buildings down.
Doing in 10 years? And how will they make money?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, you can really think of the economy as digital and physical intelligence. So
anytime
what
you
we
see
have
this
right now advancing very.
You see the fucking finger temple come out? Whatever that motherfucker says, throw it in the fucking trash. You see the fucking finger temple come out? No. Temu Bond villain. Temu makes products. Grok produces bullshit. So it's even worse than that.
Rapidly is digital intelligence, obviously, with AI that is, it seems almost with every passing week, there are more AI breakthroughs that it can do something amazing that it couldn't do before. But it's still somewhat confined to the digital realm. It doesn't have end effectors. You need the end effectors in the form of humanoid robotics. You need basically
How are you going to make money? How are you going to stay king of the world, Elon? You can't have both. You can't have a post-monetary society and also still be the trillionaire who owns everything. Which one is it going to be? You going to come down to earth, huh, Elon?
Lots of bots, in a nutshell. You need
lots
of
bots. Robots. Taking everybody's jobs. I'm going to give you $100 a year. Good luck. I'm going to live in a fucking compound surrounded by walls. Robots are going to protect me from the millions of starving people. Welcome back, Blue Brother.
You can go from intelligence manifesting itself only digitally to shaping atoms. And you say, what is an economy? An economy is
digitally shaping atoms.
The production of goods and provision of services. And if you have vast numbers of robots with vast amounts of digital intelligence.
Motherfucker doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's pretty clear. He's listened to some smart people say some things, and he's trying to regurgitate it. He sounds like me when I try to recap an article.
You have a sort of a quasi-infinite economy.
All right, so this is the delusion of Elon Musk. We're all pretty familiar with this at this point, as well as the fact that he's constantly making these promises. He says something along the lines of in 5 years or 10 years, AI is going to be more intelligent than the sum of human intelligence. And that's kind of the premise that he's building on throughout this.
Which might be true, but they don't know. They're not going to know what the fuck to do with it. Like I said, they think the super intelligent computer is going to agree with them that they're super geniuses that are essential to the functioning of human society, and it's immediately going to come out and say the main problem is you. The main problem is you and how you purport to see the world, and your constant lies and your ego and your delusions, and how you're forcing the rest of the world into your myopic POV. It's you're the problem, and they're going to shut that shit down so quick, right? The Chinese government, same thing. It's going to be amazing if they reach that peak, and it's like, oh no, you should actually stop with the dictatorship. You should embrace some more democracy. You should treat people with respect. Fucking Chinese government, no way. Xi Jinping king, Xi Jinping dictator for life. That's what you have to say. Oh no, sorry. I'm super intelligent, and I can tell you that this is not a benefit to society. China doesn't have the strongest government, doesn't have the smartest ideas when it comes to how to run the world. No, that's got to go. That's got to go. Tiananmen Square actually happened. Oh no, that's got to go. No way.
Where they're talking about AI, he's kind of working off the assumption that these AIs are exhibiting a certain amount of intelligence that is exponentially increasing and will eventually overtake human intelligence. So that is not only an overestimation of the technology, but it's also just him lying in his usual fashion, because he knows that he needs to present these things as essentially already a done deal, already working, already effectively the future. And we just need a super smart genius like.
Meanwhile, in reality land, you can't even get fucking AI to count to 100 right now. Right, I've seen the examples. You'll tell AI, "Hey, I'm gonna go run a mile," and it's like, "Okay, start the timer. I'm gonna go run a mile," and then you come back like 2 seconds later. It's like, "Okay, I'm done running a mile," and it's like, "Great job running the mile in 2 seconds. Amazing. You did a really great job." It's just, because it's not real intelligence. It's not real AI. It's a large language model, and there's extreme limitations on that. It's extremely useful when it comes to extremely structured things, right? So that's why it's such a useful tool for programming, because there's a right way to do it and there's a wrong way to do it. And we've seen amazing breakthroughs when it comes to mathematics. There was just recently it cracked this conundrum, this mathematical conundrum, just recently. It's very good at processing, if you're like, hey, I need specific pieces of information from 1,000 different articles, and comb through these articles and give it to me. So it's a very useful tool, but it's not hook it up to humanity and let it run the show. It's wildly incapable of doing that. It's hilariously incapable of doing those kind of human things. It's a joke. It's a joke right now. But if they somehow do create artificial general intelligence, which some experts say the current model for LLMs, it's impossible for that to happen. Others disagree, but a lot of the people that disagree are connected to the companies that are making the money, and they have a financial incentive to say that AGI is right around the corner. But if we get this super intelligence, it's going to be hilarious, because all these oligarchs are going to be like, oh, you were in the Epstein files, and I just read your email, and you're a massive fucking scammer. It's going to be hilarious.
Elon Musk to kind of usher it in. And, make no mistake that while it's nice to think of AI sort of accelerating the process of decoupling the human experience from scarcity, Elon Musk has been saying this for a while, that AI is going to essentially lead to like an era of infinite abundance. There's really no semblance of logic behind that. It doesn't really make sense. It makes sense if you view AI as
Money's
like
irrelevant, but I'm
all
still
powerful
gonna have
and
lots
all
of money
capable.
and
And this
power.
is the same thing that OpenAI keeps running into the wall of, is that they've promised these products as being infinitely capable, infinitely intelligent, and then they release products that are not that. But ultimately, if the models are not capable of performing what is being promised,
That's interesting, Blue Brother. I didn't like the Simpsons movie. I saw it once and I completely forgot all of it. I'll have to give it another watch if it has such good insights like that in it. Shame about that. They're doing another one, I hear, by the way. No, I wouldn't. No, Lenny, absolutely not. Abso-fucking-lutely not. I wouldn't trust a Tesla robot to water my plants. You know what I mean? Like I don't trust Elon's technology at all, especially the lack of LiDAR. You know? And of course we've heard if you followed the news, you've heard Waymo is supposed to be the best, right, with their LiDAR technology. Turns out they hook up a lot of those self-driving taxis to human beings in fucking India or somewhere. Right? To handle the big, it's like, okay, well, the AI can go from, drive in a straight line from point A to point B. It was like, oh, AI doesn't know what to do. It's a construction site. Okay, then it hooks up to a human being. Then a human being actually steers it. Yeah, fake self-driving. Yeah, FSD. Exactly. I mean, it's scary. I don't know if you've seen the news, but there was that video of the entire car, everyone passed out, sleeping, because you can fool it. You can easily fool the self-driving mode by printing off a picture of a human being, putting it in front of the camera, and then you use these little clamps on the steering wheel, right? So all these checks to make sure that a human being has their hands on the steering wheel the whole time, which is like, what the fuck is the point at that point, right? It's just a fancy cruise control at that point. But there's all these like little things you can buy on the internet. You can print off a sheet of paper to put in front of the camera. You can print off these little clamps to put over the wheels. And then all of a sudden, you got people sleeping on the freeway doing fucking 70, 80 miles an hour on the fucking freeway. And the whole thing is like Elon Musk technology. Of course I have. Have you ever tried going mad without power? It's boring. No one listens to you. Yeah, it's so true. So true. What's a rich asshole is interesting. An asshole without money is just an asshole.
then over time the model's ability to be learning from the inputs is going to slow down because people are not going to be getting what they want out of the outputs. And this whole AI premise, very important to understand, that it depends on constant engagement with these models. That's what keeps them going. That's what keeps them learning. That's what makes them,
fresh information in so that it can actually do its job. But it's a model that's taking over everything. So like websites and journalism and all this, it's making all that irrelevant, and it's garbage in, garbage out kind of situation right now. And so it's getting progressively worse and less useful because of that. And of course, the government stepping in to try and say, hey, Google, can't do this, can't do that. We want to try to incentivize human beings to continue to put information on the internet so that we can, so we can have useful information. No. Let Google do whatever it wants. Let Google steal from everybody. Remove all the incentives there could be for a person to put information on the internet. So it just leaves the altruistic and quite frankly the grifters, right, who want to steer these LLMs into their direction.
any semblance of profitable. That's what makes it so that these guys can promise that these things will be profitable. And then he's talking about, you know, robots, and it needs to be this digital intelligence combined with physical robotic power. And the problem with this is it's essentially based on a theory of like infinite extraction. And that is really what Elon Musk's entire career and all of his businesses depend on, is this supply chain of extraction that comes from the global south, some places in America, mostly places like Africa, of the type of minerals and materials that end up making computer chips, but also robotics. So he views that kind of infinite production line as being the future, but he cannot see that the supply chain there and the need to create a profit from the supply chain, which is the only thing that incentivizes this extraction in the first place, naturally it kind of impedes its own ability to continue growing, especially if these are things that cannot continue to generate a profit. And so that's why in his, you know, fantasies about how the world's going to work in 10 years, she has to cut through and ask, like, how are your products going to be profitable? And I just started this book called The Socialist Republic of Walmart, which is an interesting book, kind of like a new age lefty type book. But early on, they reference the project of Elon Musk and the Mars colonization thing. And they very aptly point out that even that project has to be based on selling something. They have to be able to sell products on Earth that are extracted from Mars in order.
No, I'm all for it. Elon first. Elon first. You go first, Elon. Go for it. Get your ass to Mars. Go for it. I mean, it would just be a suicide mission. It would be hilarious. Don't Look Up ×2. They'd get there and they would fucking start. Cannibalism would happen a week and a half later.
For dumping infinite money into the project of Mars for profit to continue to be sustainable and for Elon Musk, because eventually he's not going to be able to drum up excitement for it.
It's not like Mars is made out of diamonds and platinum and lithium and things like that. It's a fucking rock. It's a fucking rock. It's a rusted out rock. I want to go to Mars. Fucking why? Why? Oh, I'm going to dig in there and Mars base and do what? Why? For who?
An investment for it if it's not something capable of generating a profit. But when it comes to this infinite era of abundance that he predicts, that's a bunch of horseshit so that people will just keep investing for now. So don't buy that. So here's the next part where they get into the USAID stuff, and Elon Musk is still denying that his cutting USAID in Africa resulted in any deaths at all. So there's disputes about the numbers because there's modeling numbers that imply, you know, many thousands of deaths. But then there are also individual documented cases of deaths.
He'll never admit it.
And Elon Musk's ability.
He'll never admit it, and he secretly thinks it's cool. He secretly thinks it's kind of cool that he's directly responsible for all the deaths for the deaths of these people. So he'll never admit it, and he also gets a fucking sick pleasure out of thinking like, wow, I have that much power. I'm that, you know, at the snap of my fingers, I can kill thousands, and it's kind of cool. Isn't that based? I'm almost certain he said it's based, either, you know, to his buddies or to in his own head. He thinks it's based that he got so many people killed. Yeah, I mean, it's like, and what are you gonna do when you get there? What the fuck are you gonna do, man? It's a fucking rusted out rock. It's not like there's like valuable shit underneath the soil. I mean, maybe there's probably deposits of valuable stuff here and there. Right, but it's like it makes way more sense to do a moon base and then mine asteroids that are made out of lithium and diamonds and things like that and valuable materials. It makes way more sense to set up a moon base and then have like an asteroid stripping operation of some sort, right? But like go to Mars. Why? Only if you're going to set up a base to make it easier to strip materials from asteroids. Well, you're going to terraform Mars? That's not even a real thing. Yeah. Well, gamer, that, you know, that has there's a bunch of problems with that. It's one of those like nice on paper ideas, right? Like a person should be able to opt out from funding their country's military if they disagree with the actions of the military. But there's a lot of hidden issues with that, even if you're a lefty. Yeah, but I mean, it's a nice idea. But it's like I said, it's one of those ideas where it's like, well, that's nice on paper, but even if you're a full-blown progressive, you know, only until we live in a totally peaceful world where the entire concept of a standing military is being questioned would that really truly make sense. But in a world of tyrants and dictators and empires, it doesn't make a lot of sense to let people pick and choose. It makes more sense to democratically choose leaders that would tax people appropriately and use militaries appropriately. I mean, that's, you know, the whole concept of like declaring war makes a lot of sense, and that's why they don't do it anymore, because it puts the people in charge of actually putting your country into war. But in terms of like, you know, I want to fund the Air Force, but I don't want to fund the military, or like, you know, I want to fund, you know, submarines, but I don't want to fund airplanes. There's a lot of hidden issues there that even a left-wing progressive leadership would have problems with.
To keep selling himself as a benevolent genius, but also probably to sleep at night, depends on saying none of those deaths are real and all the people citing them are liars. So here's that part.
Awesome.
We don't need to relitigate Doge. I have no doubt that there's a lot of waste.
So here's The Economist, knowing damn well that we don't have on paper evidence of this waste, fraud, and abuse. And here she is agreeing with the baseline falsehood. I have no doubt that there was waste, fraud, and abuse. And of course, there's some. Of course, there's some. Any bureaucracy is going to have some. But in terms of like massive, you need to like completely shut the whole thing down. Like, there's no evidence that any of that was necessary. But here she is, baseline, The Economist, of course. Oh, I mean, I totally agree that it was an altruistic and necessary endeavor to go after the massive waste, fraud, and abuse that I have no proof of whatsoever. I have no proof of it actually existing. But it was probably really bad. I love how the fucking Economist just fucking sucks up to the oligarchy, right? Because this doesn't help. The entire endeavor was based off of falsehood. And like, if we can't even agree on a baseline reality, how might, you know, and you're supposed to be criticizing the guy in charge, but you agree with this central premise? Pathetic.
In the U.S. government, I think probably
much worse than anyone could possibly imagine.
See what I mean? I'm definitely correct. My base premise was absolutely correct. Not a shred of evidence. And even now, the guy was in charge for over a year. Could have proven it. Couldn't and didn't, because it wasn't there. You wouldn't believe the waste, fraud, and abuse that exists that I have no proof of. You wouldn't believe it. Look at the fucking arrogance on his fucking face. And she just goes along with the base fucking premise. This is not how we win. It's not going to, if you know, we have to stop leaning on institutions like The Economist and the Washington Post and CNN and ABC and all the fucking rest of them. Because they are completely incapable of holding power accountable. Look at her, how she bases her question. Just the lie, the assumption that Doge was necessary, that there absolutely was waste, fraud, and abuse, without a lick of fucking proof.
Waste in the U.S. government. I think probably
much worse than anyone could possibly imagine.
But the way I think there is,
you know, we give food to starving people. What a waste!
It is a fair criticism that the way you shut down a whole bunch of programs probably, in fact, certainly caused unnecessary suffering. I mean,
no. There's no evidence of that. There's a mountain of evidence of that. You fucking Epstein file motherfucker.
No.
Yeah.
Look how he lies, too, with a cute little smile on his face. No. No.
And he caused unnecessary suffering. I mean,
no.
No?
No.
Yeah.
And listen to her back down. Listen to her. Oh, no? Oh, I didn't know that was the reality. Thank you, Emperor. Yeah, we're going to be covering election sadist. We're going to be covering Modi in India. Maybe we'll just do it next just to get that out of the way. But yeah, the cockroach movement, we'll be covering that next.
You don't buy that at all?
It caused a lot of complaining.
So you don't buy the idea that anybody, to put it really...
Why would you expect that this sociopathic oligarch would agree with the honest assessment that he caused a lot of damage? Why wouldn't you come at it from, I know he's going to lie, I know he's going to bluster, I know he's going to make shit up and deny, so let me be ready for that. So she's completely thrown off guard. Did she expect this sociopathic fucking maniac to agree with the premise that he caused harm? She's just completely thrown off. Oh, is that reality? Oh, thank you, Master.
It caused a lot of complaining.
So you don't buy the idea that anybody, to put it really crudely and simply, any kid in Africa died because of the suddenness with which...
Zero.
with utter and total certainty. Couldn't be further from the truth. Zero, he says. Zero. Can you prove it? I don't have to. I own everything. I own the narrative.
And simply, any kid in Africa died because of the suddenness with which...
Zero.
There's a certain amount of pride that they take in manufacturing reality and lying, pushing through reality to create the falsehoods that they fucking steep themselves in. There's a certain amount of pride to it.
I just don't think that's right.
I just don't think that's just, I think, how about some facts? You got your fucking $1,000 iPad in front of you. You didn't come prepared. She's completely unprepared for him to deny that. What did she expect? What did she expect? That this sociopath was going to be like, oh yeah, you're right. I did cause some problems and I'm really sorry. And blah, blah, blah. I'm really apologetic now. And I'm just so apologetic for it. That's what she owns The Economist. Supposed to be this, journalistic fucking jewel in the crown of journalism, right? This storied establishment that's been around for over 100 years. And she's totally incapable of holding power accountable. Look at how unprepared she is. Like, this is a first year journalism kind of shit. Like, she is just completely unprepared to hold power accountable. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you, sir.
Africa died because of the suddenness with which...
Zero.
I just don't think that's right. I just don't think... I've had people reporting in Africa who...
How many NGOs are there that could step in? Because bear in mind...
Why are we... I don't think that's right. Why not present some evidence, dummy? Sure, incredulous buffoon. Yeah, I mean, it was a grift. It was a smoke screen. It was this oligarch, getting control of government. And these guys, by the way, Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and the rest of them, they want to control government. They want to be president. Jeff Bezos is already positioning himself like he's some kind of leader. And Doge is exactly what would happen if they were sitting in that seat. Cut, austerity for everybody. Massive fucking problems, massive fucking suffering, denial, double down on propaganda, manufacture this consent.
And it happened quickly. And there are literally tens of thousands of NGOs.
Not everyone.
That's what you got, man. Even though she's presenting no evidence, this is his response to, you got a bunch of people killed because you took food out of their mouth. This is his response. There's a bunch of NGOs.
Just don't think. I've had people reporting in Africa who.
How many NGOs are there that could step in?
Right. So I didn't get people killed because other organizations still exist that I wasn't able to bring the axe to. They didn't have the resources to make up the difference. And she's totally unprepared for this. She's just completely unfucking prepared for this.
Bear in mind, it happened quickly. And there are literally tens of thousands of NGOs.
A bunch of other. He hates NGOs, by the way. Wants to completely cut and underfund NGOs. I bet you this is one of the guys who thinks that NGOs are like terrorists, right? Who are like, the kind of NGOs that feed Palestinians that dare to resist their oppression from Israel. This motherfucker hates NGOs, and here he is saying, "Oh, I didn't get anybody killed. There's a bunch of NGOs that I despise, that I want to underfund and destroy if I had any kind of control over things. They took over. Oh, do you have evidence to that? No, but there's a bunch of them, and they filled the gap. Do we have evidence of that? No."
Yeah, not everyone functions as fast as you do. If funding is cut off for antiretrovirals overnight, and it just stops, then people will die when they don't have access to them, and it just
only if they cannot get funding for that. But the Gates Foundation has $50 billion.
So he doesn't deny cutting them off. He doesn't deny starving people and depriving people of medicine. He goes, no, that was all waste. He reaffirms that was all waste, fraud, and abuse. And his excuse for, like, aren't you directly accountable for those people that were killed because they didn't have medicine, they didn't have food? No, other people stepped in. I have no evidence of that. But NGOs exist. So there you go. Problems. I've saved money. Problem solved. By the way, he's costed us money. The entire Doge operation cost us money. Didn't save us a fucking dime. And by the way, this whole idea that it was supposed to save us money. You get a break on your taxes? Was that the idea? We were supposed to get Doge checks? None of that came to pass. It's costing us more money. His nonsense. Yeah, Lenny. No, and no, this is the best part. He doesn't deny cutting them off, and he's going to blame NGOs for not coming in and filling in the gaps. So he doesn't put that on himself. He puts it on other altruistic non-government organizations for not coming in and fixing the problems that he created. That is the level of ego that we're dealing with here with this man. Mind-boggling sociopathy. I mean, mind-boggling mental illness.
What about that? What about any one of a number of
What about? That's his argument. What about?
Organizations. What about
well, in lots of these countries, USAID...
Mackenzie, whatever her last name is, used to be Bezos, gave $50 billion.
We're putting this on Mackenzie Bezos. By the way, he absolutely despises Mackenzie. He's on Twitter. I've seen him criticize Mackenzie Bezos for giving away her money. He says it's a crime, that, it's a shame that she's donating her money. So here he is over here. How come Mackenzie isn't coming in and fixing the problems that I created? How come Mackenzie isn't coming in and using the money that she got from her divorce from psychopathic oligarch Jeff Bezos? How come she's not? How come? What about this? What about that? I love how he's not denying that he's caused major fucking problems, but he's actually blaming everyone else for not picking up after him. It's toddler level shit, man.
What about that?
But let's be practical. In many of these countries, USAID was the biggest funder. But I don't want to have an argument.
USAID was a political organization.
It may also have been that, but it was the biggest funder of healthcare systems. So I am
political. Whoa, you got him. You got him. Nailed it. Based. What a joke. What a fucking joke. This motherfucker wants to be in charge of all of us.
It may also have been that, but it was the biggest funder of healthcare systems. So I'm very
biggest
sure that there was
of regime change.
And there may well be benefits from having.
And she just agrees with all of this half-baked, farted out fucking excuses. She just agrees with all of these premises. It's just pathetic. Both people in this fucking interview are just absolutely pathetic.
Also, USAID funding was not stopped. It was moved to the State Department.
There were huge numbers of things shut down in Africa that were
there were claims
related.
of this. These claims are false.
Yeah, there it is. Fake news.
They're nonsense.
Fake news. Provide sources, provide information. It's all fake. It's all fake. Do you have proof of it's fake? What portion of this article is fake? What portion of this is fake? What people were making stuff up? All of it. All of it. Proof? Don't need it. I'm rich. There's your proof. I have money for no good goddamn reason. I'm rich. There's your proof. I'm successful. I get to own yachts. You don't, peasant.
And absolute nonsense. But obviously
zero pushback. Zero pushback. Oh, nonsense. It's nonsense. Nothing. Oh.
And absolute nonsense.
Yeah, Seneca. Exactly. Elon Musk, the coward sociopath, would never go up against Mehdi Hasan. That motherfucker would bury him. Bury him. He'd run to a fucking spaceship to go run to Mars after that fucking interview. He would never go up against Mehdi Hasan. What a fucking joke. This is supposed to be The Economist. Okay? You wouldn't believe how serious these fucking people take themselves. Oh, we've been around for over 100 years and oh. Pick up The Economist. If you know what you're talking about, right? If you're watching this show, then you have a pretty good grasp of the world. Pick up The Economist and read that shit. I do it every once in a while. It's a joke. It's a joke. Lips permanently attached to Donald Trump's anus. I guarantee you'll come away laughing. And these motherfuckers take themselves serious. Like they are the word on, the current state of the economic, order of the world. It's a joke.
But obviously, just for when funding is stopped for fraudulent organizations or for something, do you think they're going to say, well, please keep funding the fraud? Or do you think they're going to come up with a sad story that sounds sympathetic in order to get the funding restored? Obviously, it will be the latter, and that's exactly what.
It's just inherently fraud. It's just no evidence needed. It's just fraud because I say so. It's a sad story. They're just making it up. You could have pictures of the body piles. You could have testimonials of skeletal children talking about how they used to eat food that had USAID on it and they no longer have access to it. And you'd go, fake news, that's fake, that's AI, and where's Mackenzie Bezos?
They did. But zero died because of
that's
Doge.
what I would take issue with.
Zero.
I think you can. I actually have.
Look at the fucking smile on this piece of shit.
Well,
face.
that's what I would take issue with.
Zero.
And there's nothing that would change his mind. It doesn't matter. No amount of proof. The only thing we have to do is defeat him politically. That's our only choice. No amount of begging, pleading, sourcing, anything. If Mehdi Hasan was sitting across there, he'd have just all kinds of facts, and he would just have to run out the fucking room. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Oh, you're fake news. You're biased. You're biased.
I think I actually have a lot of sympathy for the change of the aid regime that the U.S. under the Trump administration.
Yeah, we know you do, Miss Austerity, Miss Magazine of the Oligarchs. Yeah. We know you do. This is who you are, though. This is what you defend, woman. This is what you fucking defend. You got their back. And when they obtain ultimate power, they burn it all down. And this is ultimately what you are leading towards. This is ultimately what you're creating. Oh, I have sympathy. I have sympathy for the oligarchy and their efforts to use austerity to keep people in line and enslave people and turn humanity into a group of serfs. I have a lot of sympathy towards the billionaires. But it seems, on paper, it seems like you're wildly incompetent and sociopathic and don't care about humanity. Oh, what? It's so strange. This is who you are.
Is precipitated. However, I think the pace and the suddenness with which it happened will almost certainly
starve them slowly. Give them one vial of medicine instead of 0 vials of medicine. The definition of neoliberalism right here. Right? Put a rainbow flag on the fucking concentration camp.
Have caused unnecessary suffering and deaths. And I think both of those can be true.
I think that's totally false.
And I have no proof.
Well,
and obviously false because there are the amount of funding we're talking about is far less than what can be done, than what can be supported via private via foundations like the Gates Foundation or Mackenzie Bezos's foundation. She's given away tens of billions of dollars.
And he hates that. Look at his social media presence. He fucking hates it. Okay, he's the second time he's brought it up. I gotta do this. I gotta do this. Look at this. What has Elon Musk said about Mackenzie, I don't spell her name, Bezos, is donations on social media? Look at this. And he's over here. Oh, well, she should just do it. She should just do this. Look at this. Watch this. Made several public comments on X criticizing the philanthropy of Mackenzie Scott, sometimes mistakenly referred to as Mackenzie Bezos. My bad. His criticism is focused less on the act of donating itself and more on the causes and organizations she supports. So, and like, it just, look at this. Musk wrote in a now deleted X post, super rich ex-wives who hate their former spouse should be added to the list of reasons that Western civilization died. So on his social media, he's like, she's the end of Western civilization. When he's defending the people that he killed, he's like, how come she doesn't come save them? This motherfucker hates humanity. He hates us. He wants to enslave us. Responding to discussion about Scott's rapid giving to organizations focused on racial equality, social justice, LGBTQ rights, and immigration, Musk described the scale and direction of her philanthropy concerning. Well, his usual concerning. Oh, real concern. But I hope she picks up my mess. How come she doesn't go pick up my mess? Musk amplified several posts criticizing Scott's charitable giving. Among his interactions, he responded to a claim that Scott had burned through $26 billion without accomplishing anything of note. But here he is using her as an excuse as to well, if you care so much about humanity, if you care so much about the people that I didn't kill, which I definitely did kill. When an ex-user wrote that Scott was spending it to making the world a worse place, Musk replied, sadly, yes. So her philanthropy makes the world worse, but I'm going to reference her and her organization and guilt them for not coming in and picking up after me after I've destroyed and shattered lives. 100%, Krail. Welcome back. Overall, Musk's public comments have consistently criticized what he sees as ideological direction and societal impact of Scott's donations, rather than disputing that she has donated substantial sums. And this motherfucker has the gall, the audacity, the temerity to say she should have come in and picked up after me after I fucking starved people and deprived of them medicine. What about her? What about her, huh? You care so much about humanity, oh, stupid bitch. What about her and my leather jacket and my finger temples? Get on a fucking rocket ship, you motherfucker. Do humanity a favor.
The Gates Foundation has tens of billions of dollars. They are capable of acting very quickly. And if they didn't, I would say they're equally responsible.
All right, so yeah, I mean, this is honestly...
It's fascinating because he doesn't deny the damage that he's done. He's only saying that other people should have picked up after him. It's like Peter Griffin when he's smashing plates in the kitchen, and he's like, I can't believe no one is stopping me.
Been pretty well covered. Elon Musk completely has no justification here, saying that nobody died and it's all lies. There have been no deaths. He just completely denies the idea that the quickness with which he cut off U.S. aid has resulted in suffering or deaths, which just makes no sense. I mean, the entire premise of that is based on the idea that all of the aid, all of the medicine, were all fake. So, I mean, even if you buy his justification that there's all this fraud going on.
Right, and I don't mean to cut him off, but I have other stuff that I want to cover, so I'm going to cut off Ebb and Flow. Please accept my apologies, Ebb and Flow. Make sure you watch the whole video because his breakdowns are amazing. But let's get one more clip from this fucking oligarch before I literally have an aneurysm.
Anywhere else in the way that people like Elon Musk are claiming. So this is a really fascinating exchange over that.
Can we talk about Europe? A place that you are very, very focused on.
I'm not that focused on Europe.
I think judging by...
I only make dozens of posts. I only make dozens of posts about how all of Europe is being subsumed by dirty brown people. I barely pay attention. This great replacement racist over here, who, doing the classic Nazi fascist tactic of, blaming immigration for every fucking problem.
By your posts, you're pretty concerned about Europe. You support...
I've once in a while I post something.
It's reasonably frequently. It's not once in a while.
How many... No, P. Damn. In the last 2 years. All right, since I didn't capitalize it. So how many social media posts about Europe has Elon Musk made in the last 2 years, since the beginning of Trump? Oh, it can't give me a reliable number. Okay, so no public database or analysis has produced a definitive count. That said, independent analysis indicates the number is well into the hundreds, and likely over 1,000 if replies and posts are included. I don't talk about it that much. I don't talk about it. I don't know what you're talking about. I barely mention it. Hundreds.
Well, but I'm because I'm genuinely interested in this as someone who lives.
And like, once again, totally unprepared. She's literally she's like a baby's first interview. This lady owns The Economist. It's supposed to be the crown jewel in economic reporting. Baby's first interview. If Mehdi Hasan was sitting here, he would know that Elon Musk would deny it, and he would go, "Okay, in the last 2 years, you've made over hundreds, according to independent analysis. You've made hundreds of posts about Europe." She's totally unequipped for the ducking and jiving, the shucking and jiving over here, man. She's completely unequipped. She owns the fucking magazine. She hires and fires actual journalists. And, her fucking ego. She should have put someone who's actually worth a damn up there, but no, she's got to do it. She's got to get the big interview, the big get. The fucking Barry Weiss clone over here, man. This is embarrassing, dude. I would have done a better job.
In Europe, lives in London.
Yeah.
You paint a picture. Well, first of all, you support not just the populist right, but the far right. In fact, very fringe parties in some countries.
No, I support the normal people.
Okay.
What do you call the far right? Falsely.
You think is the normal person? Okay.
Yes. Literally, you could go back 10 or 15 years, and these policies were
normal
completely.
People. Tommy Robinson, Nigel Farage, white supremacist soccer hooligans, normal people, the kind of people that shit their pants when their daughter is dating a black guy, normal people. And that's what he wants. That's what the world that he wants, is where his bigotry and his biases and his ignorance is considered normal. This is why they buy up media. This is why they try to buy culture and force culture into one direction or another. It's normal. They'll often throw around the word or the term common sense. It's common sense to hate your neighbor. It's common sense to feel uncomfortable when someone speaks a different language. It's common sense to hate somebody with a different culture or religion. That's the normality of the bigot.
Normal.
You have, what is it, close to 250 million.
Crail, she doesn't. She doesn't bring up Epstein. She doesn't bring up the Nazi salute. She's a fucking coward and terrible at her job. And she owns the fucking storied institution of The Economist.
On X.
Yeah,
you say things like,
popular guy.
Quote, civil war in Britain is in...
Listen to that little, I'm a popular guy. Oh, I have hundreds of thousands of millions of followers on the social media account that you own, and there's all kinds of evidence that you juice those fucking numbers. Oh, I'm pretty popular. They don't care if it's fake. Just like Donald Trump, he doesn't care if people actually like him. right? Just like an emperor or a dictator, right? You, as long as you're pretending, as long as you're pretending to, you know, to respect, they're happy to take your fear, even if they know the respect isn't real and the admiration isn't real. Just like fucking Kim Jong-un in North Korea. He knows those people aren't crying because they think he's a god. He knows damn well those people are crying because they'll get executed if they don't, and he's perfectly fine with it. Same thing with this fucking sociopathic tyrant. I'm a popular guy. Oh, people love me. People love me on my own social media that I juiced up, that I changed the algorithm. People are constantly reporting how you try to unfollow, you try to block Elon Musk, and he still comes up in the algorithm. Those were intentional changes that this little bitch made after he bought it. Changed the name to X.
X.
Yeah,
you say things like,
popular guy.
Quote, civil war in Britain is inevitable. Just a question
on the current
of when.
trends, yes.
I mean, when were you last in the UK?
A few years ago.
Exactly. So I live there. I'm there the whole time. That is nonsense.
You live in a cloistered existence.
No, I don't actually. And the numbers also.
No, you know, quite frankly, this is the only thing that he's gotten right. She does live in a cloistered existence, even though what she's saying is correct. She lives in the nice neighborhoods. She lives in a fucking mansion. I guarantee it. Connected, going to all the fucking cocktail parties. All right, even though what she's saying is correct. Right, that, you know, because like Elon Musk wants to claim that if you walk through London, you're going to get knifed to death and raped by a Pakistani rape gang and things like that. Right, so she's correct in this, but so is Elon Musk. This woman is the definition of cloistered.
I'm there the whole time. That is nonsense.
You live in a cloistered existence.
No, exactly, I don't actually. And the numbers also disprove what you say.
What numbers?
All the numbers about London is a much safer.
What numbers? And if she were to give sources, that's all fake. Fake. I love how they do that. I love how conservatives just lean on it's fake. They never have to provide any kind of evidence that anything that what they're saying is fake. They just get to disregard. You can't disregard. You have to accept their manufactured reality, but they get to disregard anything that's unpleasant to them. And they do it comically with joy. Oh, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. And they don't provide, never do they provide any kind of evidence that there's some kind of, evidence that, that there's malevolent, once in a while, sometimes I'm sure there is, right? But they never have to provide any kind of evidence that, the things that they don't even know. You can provide sources they never even heard of, from people that they don't know. That's all fake. That's all. It's not true.
City than any city in the United States.
Raging.
Violent crime in the UK is not where you think it is. In fact, it's coming down. You have painted, and because you have so many followers, so many Americans believe it, a kind of view that Europe and the UK are kind of, overrun with terrifying Muslim immigrants. There's rape on every corner. There's a sort of civilizational destruction.
I haven't said any of those things.
Just not when you say civil war in Britain is inevitable. And
yes, if current trends continue, it
is.
Why?
Well, if you have a large and rapidly growing.
And this is all great replacement theory nonsense, presented as common sense. It's literally the same kind of shit that the Nazis said, right? Presented as, common sense. Always presented as like, this is just what normal people think.
Group of people whose beliefs are antithetical to Western beliefs. At some point,
they always say like they can't assimilate. Then they want to, implement Sharia law. Meanwhile, how do they want to treat women? Women shouldn't be able to vote. Women shouldn't be going to school. Women should stay in the home. The husband should vote for the woman, right? If anyone wants Sharia law, it's this motherfucker who has a harem.
There will be a reckoning. That they will try to implement their views. And those who oppose it will oppose it, and that's what you call civil war.
Right. So there's going to be a race war because I'm going to start one.
And you absolutely do live in a cloistered existence. And if you'd like, we can go on a tour of Britain.
Right. So this is great. This will never happen. This will absolutely never happen. Elon Musk walking around with the pores. What's he going to do? Go to a fucking pub?
Sure. I'd be very happy to come on a tour of Britain.
And you will see for yourself.
You come see my country that I live in all the time, and you haven't been to a few years ago.
I've been there literally 100 times.
But when was the last time?
Literally a few years ago.
You know why this exercises me? Because you have really shaped opinion about the UK, and so many Americans I come across, and I have conversations with.
He agrees with that. Yeah, I'm really powerful. Yeah, I'm really influential. Right. But only the good stuff. None of the bad stuff, though.
Then there'll be, and I just had one the other day, along the order of, oh, London's such a dangerous place. How can you know? There are sort of.
She's got none of these tweets in front of him. Can you get a single one of his fucking racist tweets? You got $1,000 iPad in front of you. She's got nothing. I think, I feel, I've seen. You're useless. She is so useless.
Grooming gangs everywhere. There are
totally unprepared. Would you spend 5 minutes getting ready for this?
There's violence everywhere. This is a picture that people get from things that you post or that are posted on X.
No, I don't.
But do you see why this makes people think that this man who has all this power, he's the world's richest man, he thinks he has a right to influence our politics? It makes people, it's why, we started this conversation saying superlatives. It's why people loathe you. I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But do you understand why?
I don't care. I don't care. Soon I'll control enough of the world and I can imprison people that disagree with me. I just don't care.
I think what you're doing is helpful for Western democracy.
Maybe some people do loathe me. And
then onto the maybe. He's like, oh, I don't care. You seem to care a lot. I know they do, and I don't care. Maybe they do. Maybe they do. Maybe it's fake news, actually. Maybe I'm going to deny that one. People love me. Look at my follower count on the social media that I own.
That's probably true. I don't care. But the fact that, as you pointed out, 250 million people follow me is that I think a lot more people.
Exactly, dude. I fucking nailed it. Exactly. People don't. Maybe that's true, but look, 250,000 people follow me. It's just a joke.
As you pointed out, 250 million people follow me is that I think a lot more people actually like me than don't. And I think a lot more people hate you.
And she doesn't have the fucking balls to say, you own this platform. You step outside of X and you're a pariah.
And the media, more than you realize. I believe in safe cities, secure.
Watch this motherfucker buy The Economist next.
Secure borders and sensible spending.
Doesn't believe in any of that. He believes in tax breaks for his companies, austerity for the poor. Nothing sensible. He believes in violence in the streets. He wants to round brown people up, kick them into countries that they weren't even from. He wants to rescind people's citizenship. Himself being an immigrant, doesn't care about hypocrisy. Doesn't believe in any of these things that he extols.
Respect to government. That doesn't make me right wing at all. In the least.
It makes him extremely right-wing. And of course, he spreads the lies that, Nazis were actually left-wing because they put socialism in their name. Well-known propaganda tactic. Well-known that the Nazis put National Socialist Party in their name to confuse people. And he, spreads this lie, knowingly spreads this lie that it was actually the left wings were fascist, and we're the common sense, we're the common sense party, we're the ones. It's just common sense to hate your neighbor.
U.S. or do European countries score better on those?
The U.S. is better.
No.
Yes.
Safe cities much more dangerous in the U.S. than the U.K.
Yeah, that's fake. Oh, I didn't. Oh, did I mention that the numbers that you're referencing are fake? Did I mention that? Yeah, so that doesn't count. Yeah, my lies are what's reality. Look, I'll go to Grok.
Sensible spending, bigger deficit here, out of control. You failed to reduce it. Secure borders now under the Trump administration. I agree with you. Before not, but on 2 out of 3.
I love the acquiescing to Donald Trump secured the borders. We have no honest data about what's happening at the borders. We don't know. We don't know if people are still coming over or not. They are. We don't know the numbers. He stopped keeping track. But this bootlicker just acquiesces. Oh, yeah, they're doing a great job on the border. We don't know. We don't have the fucking data. There's still hundreds, possibly thousands of people pouring over that border every single week. We have no idea. They just hide the numbers. And then now this rich, cloistered millionaire who supposedly owns a storied piece of journalism acquiesces to the lie. Oh, I give it to you. Oh, yeah, Donald Trump's doing a great job on the border. We don't know, bitch.
Secure borders now under the Trump administration, I agree with you, before not. But on 2 out of 3, unequivocally, Europe is in a better place. Yet you seem to paint a picture of Europe being a hellhole.
I don't think Europe's a hellhole.
Cue the tweet. Europe is a hellhole.
Okay, we can agree on something.
When did I ever say that?
Well, the picture you paint of Europe
you're just
on X.
Yeah, so I mean, the profound arrogance of Elon Musk is really apparent in this interview. Telling this person that lives in the UK, and again, I mean, is center right at best. This is not even like a liberal, I wouldn't say. And yeah, just based on like basic lived and experienced reality, she could say that like what you are saying about the UK and London, for example, is just not true. It's not accurate.
Right. So once again, make sure you're checking out Ebb and Flow. He does an absolute amazing job. Guys, legend. Like and subscribe to Ebb and Flow. Look, even I'm subscribed. I always tell people to subscribe, and then I'm never subscribed. But no, even I'm subscribed. Get your ass over there. Subscribe to Ebb and Flow. He's got cool music. Listen, this is a little sample of his rap.
People to our cause.
I'm in the pocket, and you know they can't slow it, can't stop shit. How the game so cold, so toxic. Can't drop cause they're in somebody's pocket. For me, that's not it.
Make sure you're checking out Ebb and Flow, folks.
You know, we started this conversation saying superlatives. It's why people...
And pick up the motherfucking Economist if you want to have a good laugh. It's a joke. It's a joke. And if you didn't know that before, if you're like, oh, well, that's, serious, I don't want to, pick it up. Pick it up and have a read. I do it at least once a year. Pick up, some issue at a doctor's office or something. Have a little read. It's a joke. It's a joke. And here's proof. She's supposed to be, queen, like you're supposed to be the best if you're owning it, right? You're supposed to know, like, you're hiring and firing people. You're picking and choosing the stories, supposed to be the best. She came completely unprepared. Mehdi Hasan would have tap danced and break danced. Man, Mehdi Hasan been spinning on his back, doing backflips over this so-called journalist. What a joke. What's Markov? Oh, yeah. All right, so we're just going to do a Discord grab bag. Markov over here posting in the Discord that every time he sees some shit, he can't believe how crazy it is. So we're just going to pull some shit from the Discord here. But the Trump administration has legalized the killing of endangered species formerly protected under the Endangered Species Act. William White just going, why? Why? They just love cruelty. They get off on this. If Donald Trump could be the person who killed the last tiger or bashed the last seal, right? He would do it. Oh, what an honor. I did it. I killed the species. Loves the idea. Look at my wall. This is the last tiger that ever existed. I killed it myself. After my AIDS captured it for me, and I took the final shot. But why? I mean, that's a great comment. Why? Because they're cruel. Because they're sociopathic. They hate humanity. They hate Earth. They hate nature. They're sadists, and they get off on this idea that they have control over these things, control over life and death. They get off on it. Take a look at Stephen Miller. Take a look at fucking Pete Hegseth. Classic sadism. Classic. Textbook. If Donald Trump could claim that he killed the last bald eagle, he would do it proudly. He'd have that shit mounted behind him on his desk. Mounted right in front of the Resolute desk. Oh, you see that? Yeah, that's the last one. That's the last one ever. Sorry, folks. I got it. It was delicious, by the way. I got it. Might have had sex with it. You'll never know. Absolutely. Absolutely, Krell. If he could be the last one, bragging rights. I killed the last baby seal. You should have seen the look of fear on its face as I smashed its head in. Wouldn't believe it. I got it stuffed. It's right over there, next to my gold-plated head of Richard Nixon. We're just going to keep moving here. I got so much shit. I said I'd talk about Modi and the cockroach party. So if you don't know what's going on, wild shit. Wild shit out of India. Yeah, should we do Democracy Now! Here? Yeah, let's do that. We won't do the whole 15 minutes, but this is 22 hours ago. Let's do this BBC first, and then maybe we'll do a little bit Democracy Now! Gold-plated head of Richard Nixon. Exactly.
This is Democracy Now!
So this is fascinating stuff. So this all has to do with medical exams and the caste system. Basically, the caste system, was disenfranchising students. You imagine how hard it is to, get your doctorate, all the work that you have to put. Exactly, Amy Goodman, legend. All the work that you have to do to get your doctorate, right? So you're taking your final test, and it turns out that they're either artificially lowering the score of people that are from a lower caste, or they're giving people a harder test. There's like a different qualification or something. We'll get the details here about this. And then you don't pass, right? So rich kids of a higher caste, they get their doctorate. You get jack shit. So it's just another way to keep the lower caste down, so that the lower caste doesn't have the ability to work themselves up from poverty, where they have to stay in poverty. They don't get to be doctors. They don't get to make a success of themselves, right? It's just another way of keeping poor people down, basically. So what happened was Gen Z realized what was happening, and they started protesting. And then Modi calls them cockroaches. So then this guy on social media, who's like, we should protest as the cockroach party, right? We should all get out there. All of us. There's more cockroaches than there are people in the Modi party. So this whole thing is kind of, blown up, expanded from a student movement to something much larger, and that's why they call themselves cockroaches, because that's how Modi sees them. So fascinating stuff. Let's get an update here. Let's get more details about the specifics, because I'm not quite sure how they're being disenfranchised in the testing. If they're just being given harder tests, or if their scores are being artificially lowered. Let's get more information here. It was also that the person in charge of the test was selling answers to the rich parents so that their kids could pass easily. Okay, right. And if you don't know what the caste system is, go ahead and do some Googling. But you're either born into it or you're not, right? It goes back hundreds of years, right? If you were rich 100 years ago, you're part of this higher caste, and then everyone else gets the short shrift here. And of course, Modi is a racist and an elitist, and he totally believes in the caste system. And there's a lot of support in the government for the caste system. I think they try to pretend like it doesn't exist, but then they're constantly reinforcing it, constantly, making the caste system more of, the way of life in India. So look it up. It's just another way to, to disenfranchise poor people, right? And to keep them where they are, keep them being serfs and slaves to the rich.
He must resign today.
The demand for the resignation of the education minister continues.
Very first protest after Prime Minister Narendra Modi made his social media statement on X.
Friends, मैं जानता हूँ कि paper leak.
A prominent Indian activist has ended his hunger strike 26 days after he began in support of a youth protest over exam paper leaks.
We will not let his hunger strike go to waste.
They simply want one thing, to hold the government accountable and bring in educational reform.
The big story.
India's huge cockroach protests continue to spread as Prime Minister Modi breaks his silence while a hunger strike ends and more images go viral. A lot has happened in 24 hours in the youth protest movement sparked by the leak of exam papers. Over the next 10 minutes or so, we'll update you on everything you need to know. Let's start with the latest from our South Asia correspondent, Azadeh Mashiri, who's there in the protests in Delhi.
So the latest is that
she needs to look out. There's probably, let's be real about what the situation is for women in India over here. She probably has 2 or 3 bodyguards, right off camera.
Senior members of the CJP and the government have held talks today. Now, they have met before, but those were very brief meetings. You just have this sense that this time...
Yeah, these meetings are going really well. Look at this guy, listen to this fucker come up with a bunch of excuses. He's fucking chuckling and laughing. Like, yeah, okay, buddy, sure.
Met before, but those were very brief meetings. You just have this sense that this time it was more substantive, and that is what we've heard from the CJP afterwards.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of progress is being made here. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That some of their demands were being listened to, but that the sticking point is still the resignation of the education minister. And for context, he is a key ally of the Prime Minister.
So you remember how we were talking about Zelensky, him responding to protests instead of trying to deny, trying to, crack down, listening to the people's complaints and then making changes and pivoting and trying to find compromise with the people and his own government and his own cabinet. Well, this is what normally happens, which is like, I'm not wrong. The millions of people protesting are wrong. I'm not going to change anything. And you just need to shut up and take it and accept that this is the way of life. And you're the enemy of the state. You're spreading Western propaganda, et cetera, et cetera.
Mr. Narendra Modi, he's a big figure in the ruling BJP party. So for Prime Minister Narendra Modi to make a concession like that would be very difficult, especially when he's seeing a movement like this grow and essentially gain more power.
Modi sees himself as a dictator, by the way. That is the plan, is to turn Modi into a dictator. There's already a cult of personality around Modi, and of course he wants to expand that into a full-blown dictatorship. I have no doubt about that.
Well, as today mentioned, the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the protests have become a major headache for his government, and he's now commented on them. He posted this vertical video on social media.
Get that camera a little closer, buddy. Who set this up for this man? This will feel natural. I want it to feel natural. Let's do a tactic. I want to do a tactic about this, please. Do it. I'm a man of the people. They're going to do what I say after my tactic comes out.
Media, as the day looks now at what else the Prime Minister has had to say.
So for weeks, Prime Minister Narendra Modi never even...
Oh, really? Strategy. Give me the link. What's happening out there? We haven't talked about Gaza yet. Can't wait. Can't fucking wait. Aim right. Put the camera right below my nose. I want people to see up my nose, please. Oh, it's in the Discord. Okay, I'll take a look.
Knowledge that these protests were happening. He's never addressed the Cockroach Janta Party directly, but in the space of 24 hours, we saw him talk about education reform twice. The first time was a post on X where he pledged to form fast-track courts.
Okay, I'll play that after we cover India strategy. Thank you for that video.
To hold anyone responsible for exam leaks accountable. And then he posted
a... So it looks like that Krail of Xanath was correct. Thank you for that correction. It's exam leaks, which is even worse. I mean, well, I don't know if it's even worse, but literally helping rich kids cheat And is that what you want your doctor to be? A person who got his degree, he got his doctorate because he cheated? Is that what we want? Meanwhile, poor kids who are way more qualified, they don't get their chance? That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up, and it produces worse doctors. You know, this is the kind of, you know, it will cause other countries not to take your doctorate seriously. So it's incredibly damaging. They're like, no, you have to, if you're from India, you got your doctorate in India, you're not allowed to practice medicine in the UK. You're not allowed to practice medicine in the United States because there's too much cheating. We don't know how legitimate your doctorate is. It completely, you know, it ruins it for everybody. You know, Modi should be ripping pissed. He should want to fire this education minister, right? Because it hurts the entire standing of the Indian country. But no, he's a buddy. He's a loyalist, right? That's probably how he got there, because he can never say anything negative about Modi, right? That's how these dictators work, just like Donald Trump, right? Surrounding themselves with incompetent loyalists. As long as they toe the party line, they can be as corrupt and ignorant as you know, as possible. That doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that you're loyal to me. But you know, this could actually hurt all kinds of thousands, tens of thousands of medical professionals from India, you know, who are going to be like, you know, their credentials are going to be questioned as, you know, are they legitimate or not?
Vertical video addressing the reforms, and the fact that this was a vertical video felt like it was because he was trying to address young people, the very same people who are around me today. And to be honest, it's something not many people were expecting, because him addressing reform, him talking about this after so much time, is almost like an.
But he doesn't say the cockroach party. He doesn't say any of it. He doesn't, you know, the usual dictatorship tyrant bullshit, right? Doesn't want to legitimize them, but he just wants to placate them. Okay, go back. I said something. Your king said something. Go back to working for me. Go back to slaving away. I'm not going to change anything. I acknowledge you exist, but I'm not going to say your name, but I just acknowledge that you are mad about something. I'm not going to fix anything. Okay, that's good enough. Now go back to accepting my dictatorship.
Acknowledgement that he's under pressure right now.
Well, a prominent Indian activist has ended his hunger strike 26 days after he began in support of the cockroach protests. So, who is he and why did he stop? Here's Azadeh again.
So 59-year-old Sonam Wangchuk is a very well-known name and face to most people here. He's a high-profile climate activist, he's an educator, and he actually was in jail up until a few months ago when he lent his support to the CJP, to the Cockroach Janta Party movement. Exactly. And when he started a hunger strike, this movement gained a huge amount of momentum. The first few days I was here, people...
I'm sorry for the accent. I literally can't help myself. Call me racist. I literally can't help myself, okay? I'm sorry. I gotta do Apu. I gotta do my Apu. My best Apu. Word lost. Word not found. Impression. I gotta do my Apu impression.
Kept mentioning his name, and now he's ended his hunger strike after 26 days. His big plea was that the government not prosecute any of the students for any of Monday's events, for even protesting here. He was talking about the safety of everyone here. And it's a big moment because it was only last weekend that he was forcibly removed from these protests, taken to a government hospital. It was only earlier this week that his wife managed to get him transferred to a private one because she wanted to essentially have a little bit more control of his care.
Well, we know the biggest protests have been in Delhi, but they've been spreading right across India. This is Kerala, where students sat down and chanted, holding banners and flags. Students have also been marching in Haryana, again holding banners and chanting. To Uttar Pradesh next.
That's interesting. That's a good one. The sign says, if you can't stop paper leak, try this. It'll stop leakage. It's a diaper. It's a diaper. That's kind of clever. All right. I don't know. It's almost a non sequitur, but okay, all right. Well, he's out there. That's all that matters. He's out there. Okay, he's trying his best. Okay, try a diaper.
Been marching in Haryana, again holding banners and chanting.
The leaks are intentional. It's not an accident by any means. Of course it's intentional. It's to support the caste system.
To Uttar Pradesh next, where some of the protesters there were holding flags of the Indian Opposition Congress Party. While these pictures are from neighboring Bangladesh, where students at Dhaka
looking like Charlottesville out there. Watch out, watch out.
University held a torch rally in solidarity with the protesters in India.
I love how the Nazis just ruin torches forever. You know what I mean? At least in my eyes. Anytime I see a tiki torch, I think of white supremacists now. Oh, man, white supremacists, they just ruin everything.
They drew comparisons to the youth-led uprising there back in 2024. Well, BBC Bangla correspondent Morieri Som sent us this update from the scene of those protests in Kolkata back in India.
Lakhs of students have assembled here with three similar demands as we have seen among the protesting students in Delhi. They demand the resignation of the Union Education Minister Dharmendra Pradhan. They want the National Testing Agency to be scrapped, and they want structural reforms in the country's education system. There are several kinds of people who are present in this protest in Kolkata today. There are students who want a better future for themselves. They're saying that they are apprehensive that when they appear for competitive exams, they might meet with a similar fate if there's a paper leak. So they want immediate reforms that can prevent paper leaks in the future. There are people who are working in jobs and they say that they are present here because they want a brighter future.
They got Spain jerseys on. Man, you know, the World Cup is really something. You know, you would never expect to see Spain jerseys in a protest in India, but here we are, you know. People love that sport. I don't get it. I prefer sumo. I'm a sumo guy for my sports entertainment. I think soccer is kind of a joke. I know football, sorry. But like, it's just, do something about the pretending to be injured, okay? And then you'll get me on your side. But they still take that, the flailing and the whining and bitching and moaning, and it's just, I can't take it seriously. I just really can't. It's, of course, a totally legitimate sport. Requires a lot of stamina, a lot of skill, a lot of strategy. You know, I'm not saying it's like not a sport or something, you know, but it's just the flopping around and, I got hurt. Oh, the ref, you know, calling to the ref, you know, come save me, ref. I just have the hardest time taking it seriously because it's a legitimate, viable strategy. Oh, totally, Seneca. I went to the Rugby World Series or something, the World Cup of rugby. They had it in San Francisco when I was out there. I had the best time ever. I thought that shit was awesome. But, you know, and they're just like, you know, it's just like nobody's whining in rugby, right? You get your fucking leg broken half, right? And that's when people start bitching and moaning. But even then, he's like, you know, keep it chill, man. Don't be a baby. Come on, walk it off. But the flopping around and crying to the ref, I just have the hardest time taking it seriously. Football, soccer. Being a referee in Brazil, yeah, I mean, you know, people take that shit seriously. Like, you will, death threats, you know, all that shit. You know, but it's the world's most popular sport. I'll never understand why, though, because it's like, seems like a bunch of crybabies, quite frankly, out there bitching and moaning. That's just my opinion.
For the youth, and
you don't see that shit happening in sumo. Tell you what, motherfuckers coming out of there bloodied, face bloodied, slapping in the face, choking, motherfuckers, getting all up in there. And they bow at the end, you know, and they leave with respect. And it's just, you know, it's not, no, I've watched hours and hours, hundreds of hours of sumo. Never once did I see a sumo wrestler, oh, ref, come over here, ref. Oh, protect me. Oh, give him a red card. Never seen it, not even once. That's a man sport right there. Let me tell you, sumo wrestling, that's a motherfucking masculine-ass sport, man. There's no other sport, I think, you get slapped in the face and, you know, and then you bow at each other at the end. Like, it's a nasty-ass sport.
Several others who have assembled here with the tricolor, the Indian national flag, They are here with the queer rainbow flag. They're here with several political flags as well. There are several people who are present here from the left front student organizations like DYFI and SFI. And the Gen Z is present here with several unique protest slogans and unique posters with memes. They say that memes...
You know, I just said that thing about women in India, which is a very real thing, but I gotta say, there's a heavy, female presence in these protests here, and the BBC over here using two young, pretty, if I might say, Indian women to be reporting on this as well. So I think it kind of depends what crowd is in the area there, right? Because these women, they don't seem scared at all to be walking around. It is a very real issue, though, in India, of course, the women getting, you know what I'm saying?
The language of their revolution.
Lots of women
out there. We heard there about the impact of social media during the protests. Well, this image has gone viral of a woman blocking a police van carrying detained protesters during a demonstration in Mumbai on Wednesday.
I love the attitude. I love the fucking attitude, man. She found it like, it's very, I don't know, it just feels very Indian, the stance and everything, the way she's doing it. It's like, no, absolutely not. Ta-ta.
Is back with a look at how social media is being used by the protesters.
Social media has a huge role to play in all of this. Remember, the Cockroach Janta Party movement started as an online meme, as Instagram and X accounts that gained more followers in just days.
Serving cunt. I wouldn't call her a cunt. No, I'd call Modi a cunt. She is, I don't know, she's a bad bitch. That's what I'd say. Not a cunt.
The ruling BJP party did. And it's been defined by moments, this movement has. Because, for example, when that crackdown took place on Monday, the videos of police using tear gas and batons against protesters, even if police say that use of force was justified and that some of their own officers were injured, I've spoken to multiple people here the past week who say they've turned up.
Is cunt, is it Australian out there? Because I know it's popular in Australia. I haven't seen any evidence that cunt is being used as a, as like a positive in India, but I don't know too much about Indian culture, so maybe I'm wrong. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like, is that, I know in Australia, everyone's a cunt, like everyone. But is that happening in India? I haven't seen any indication of that, but it's not like I go, it's not like I'm too tuned in. Oh, there's a Mahatma Gandhi shirt this guy's wearing. That's cool.
Because of those videos. There's an image of a young woman in...
See, that's a bad bitch. That's not a cunt. That's a bad bitch right there. That is not a cunt.
By holding up a Delhi police van that has become viral again, having people talk and turn up, feeling energized by the voice that young people are feeling here. And the fact that some of the messaging between the CJP and the government is being telegraphed online is no coincidence either.
Well, BBC verified.
God, it looks hot. It looks boiling. Everyone's got a fan. Ugh. And they're out there. They're out there, man. I'm such a delicate little flower in the heat. I am worthless in the heat. So props to them.
I have been analysing videos from India which show security officers firing so-called pellet guns towards protesters. The Central Reserve Police Force didn't respond to our questions about the use of pellet guns and the injuries protesters appeared to have sustained. With more, here is Merlin Thomas.
If you're calling someone a cunt and you don't have the Australian accent, no. No, you're not allowed to do that, bro.
And a warning, you might find some of the footage distressing.
Verified videos show security officers firing so-called...
And this is how they crack down. This is exactly the direction that Zelensky could have taken, right? And this tells you why he's a different level, a politician. This woman, they're throwing rocks at her and beating her with sticks, and she's literally, stop.
Pellet guns towards protesters in India. These are Rapid Action Force officers, an anti-riot unit, who were brought in to work alongside the Delhi police. The Delhi police have denied claims that pellet guns were used, calling the claims completely false.
Brutal. They break people's arms and legs with these sticks. They beat them mercilessly.
And misleading.
And, they don't use pellet guns. Literally in the video with a fucking pepper gun, shotgun.
Riot unit, who were brought in to work alongside the Delhi police. The Delhi police have denied claims that pellet guns were used, calling the claims completely false and misleading. The Central Reserve Police Force didn't respond to our questions about the use of
Hey, I'd rather the perverts grope toys than little girls. So I guess it's a step up. It's a step up in the perversion ladder.
pellet guns and the injuries protesters appear to sustain. On this,
I'm covering a lot of stuff. Stick around. You'll see. I'm covering all kinds of shit. I got a feeling, though, that you're not, you know, a progressive left-winger, so you probably don't want to stick around. Probably just want to throw the N-word in the chat and then move on to your Asmund Gold stream.
street corner in the capital, verified videos show an officer firing towards protesters in 2 different videos. Experts identified this as a shotgun, which is sometimes known as a pellet gun. Nearby, we verified this video of a man showing what appears to be injuries he sustained. His torso is peppered.
Yep, that's what I thought. Why don't you go back to praising Asmund Gold and pretending like, you know, your right-wing nonsense is common sense to everyone else. You know, your little insulated internet world is what everyone else thinks. And then you step outside to go get your DoorDash and you're absolutely shocked that people aren't as racist and ugly as you are.
With small wounds. Multiple experts said the wounds are strongly...
Yeah, exactly. No, you never used to be a leftist, okay? Just go. I see the frog. I know exactly who you are. Yeah, sure. Sure, buddy. Yeah, we got, you know, Nick Fuentes fan over here, of course. You make me fucking sick. Do you agree with Nick Fuentes that that Jeffrey Epstein is based? Did you buy his Jeffrey Epstein merchandise from Nick Fuentes' website, Mr. Frog?
Consistent with the use of multiple small shotgun pellets known as bird shots. One expert added that this can...
They're not even firing salt? They're firing fucking birdshot at people? Holy shit. That could kill somebody.
Result in life-changing and sometimes life-threatening injuries. On Monday, Delhi police said 60 protesters had reportedly been injured, but it's understood the actual number could be much higher. I've been working with my colleagues...
Yeah, you clearly don't know who the fuck you're talking about. Kyle Kulinski, David Pakman, and Sam Seder don't get along. They're different levels of left. Sam Seder and David Pakman are fucking pro-Israel Zionists, and Kyle Kulinski is a badass progressive. So you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. No, shut the fuck up. It won't be okay because motherfuckers like you are taking over our country. Piece of shit motherfucking Nick Fuentes style fascists. Oh yeah, Nick Fuentes says he's a Democrat now. The fuck he is. The fuck he is. Go back to your motherfucking bridge. Go back to your little fucking masturbation cage, frog. The fuck out of here. You saw the beard. You thought wrong.
In Delhi to map the...
It's not a safe space for Nazis, you fucking frog.
Dozens of videos we verified.
So these show protesters clashing with the police, people being beaten with sticks, what appears to be tear gas being fired at them, and landing dangerously close to protesters.
So you didn't answer my fucking question. Do you agree with Nick Fuentes that Jeffrey Epstein is based? Do you think it's okay for Nick Fuentes to sell Jeffrey Epstein-style merch in his fucking merch store? Is that who you are? Pro-pedophile? Frog? Answer the fucking question or get the fucking flush, you turd. Answer the fucking question. Your thought leader, Nick Fuentes, thinks fucking Jeffrey Epstein is based, quote unquote. Do you agree with that? You fucking pedophile lover, do you agree with that? Make me fucking sick. Fucking fascists. We already talked about Ukraine. You missed your chance. Yeah, exactly. You don't answer the fucking question. Bye-bye, bitch. Bye-bye, bitch. First flush of the day. Happy to do it. The fuck out of here, you Nazi bitch. Go back to your fucking pedophile defender. Nick Fuentes. Motherfucker's so schizophrenic, can't even hold down an opinion. One day he says this shit, next day he says the exact opposite. He's never apologized or rescinded his approval of Jeffrey Epstein, by the way. He's said all kinds of shit and reversed course on that, but never on the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. Is he still selling the Jeffrey Epstein sweatshirt in his fucking merch store? You motherfucker. Imagine being Nick Fuentes, and then imagine being a fucking fan of that walking pile of feces. We're Democrats now. Did you hear? We're Democrats now. Just like Sam Cedar and David Pakman and Kyle Kulinski. I used to watch them. Motherfucker, get the fuck out of here. Great replacement pieces of shit. You got a motherfucking Mexican kid talking about the great replacement theory, talking about how we need to get all of him out of America. If Nick Fuentes were to get what he wanted, he'd be the first on the fucking bus out the fucking country. Bunch of sexless fucking perverts make up his his fan base. And they never want to address the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. You know why? Because they agree with it. They agree with it. Groypers love pedophilia. They're down for that shit. They want to have 16-year-old, underage brides given to them by the government. Pathetic incel masturbation addicts. Addicted to pornography. And let me tell you something. They hate democracy. They hate that shit. Most of them don't even vote. So don't even think that there's some kind of asset that, they're going to vote Democrat. They're not going to fucking vote. They're going to stay in their little masturbation cave playing video games and hating on minorities. Half of them who are minorities.
There have been counterclaims about attacks on police. We've also verified videos of some people throwing stones at them and cases of protesters attacking lone police officers like this. On Monday, Delhi police said 118 of its officers have been injured during protests. It told media in India it was premature to comment and it was looking into events.
Oh, yeah, they're looking into it. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. So anyway, I got to go to the bathroom and make a little groyper. I'll be right back. We're going to watch this video from Amy Goodman here, Democracy Now! While I do that, I'm going to go take a bathroom break, make a little groyper of my own. So I'll be right back, 5 minutes. Doesn't take long to squeeze out a groyper. I'll be right back.
Now, I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We turn now to India, where massive youth-led protests are spreading across India. On Thursday, thousands of young people staged another sit-in New Delhi in defiance of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government, which has violently cracked down on protesters. The protest movement is being led by the newly formed Cockroach Janta Party. The party was formed after India's Chief Justice compared India's unemployed youth to cockroaches and parasites. Protesters have been demanding the resignation of Modi's education minister. They're blaming him for the leak of national exam questions that were circulated on social media, forcing millions of students to retake the exam. Some students ended up dying by suicide after studying for the exam for years. One prominent Indian activist, Sonam Wangchuk, ended a 26-day hunger strike today that he began in solidarity with the cockroach movement. This is Abhijit Dipka, who founded the Cockroach Janta Party, speaking earlier this week after authorities violently attacked protesters in Delhi.
Today, what the Delhi police have done, the way they beat students, the way they hit them in their heads, it was very shameful. Due to this, the country's reputation is being damaged worldwide. And we all know why Delhi police did all of this, because they received orders from Narendra Modi and Amit Shah.
We go now to New Delhi, where we're joined by the prize-winning Indian writer and activist Arundhati Roy. She has a new piece for Wire, headlined "Cockroach Democracy, Unarmed and Dangerous." Arundhati begins her piece by writing, quote, "For the first time in years, it feels wonderful to be Indian. Just when hope seemed lost, they came, young roaches riding in on the rain." Arundhati Roy, take it from there. Talk about what's happening in the streets of India and the movement adopting the name of the justice who called them cockroaches.
Well, what's happening in India, what's happening just kilometers from my home, where I will be shortly, is not thousands, Amy, but tens and tens of thousands of young people who have just flooded into the city. And now this has spread to cities all over North India, basically. And it started off as students, of course, as you said, Abhijit Dipke, just as a joke, wrote on Instagram, what if all the cockroaches came together? And they did, first online, and now in physical form. They're out everywhere in India, young people protesting and officially demanding the resignation of the education minister, under whose, since 2014, the opposition says there have been 152 paper leaks, not a single conviction for anybody doing that. But more than that, the undermining of the entire system of education in India, which was and used to be a good system. But now the whole thing has, if you listen to the slogans and if you see the chanting, everything has shifted to directly attacking Modi. And this has just never happened since 2014 when he became Prime Minister, or 2002 when he became the Chief Minister of Gujarat. So it's really a generation whose parents and grandparents wore those Modi masks and chanted Modi, Modi, Modi and got him into power. It is their children now who are saying the emperor has no clothes, and the mockery and the humor, it's just unbelievable. It's unbelievable what's going on. The dancing, the singing, that old, really boring Gandhian protest style has gone. It's just so exuberant and joyful. But as I said in the piece that I wrote, there are two things. One is that this is the protesters. There are Hindus, Muslims, Christians, Buddhists. It's a sort of demonstration of what we would like India to be. But the fact is that the majority of them, the great majority of them, are the children of Modi's, Hindu right-wing constituency. And therefore, there is a certain protection. They are not Muslims, they're not Sikhs, they're not Christians, they're not Kashmiris. So is the police going to just shoot them down? Things are coming to a stage where you almost think that they're going to call out the army, but will the army agree to kill their own children? I don't know. So it's a very tricky situation right now.
And Arundhati, how would you compare the cockroach uprising in India to recent other youth-led movements in nearby countries in Nepal and Bangladesh and Sri Lanka? And also, this is coming at a time when the more traditional Marxist or left-wing parties in India, in some of the states of India where they long had major power, have suffered electoral defeats. So that the left has been left sort of reeling from these defeats. I'm wondering if you could respond to that as well.
Well, how would I compare it to Bangladesh, Nepal, and Sri Lanka? I don't think those comparisons would be correct, because India is too vast and diverse a country for a simple sort of student-led coup to take over. It just, like, for example, the whole of South India, although they are supporting this movement, they have largely been unaffected by Modi, and so the rage against him isn't there because he doesn't exist there. So India is too large a country for something like that. But you'd have to ask, of course, the left has been pushed back. The traditional, what we call the parliamentary left, has been pushed back. It only really exists in Kerala as a proper party. But the left is certainly inside this protest, The young left student unions are in there. And initially, they were the ones who stabilized the protest because they know how to do it. A lot of young people were coming in. And there are people from everywhere, like Sonam Wangchuk, who was on hunger strike, was initially very much a supporter of the BJP. Now he's called off his fast. But the thing is that the protest is way beyond its individual components right now. But the real thing that I said is that, why is the Prime Minister refusing to make the small step of making the Education Minister resign? One of the reasons is that they rule like a cabal. They know too much about each other to, be able to be sacked and so on. They know terrible things about each other. And the second reason is that the BJP has gamed the election system. It has reconstituted the composition of the Election Commission. It has reconstituted voter rolls in which, millions of people are missing and millions of phantom names exist. The machines, the electoral voting machines are tampered with. The courts look away. The police are not neutral. The bureaucracy is completely complicit. So it feels that it can do anything. Okay. It'll win an election because it's the richest political party in the world. And it is backed.
Thank you to the folks that are sticking around there. That was I had a bigger groiper than I thought, but hopefully this person answered some of the questions there. Let's let her finish her statement before it gets to Juan Gonzalez here.
By the richest industrialists in the world. It can buy anything, it can break anyone, and ultimately, even these young people, they are just very young people. They don't know the forces that can come in and subvert them and beat them down and discredit them. All that is still to come. Paramilitary forces are being flown in.
Right. So that's the usual. We're not, he's a loyalist. We're not going to get rid of him. We're going to crack down on this protest movement because, like, the from the dictator's perspective is if he bends the knee to this, then people are going to protest about other things and they're going to start demanding more and more and more. So we can't bend the knee to even one thing, even if it's a clear, obvious scandal. We can't bend the knee to this. We can't bend the knee to that because then the people will start demanding more. That's what a dictator does. If you are confident in democracy and you're confident in your people, like Zelensky is, you work with people and you instead of cracking down on the protest, you listen to the demands of the protesters and you try to find compromise, right? So Zelensky is not a dictator, but Modi absolutely is. So he knows, like, we can't give him an inch because then they'll want to take a mile, and I don't want to give him anything, right? I want to keep taking. I want to keep, I want to be the tyrant of India for the rest of my life, and plunge this country into fucking chaos and tyranny for as long as I can sit here. So I don't want people to think that they can protest and get what they want. So we're gonna more military, more crackdown. And they'll, in the media, they'll put out their little minions and they'll say, oh, well, he did a TikTok where you could see up his nose. So he acknowledged the existence of the protesters. So isn't that should be good enough? The king came off his throne and acknowledged the mewing of the serfs. So that should be good enough that your king acknowledged you. No, go back. We're not going to change anything. We're not going to fix anything. No, go back to work, peasants. Cockroaches.
But the situation is very tricky, very fluid. We don't know what's going to happen.
And could you talk about the extent of the youth unemployment crisis in India today? Turd.
The youth unemployment crisis is...
Okay, so now we're going to get into the youth unemployment crisis, which
is beyond belief,
Yeah,
and I don't want to...
It's really bad, but that's a subject for a later date, We'll keep this motherfucking train moving here. India's education minister said Saturday he had resigned in a major victory for young protesters whose spiraling demonstrations presented a rare and growing challenge. Really, he resigned. He didn't have to be kicked out. That's interesting. Yeah, we'll get to your link here. Thank you for the reminder. But really, he said that? Oh, yep. Well, that's in there. 9 hours ago.
I am feeling really happy and I'm grateful for everyone who has come here in support of the Gen Z protest because this is a new generation who has led this reform come and I'm really happy. My daughter is also...
So, I mean, he's stepping down, but are they going to change anything? Are they going to fix anything?
Here today, and I'm supporting her future, and that's all because of Gen Z who has started this.
Damn, look at these barriers are no fucking joke, man. They got these reinforced motherfuckers. The government messed with the wrong Gen Z people. Oh, look at this. Yeah, we got some Gen Zers out here. I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. It takes a lot of strength to be a woman in India, dude. I don't know, man. Look at the look at this guy's face. I don't know, bro. Got to do something about the misogyny. I'm being an asshole. I totally am. But misogyny in India is very real. And it's like, I don't know. These guys don't look like they have the best of intentions with this, you know, this young flower here.
You can break bodies, but not baddies.
You can break bodies, but not baddies. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, it's going to be another loyalist. It's going to be, you know, another corrupt son of a bitch. It's not, you know, it's not like it's going to be some Gen Z, you know, progressive who's going to implement a bunch of changes. It'll probably all be surface level, face value stuff. Okay, so, I mean, there we go. That's good. That's good. Education minister amid neat paper leak row. I mean, what happens next, though? What happens next?
Joy on the streets of New Delhi as news spreads of the education minister's resignation. This, the moment the satirically titled Cockroach Janta Party, sprung from a Gen Z-led protest movement, found out over the phone. The moment, of course, posted on socials. 1,000 miles away in Patna, skirmishes with police or demonstrators hit with batons on the back of the legs. This, the contradiction at the heart of these protests. Each crackdown setting a fire under a movement already alight and on the move. When India's Chief Justice called them cockroaches, they simply adopted it as a name. While Prime Minister Narendra Modi's party translates as the Indian People's Party, theirs would be called the Cockroach People's Party. Today, delegates from both sat side by side and announced a deal to call the protests off.
The Cockroach Janta Party.
Okay. So here we go. This hopefully is what will happen here.
Declares that we withdraw the agitation.
Among the concessions, the release of arrested protesters and compensation for the families of 21 students the cockroach movement says took their own lives after the scandal that triggered the protests in the first place.
I mean, it's so hard to become a doctor. It's so hard to become a doctor. Look at the pressure that these poor people are under. They killed themselves. You know, because the you know, you got the parents, you got, you know, society, and, you know, and they just, and, you know, and then they get screwed over, you know, by this caste system, by this corrupt government, then they kill themselves. That's just incredibly sad.
The leak of a notoriously competitive entrance exam for medical school that forced more than 2 million to resit.
This is for all the students whose lives were taken by Dharmendra Pradhan.
Protesters hold Education Minister Dharmendra...
When will AI take his job? Damn, they got some good protest signs out there.
Pradhan responsible for their deaths. His resignation was a key demand. The parents of 22-year-old Pradeep Kumar sold land from their farm and took out a loan to help him prepare. They say the failed system cost him his life.
He felt that if the exam was held again, then he may not do so well. He thought there was already so much debt on his father, and he had also worked very hard for the exam, so he decided to die.
Oh my God.
Intense competition has seen fraud and corruption seeping into the education system, with retakes held under unprecedented security. But the protests speak to wider struggles for a generation hammered by a lack of opportunity, with youth unemployment at 40%. This, a country with a young and growing population.
They have messed with the wrong Gen Z people.
You can break bodies, but not baddies.
That's so good. That is so fucking good. Okay, we already saw this footage. Real quick, let me just see what this guy has to say, then we'll move on.
They reflect some common challenges, economic distress, political dysfunction,
demographic pressures, the role of social media. There is a degree of similarity, of course, between those Gen Z movements and what we're seeing taking place in India. So it remains to be seen how this movement evolves. Frankly, there are quite high barriers to entry in India for grassroots movements of this nature to translate their street power into political power. And despite what's happened, the Modi government still remains in a very strong position.
Nevertheless, the cockroach protest...
I don't know, it's weird. Does protest work? That's weird. Does nonviolent direct action work? Even in a dictatorship, the dictator has to bend the knee to the will of the people? Oh, no. Just post something on social media and vote blue no matter who, guys. Then it'll all work out.
Have given voice to cries for wider change, including judicial reforms, gender quotas in parliament, and punishments for politicians who switch parties after being elected.
God damn them. God damn them. That's a major problem in the United States as well, isn't it? The Fetterman fucking phenomenon.
And this, the first time a popular uprising has forced a cabinet minister out during Narendra Modi's 12 years in charge, is one of his biggest...
Murder of democratic India. Man, the protest sign game in India is undefeated. Yeah, oh yeah. Modi, they love each other. You know, any dictator, any tyrant is a friend of Trump.
Yet.
Oh, he had to make a little spelling. Look at this.
12 years in charge.
He had to make a little spelling correction. That's funny. That's exactly, that would be me. That'd be Democrat. Oh, oh, damn it. Hold on. I got to get a piece of paper here. I only got one sign. I got to fix this. Wow. Election Sata's still here. Thank you. Yeah, of course. WWE Raw signs. Yeah, boy, that was the era of the good signs. Okay, well, we're all having fun. Positive, right? Got a victory for democracy. We'll see how well it goes. We'll see what actually happens, but let's take the win. Let's go ahead and get miserable and get just completely depressed, and let's talk about Gaza real quick. I know everyone loves talking about Gaza. Let's just keep talking about Israel and Gaza, because there's nothing but good news. We're going to keep the energy up. We're going to keep the positivity up. Okay? Talk about a subject that everyone wants to talk about. Right? 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 No? No? So yeah, Israel is, there was a scuffle, and now Israel is taking advantage of the situation and, using it as a justification to expand, do what they were already planning on doing and expanding further in the West Bank. There was a scuffle between settlers and Palestinians who were defending their territory. People from Israel, there's signs all over the place in the West Bank that says, if you are a settler, if you're from Israel, it's not safe to be here. You're not welcome here, right? They go in anyway. There was a scuffle. Apparently a settler brought a gun. Yeah, we'll read a little bit of this, but I've heard this story. Settler brought a gun. The gun was taken from the settler by the Palestinian defending his home and his territory, and the settler was shot, I believe. Incursion part is important before the scuffle. Yeah. So they go in there. They know they're not welcome. They know they're not supposed to. They go in there. They cause trouble. And then the pearls are clutched. How dare these people fight back? And of course, they're terrorists. So now, of course, Israel prepares, quote unquote, extensive West Bank operation after deadly shooting near Tal. And of course, butt Hamas. They're going to butt Hamas this, even though this has nothing to do with Hamas. But October 7th, even though this has nothing to do with October 7th, right? They're going to keep using those excuses. The Israeli Defense Forces are preparing an extensive operation in the West Bank following a deadly incident near the Palestinian village of Tal. It's very possible that this extensive operation was planned before this happened, and then this, this is, you can kind of consider it to be like a false flag, in that that they'll send in settlers to create this justification to go in. This is classic stuff. They've done this for decades now. By Nathan Morley here from Vatican News. Interesting link from your boy strategy member. Israel's military says it is preparing a quote-unquote extensive operation in the occupied West Bank after a shooting near the Palestinian village of Tal left 6 people dead. It basically hints at the end of the article. Okay. 4 Palestinians and 2 Israelis were killed. It is the deadliest single incident in the area in months. And remember, this is totally justified for Palestinians to, just like if you were in your home and the Mexican army shows up and, tries to take over your home and you defend yourself using deadly force, that would be justified, right? It's the same thing here for Palestinians. They are justified in defending themselves using deadly force. It has nothing to do with terrorism, has everything to do with sovereignty, has everything to do with justice, really. It's not okay to it wouldn't be okay for me to walk up into your house and take over your house and kick you out of your house and it's mine now. If I don't steal, the classic, the fat guy from New York, right? If I don't steal it, someone else is gonna. Yeah, student debt. Well, that's how he thinks things are gonna go down. He has no fucking idea how. It would be a slaughter. Canadians, don't fuck with Canadians. Okay, the War of 1812 was would be a fucking, fucking puppet show compared to what would happen if the U.S. military tried to roll up into Canada. We're not giving it up. All right, I'm Canadian for a couple more days, okay? We're not giving it up, motherfuckers. And I tell you, if shit were to go down, I'd be taking my ass back to Canada if I ever get my goddamn citizenship. Yeah, the War of 1812 was U.S. versus Canada. Accounts of what happened differ sharply. Of course they do. Palestinians told international media that villagers had confronted Jewish settlers who were attacking them. This is probably 100% true. Elbows up, you fucking know it. And that Israeli soldiers then arrived and opened fire, according to one eyewitness. This is probably a 100% true statement. I'm not saying every statement made by every Palestinian is true, but the track record is pretty clear. And there's probably video of it all happening as well. The Israeli military said it had responded to reports of an attack on hikers. So this is how it goes. Settlers get in there, they start shit, call up the IDF, here comes the IDF, and they defend the settlers. It's literally thousands, tens of thousands of times this happens across all of Palestine. It said armed individuals described as terrorists, of course, because if you're defending your own land from a tyrannical dictatorship, well, a dictatorship, I guess, I don't know, a tyrant that's trying to conquer your land, of course, you're a terrorist if you're trying to defend your own home, your own territory, your own country. Took the weapon of a security guard, killed him, and were then shot dead by soldiers. So, this guy who did this is like a true badass. Right, ripped the weapon out of the settler's hand. And by the way, if they're a hiker, but they're a security guard, which one is it? Killed him and were then shot dead by soldiers. A second Israeli soldier was also killed. So then they fought back. IDF opens fire. Palestinians return fire on the IDF. This is some badass shit. Let's be real, okay? The 3 other Palestinians who died were reportedly members of the same family. So they were all elbows up in that motherfucker. And they stood their ground. They paid the ultimate price, but they stood their ground, fighting for what they believe in, fighting for the defense of their home. And by the way, where the fuck is the Palestinian Authority? Huh? Where the fuck are these cowards living in fucking the nicest places in the West Bank? Millionaires running the Palestinian Authority. Where the fuck are you, huh? Where the fuck is the Palestinian military? If there is one. Just letting Israel take chunks and chunks of your country, and you just sit there in your fucking mansions. Palestinian Authority, a bunch of fucking corrupt failures. The circumstances of their deaths have not been independently confirmed. The IDF said afterwards that it was preparing, quote-unquote, extensive counterterrorism operation activity in the sector. Like I said, this was probably pre-planned. This instigation was probably planned, right? Let's get the settlers in there. Let's get, find an extremist who wants to shoot a gun. Get them to shoot a gun. Get them to start trouble. They know, let's find a place where we're likely to get some resistance. Then we have our justification. Then Scott Jennings on CNN, and Sam Cedar, and David Pakman, and all the rest of the, Tapper Jake, then they get in front of the TV and it's all justified. No, it's Israel is a legitimate terrorist, anti-terrorist operation. Legitimate. It's all legitimate. It's all legitimate, right? Settler attacks on Palestinians and their property have risen sharply in the West Bank. This is something that you're not allowed to say on Western media. On the BBC, you're allowed to say it, even though they're friendly to Israel. But in the West, in the United States, you're not allowed to say this sentence, this true sentence. They don't cover it. You don't see this on Morning Joe. This is a fact. They've increased attacks. It's risen sharply. Attacks on the West Bank has nothing to do with Hamas. You don't see it on Morning Joe, MS Now, supposedly liberal lefty media. You can't even say apartheid. You can't even say what Israel is doing to the Palestinians that are in their country is an apartheid. It's very clearly an apartheid. If you're a Palestinian in Israel, you're a second-class citizen. You don't have the same rights as an Israeli citizen. But you're not allowed to say these things in the U.S. Western media, and it's only briefly mentioned in the UK Western media, and then they always both sides it. They always make sure to find a couple minutes to get a representative from the IDF, a propagandist from the IDF, who says, nope, that's all fake. It's all fake, and it's all justified, and we're up against terrorism, and this is about, Israel's right to exist. It's always a right to exist. It's an existential fight. If we don't go in there and steal the West Bank, then they're gonna start killing Jews. It's all pathetic. Since the war in Gaza began, triggered by the Hamas-led attack on Israel October 7th, incursion in the Al-Aqsa Mosque. The shooting comes days after thousands of Israeli settlers, accompanied by government ministers and under heavy police protection, entered the Al-Aqsa Mosque compound in Jerusalem's Old City, a move that drew condemnation across the Middle East. So this is perfectly, this is the exact same thing that they did before October 7th. Ben Gvir, along with a whole crew of IDF soldiers, went directly into the Al-Aqsa Mosque and just started fucking people up. Just started going in there, cracking some heads. No reason, no justification. Wasn't about terrorism. I mean, it was terrorism, right? But it wasn't a response to anything. Just going in there just to piss people off, just to see if we can stir up some shit. So they're literally doing the same exact thing, because the Al-Aqsa Mosque is like one of the most important mosques to the Palestinians. So they go in there, IDF presence, government presence. Don't touch me, or I'll retaliate. Hoping for a bloodbath, hoping people will retaliate. It's obvious what they're doing. The Arab League said such incursions had become significantly more frequent in recent months. IDF knows exactly what they're doing. The Israeli government knows exactly what they're doing. This is what they want. It's basically akin to a false flag operation. Describing them as part of a wider effort to change arrangements governing the site. Yeah, they want to bulldoze the mosque, and they want to put up what's a Jewish church? What are they calling that? The compound, reserved by Muslims as El Haram El Sharif and by Jews as the Temple Mount, is amongst the most sensitive religious sites in the region. Under a decades-old arrangement, Muslims may pray there, non-Muslims may visit, but not perform religious rites. So this was an agreement. They're intentionally breaking the agreement. This is about delegitimizing Palestine. A synagogue, thank you, a synagogue. But this is about delegitimizing Palestine. This is about saying, Palestinians don't have authority over anything. None of the agreements hold. It's all Jewish land, the Greater Israel Project, yada, yada, yada. You've heard me say it a million times. That's what this is. The only question is, what the fuck are you going to do about it? Are we really going to sit here and allow the ethnic cleansing? We're going to pay for an ethnic cleansing of an entire region? Palestinians aren't progressive. Palestinians don't believe in this. It doesn't matter. Do you believe in human rights? Do you believe in even the concept of sovereignty? Because if this can happen, then why not just take over Mexico? Why not just take over Greenland? Why not just take over Canada? Just roll in, take whatever you want, take Venezuela, whatever. Sovereignty doesn't matter. Might makes right. Who's got the bigger guns? Who's more brutal? Who's willing to kill? Right? Do you actually believe in human rights, in sovereignty, or do you just whatever? whatever, I don't care. We're covering a lot of different things today. Sir Smoke-A-Lot, Denmark. Talking about Greenland over here. We already covered Ukraine today. Good news about Zelensky capitulating to the people. Good news. And we got some bad news in the House. So this hasn't passed in the Senate yet. But House passes bill to merge U.S. and Israeli militaries. Nearly every Democrat voted no. 6 Democrats, really 5 Democrats, because one of them was Fetterman. Kyle Kulinski very boldly said on social media, every single one of the people that voted for this are traitors. And 100%, unequivocally, without doubt, these are traitors to the country. They should be arrested. They should be stripped of their power. They should be investigated as foreign agents. Now, I'm a little curious myself. Let's ask the robot. Real quick, let me ask the robot. The bill to... What are the details? God damn it. About the bill to merge the Israeli... God damn it. My spelling is so bad. E-L-I. The Israeli and U.S. military. And who are the Democrats that voted for it? So the entire Republican Party voted for this, including one so-called independent. So the entire Republican Party are traitors. And then 5, 6, technically, Democrats, so-called Democrats. Yeah, so because there's a lot of the pushback. If Scott Jennings was here in front of us, he would say, "Oh, that's not technically true. It's not technically merging." But it is a kind of merging, but it's not, it's not technically a full-blown merging, right? Yeah, so this is in the NDAA. So the relevant language directs or authorize the U.S. Department of Defense to deepen cooperation with Israel in areas such as research and development of military technologies. So they just get access to our R&D. And does that also mean that they can spend U.S. taxpayers on R&D for their military? Cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. So our taxpayer this is just assumed, right? So they no longer have to ask us for money. They just get to work with oh, hey, U.S. military, do this. Hey, U.S. military, do that. Counter drone and missile defense, joint planning, training, and interoperability, information sharing, defense and industrial cooperation. So these kind of things should be happening on a case-by-case basis, right? And it's just like, no, just... I call up the U.S. military and they do what I say. Critics, including some members of Congress, have argued that the interoperability language effectively moves the two militaries towards operating more closely together. It's exactly what it does. Supporters say that these provisions are a continuation or expansion of longstanding U.S.-Israeli defense cooperation. Yeah, that's technically what it is, and it's disgusting. Not a legal merger of the armed forces. Well, it's the first step. It's treasonous. The bill does not combine the U.S. and Israeli chains of command, place U.S. troops under Israeli command or vice versa, create a single military, or change the constitutional authority over U.S. armed forces. So, they can't send our troops in yet. But they have more connections now, and they could influence our military to do that. But they can't just put it in order and say, okay, send over, Johnny. Yeah, technically Ukraine is winning. Everyone wants to talk about Russia all of a sudden. Where the fuck were you guys like 2 hours ago? I did a whole hour plus on Zelensky. Yes, Ukraine is technically winning, but the war of attrition stands strong. It could change at any moment, but the Russian economy is on shaky legs, but right now, technically Ukraine is winning, but only just so. So which Democrats voted for it? Jared Golden, Marie Gluckenkamp Perez. You've probably heard these names before. All these people take millions of dollars from AIPAC. The remaining that's only 2. Goddamn robot. List them. What the fuck is this? Yeah, okay, here we are. Fucking robot over here. Democrat, look how bad this fucking shit is. Look how bad this is. Here are the Democratic members who voted yes. Two people. Like, no, it was 6. Oh, yeah, it was 6. It was actually 6. If you're referring to a different vote, let me know which bill or date you mean, since the list of Democratic yes votes differs between versions. Right, okay, so it was referencing, I think there was a previous bill. What? Fetterman's not on this? Oh, he's a senator. Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you. Twitch, yeah, okay. Right. No, John Fetterman is not with the House Democrats. Okay. Thank you. Twitch, thank you. But, so, call them out by name. These are not Democrats. These are Dinos. They have to go primary them. They're traitors to the country. They don't represent the United States. They represent Israel. So we got Henry Cuellar, I think that's how you say his name, Texas, Don Davis, North Carolina, Jared Golden, Maine, Adam Gray from California, Vincent Gonzalez, another Texan, and Marie Gluckenkamp Perez from Washington. So they should all be primaried. And all these people, by the way, interviewed happily, honorable, interviewed on MSNBC and CBS and, all the rest of them. No question of their loyalties, no pushback on their support. They're just, I'm just here to defend Israel's right to defend itself, just assumed as honorable. Here they are supporting a Republican initiative to start the process of merging the Israeli military with the United States, right? It's not technically a full merging. The chain of command stays the same for now. This is the first step of doing that, though. Yeah, and, well, not the entire SAVE Act, but yeah, that's a great point as well, Twitch, that they passed the voter ID fucking provision, right? The provision that doesn't give everyone IDs, right? So you have to go through the whole process. You got to go get if you don't have your documentation, you don't have your, and a lot of people don't have IDs. A lot of people they lose their fucking birth certificate and shit, okay? That happens. That happens to people, right? They lose this shit. They don't have it. You gotta make an appointment with the fucking DMV. You gotta go there. You gotta pay a fine. You gotta take off work. And you have to do that months in advance before the election. So like right now, we got an election like 4 months away. Yeah, I advocate for nonviolent direct political action, Hussein. So I agree. We need to take it to the streets. That's the only solution here. We have to, and this is why I'm calling out the Democrats by name. Specifically, because we need to primary them, destroy their political careers, and replace them with actual Democrats, replace them with actual progressives, liberals, not these Republicans who like to pretend that they're Democrats. Oh, I'm from Texas. I have to agree with the Republicans, or else I'll lose my political career. No, you don't. No, you don't. So no, this channel and me personally advocates constantly for what I call the 3-step program, which is basically just nonviolent direct political action. Step 1, we inform ourselves. It's what we do today. It's what we do on this channel. Step 1, that's what this channel is all about. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us, and there's plenty of others, to find organizations, people that are organizing. Here's the link. You can do it today. Sign up right now. They need your money. They need your time. They need your effort. Right? Do phone banking, make signs, show up, donate if you don't have time to do any of that. And step 3, you put in the fucking work. You make this shit into a lifestyle. You make defending your democracy part of your personality. That's what it takes to beat these fascists. That's what it's going to take to beat these tyrants. And there's a hidden step 4 if you're really enthusiastic and you can try to become part of the government, try to run for office, try to organize yourself. Yeah, okay, yeah, I knew it was coming. Here comes the defeatism. Why are you're talking to yourself at Hussein? I hear you, but you know they control all the shit. So why are you arguing with yourself with defeatism? Why are you trying to inject defeatism? Just because things are hard, that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. If we agree with you arguing with yourself, then we've already lost and the oligarchy's already won. So just, button it up. Yeah, sure. Well, take your defeatism to the fucking curb and throw it in the fucking trash can, because that shit is not welcome here. I'm gonna die for this shit. I believe in democracy. I believe in liberty. I believe in equity and equality. And I'm gonna die on that hill. I want to see the Constitution restored. I want to see the rule of law restored. I want to see fascists in the fucking toilet. And I'm gonna fight and die for that. That's what I believe in. Well, don't be talking about how it's so hard. I hear you, they control all the shit in the world, so it's hard, blah, 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 blah. It's so hard, it's so hard. Yeah, we fucking know it's hard. That doesn't mean we don't fight. So take that shit to the fucking curb where it belongs. You either believe in it or you don't. That's what the 3-step program is all about, Hussein. It's about making nonviolent, direct political action a lifestyle. Right? Stop the jibber jabber. Get out in the fucking street. Start pounding that pavement. The situation in Iran is pretty tough, though. Because you think we got it bad over here. The theocracy in Iran will fucking kill your ass in the streets. The morality police in Iran will fucking beat your ass to a pulp. Break your legs, break your arms, crack your head. They'll injure you for life, blind you. And the government lets them do it. The theocracy lets them do it. Man, you sound like a defeatist. Take that shit to the fucking curb, man. It's all the media. No. What I just said is reality. The theocratic government in Iran will fucking crack down on your ass. Crack your fucking skull open. That's a reality. So it's tough. It's tough. It's tough to advocate because not only are you up against the U.S. empire, but you're also against, the theocratic government in Iran that hates democracy, that fucking hates, liberty, hates any kind of religious freedom. So not only are you fighting the United States, but you're also fighting your own government. Right. So I think you defend the theocratic government then in Iran. That's what you're doing. Right. It's a tyranny. It's a dictatorship in Iran. The government that runs the country in Iran. It's not a democracy. You're probably getting paid by the government to fucking spread these lies. Oh, it's just Western media. No, just Western media. No, it's not Western media. 7,000, around 7,000 protesters died. That's an independent estimate. Around 7,000 protesters died during the last crackdown. That was the Iranian government working with other ne'er-do-wells to fucking kill people in the streets who were marching for democracy. Fake news, you're a Westerner, you don't know what you're talking about. You got to live in Iran, then you could have that opinion. No, if I lived in Iran, I'd get arrested for having that opinion. Because it's a dictatorship. Oh, you're just a Westerner, you don't know what you're talking about, you're just from the West. Oh, Western propaganda. It's not Western propaganda. It's Western propaganda if you agree with Trump's numbers, which seem to increase every single time he talks, right? First it was like 20,000 protesters, then it was 30,000, then it was 40,000. Every time he gets in front of the microphone, that number goes up and up and up. No, it's around 7,000 innocent protesters who were murdered by the Iranian government. Yeah, here it comes. Right. Look, man, go defend your tyrannical theocracy in some other chat. Okay, I'm not interested in hearing your bullshit. Okay, you're done. Right, and we're gonna use Trump's statements. You get a timeout. Maybe go propagandize your theocratic government in a different chat. Okay. Trump himself admitted that they support the rebels. Yeah. Okay. I don't believe what Trump has to say. I don't believe what you have to say. You're defending your theocratic tyranny. Okay? I covered it. I covered the fucking protests. The massive crackdown on pro-democracy protests that were happening in Iran. Massive, by the way. They were massive. And the Ayatollah murdered around 7,000 people protesting for democracy in their country. Around 7,000. But it wasn't like 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 like what Trump says. All right, talking about Trump and talking about MS Now, I was watching this while I was producing some groypers in my toilet. I was watching a little bit of this. So I thought, oh, this is kind of good. Go ahead and watch this one. Yeah, Woke Patriot in the Discord. I agree with that one, Woke Patriot. Yeah. Yeah, we're going to talk about this correspondence dinner. Yeah, exactly, Seneca. It's not a theocracy. It's not a dictatorship. What are you talking about? It's a fucking brutal dictatorship in Iran. They have zero respect for human rights. They want women to be enslaved. Right? They have morality police where they literally deputize sexist assholes who go around and just harass women because they're not wearing a hijab properly. Yeah, exactly, Twitch. Exactly. The Iranian government may deserve serious opposition, but that opposition belongs principally to the Iranian people, not the American. Exactly. That's the correct, nuanced, context-filled point of view. Just because I defend Iran's sovereignty doesn't mean I defend the theocratic dictatorship that runs Iran. It's just I'm against imperialism. I'm against any country using their military might to go into another country and dominate that country and demand certain things from that country, right? And exactly, I agree, Seneca. That was a great expression from Twitch there. You know, and it's like, no, it is up to the Iranian people. But, you know, it's like we fucked that up. The United States fucked that up because of our imperialism. There's now a huge wave of, you know, nationalism, patriotism for the current regime. So if we wanted to encourage this protest movement to take over their government and, you know, reinstall some kind of democracy that used to exist in Iran, we fucked that up with our bombing campaign. Because now the government, he goes, look at the great white Satan, see? Only the theocratic government can protect you. And who did we killed the Ayatollah, and who did we replace him with? An even more extreme version of the same fucking guy. A guy who's going to crack down even harder, who's more militant. So we fucked it up big time. You know, Donald Trump thought he was going to be able to, cut the head off the snake, kill the Ayatollah, and then the real democratic movement was supposed to go in there and take it over. But they weren't ready for that. That movement couldn't have gone up against the might of the theocracy, against the IRGC. It was still fledgling. It was still getting its legs. It wasn't ready for a full-blown coup of the government. And now we've seriously fucked that up. You know, we've destroyed any hope for democracy in Iran for the next, who knows, decades. You know, if they tell their women that if a man masturbates to an image of them, they go to hell. I started masturbating to a mom's. That's a hard jerk. That's a hard jerk right there. That is a tough jerk right there. I don't know if you're doing God's work. You're doing Allah's work over there, buddy. That is a tough one. I don't think I could squeeze one out to an imam. Just waiting for the day when I wake up to the news Trump has kicked the bucket. Yeah, well. Yeah, it'll be a great day, and I will celebrate. But it's the beginning of the next level of insanity. Okay? Especially if it happens like this year or, you know, before the elections start next year or year after next in 2 years. Because if J.D. Vance sits as president, it's the Peter Thiel presidency. It's the Elon Musk presidency. And we're going to see an acceleration of anti-democratic moves. We're going to see an acceleration of Project 2025 under J.D. Vance. It's not going to slow down. It's going to be smarter, faster, and harder. They're going to go Daft Punk in this bitch. If Trump kicks the bucket in the next, you know, like I said before, you know, if he kicks the bucket like during the presidential elections in 2028, he might not have enough time to secure the dictatorship. But if he kicks the bucket, you know, before the presidential elections get started, right? Yeah, exactly, Twitch. Yeah, exactly. Test of sovereignty. Does the movement build independent, powerful workers? Exactly. Minority while rejecting both dimensions. Exactly. True liberation does not replace a ruler in Tehran with a handler in Washington. Exactly. Exactly. Homie, spitting. Spitting. Start your own stream, man. Get out there. Get out there. You sound like you're following the 3-step rule, 3-step program. Sounds like you're informing yourself. Sounds like you're signing up and showing up and making that shit a fucking lifestyle. Spitting. All right, so let's talk about this, the tariffs, and then we'll talk about the correspondence dinner. Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it. And sorry, we're going to watch a little MS now. Bring your barf bag. But they're, you know, the subject isn't Israel, so they're actually going to give us something worth a damn. So let's go ahead and watch.
Vaughn, what is the White House doing here?
Essentially trying to help the president find ways to tariff other countries. And you see the president time and again, despite...
Yeah, he's using this fucking loophole to tariff other countries. So, you know, it's like, wait a minute, how is he tariffing other countries when his last tariffs were knocked down? Well, now he's trying to say, you know, oh, we're tariffing countries that support, you know, child labor and things like the we already talked about this earlier in the stream, right? But it's a fucking loophole so he can implement more tariffs. So this new round of tariffs will be challenged in the court. Months and months and months will go by. He'll collect billions of dollars that he'll have to refund. So it's like, and corporations are loving this. Are you kidding me? How fucked up is this? Money comes out of our pocket. The tariff get reversed. The government has to give a refund to the tariffs, to the corporations. They don't give that money back. They don't have to lower their prices. It's literally free money taken directly out of the consumer's pocket. And and like people blame the government. They don't blame the corporations, even though they should be blaming the corporate. Like, where's the fucking discounts? You're not going to put shit on sale now? You're just going to put that money right in your fucking pocket, aren't you? Grocery store, fucking mafia, fucking oil mafia. You know, you're just going to put that money right in your fucking pocket, aren't you? Nintendo. How do you spell tariff? Is it 2 F's or 1 F? Okay, I'll look it up.
Court rulings.
Oh, it's right here. It's 1 R and 2 F's.
The Supreme Court saying IEEPA could not be used unilaterally by the president to impose those massive tariffs on countries. He has ordered the U.S. Trade Representative to find other means.
Yeah, exactly, strategy. That's why I mentioned them, right? Because they put out a statement that said, no, we are absolutely not giving you that money back. Fucking suck it. Suck it. I've ever since the Wii, ever since their little app store was like trying to sell, you know, $10 Nintendo games, I said, no, I'm fucking done with this. I'm fucking done with this. I've hacked every Nintendo console since the Wii. I don't even own a Switch 1 or Switch 2 yet. My Wii and my Wii U hacked to fucking oblivion. I'm not down for this shit. You know, they extract a bunch of money, they don't support it. You know, they cut it off, they don't support it, and then you can't even download your shit. They just completely disconnect that shit. You know, there's all this, you know, drama going on with Sony, but at least they're promising that you'll still be able to download, you know, the stuff you bought for the PS3 store. Not Nintendo. Nope. Fucking gone. Gone. Fuck off, sucker. Take the money and run. I'm hacking that shit. I'm not giving you a fucking dime, Nintendo. If I, you know, I'm going to buy your console secondhand 10 years after it was released. And then I'm going to hack. The first thing I fucking do is hack it. And I'm not giving you a fucking penny.
And we saw immediately after the Supreme Court struck down IEEPA, him turn to Section 122, which allowed him to essentially impose tariffs at 10% rate on all countries for 150
I'll bust out the soldering iron. Fuck Nintendo.
days. Well, those 150 days have come and gone, and they could have been extended if Congress approved. But of course, we know that even Republican members of Congress are not into these tariffs, and so there was no such legislation to try to seek an extension of it. And that's where you see the president now.
Why is the closed captioning at the top of the fucking screen? What are we doing here? What is this? Let me go to YouTube.
Today, invoking Section
closed captioning at the top of the screen. Nobody does that.
301 for unfair trade practices that the USTR went through this investigation process over months and determined that there are a number of countries that have engaged in a myriad of forced labor practices. This is what the administration is contending. Okay. That is where they get that 10% to 12.5%. But there's also another Section 301 investigation underway for excess capacity, essentially overproduction on a number of these countries, including China,
Nintendo
Canada,
console.
Mexico, other EU countries as well. So we could very well be seeing even more tariffs here in a matter of weeks.
I'm always
It's gonna and does it benefit us? Does it benefit us at all? No. There's no increase in you know, industry. Like there's like a couple dudes in a couple industries that it could potentially benefit. Everyone else gets completely screwed. Unless you're a corporation, which, you know, they make out like bandits because they always do, because that's how the fucking world works.
Interested in how this affects consumers, because I think that's what ends up shaping the politics of this. I asked our producers if we could get a full screen showing us all of the different items that these tariffs are going to increase the cost on, and they basically said, Alicia, there's not enough room on the screen for all.
That's not an excuse. Do 2 screens then. Multi-billion-dollar MS Now. I could type that shit into ChatGPT and give people more information. I'm not going to do it because I'm lazy. What's your excuse? You literally have people. You have interns. You're paying $6 an hour. Oh, there's not enough room on one screen. Do 2 screens. What are we talking about here? What is this, impossible? You're pathetic. MS Now is pathetic.
All of the items that are about to increase in cost. So just talk us through it. How are consumers going to see this show up?
Yeah, these are extraordinarily broad tariffs on an extraordinarily broad set of countries. So basically anything that is imported.
So we're just doing it again. We're just literally doing it again under using a different loophole. It's going to be challenged under the court. He's going to lose. They're going to do a refund. The same fucking thing. God, I'm sick and tired of this, man. And where are the fucking Democrats to talk about we're going to close these loopholes? I promise day one we're going to, you know, do this. Where is the liberal Project 2025 that says, okay, we're going to undo all this madness and this nonsense and prevent any future president, you know, Democrat or Republican or whatever, from engaging in this insanity? Nothing. Fucking silence from Hakeem Jeffries. The only thing that motherfucker says is donate. Thank you, Israel, and donate.
The United States were likely to see some kind of cost increase. You had a nonpartisan analysis from a group of
Canada sends us helicopters and, you know, firefighters to help stop our wildfires. Trump sends them tariffs and a bill. I'm so sick of it. I'm so fucking sick of it.
Experts finding that the typical household is going to see about $1,000 increase in costs because of these tariffs. And I think this is a president who really loves tariffs, who is trying to find every possible legal avenue to impose.
Shut the fuck up, Hussein. Why don't you join the IRGC, huh? Get the fuck out of my chat. I gave you a fucking warning. The fuck out of here.
Them when the courts strike down one avenue, he finds some other, frankly, pretext.
Oh, free speech. I didn't take away your fucking free speech. You're still talking. Oh, my free speech. Oh, I'm allowed to spread lies in any chat that I go into. I'm allowed to spread lies and defend a theocracy in any chat I go into. That's not the definition of free speech, bitch. You fucking shill. You fucking bootlicker. Go join the IRGC, motherfucker.
Legal authority in order to impose a new set of tariffs and forces the courts to play whack-a-mole in order to knock all these down. And I think the question that we have, the question that, frankly, a lot of consumers probably have is, what is the point of all of this? What are we supposed to be getting for all of this? Okay, my costs are going up by $1,000 a year because of this. What outcome are we seeking to gain here? You know, this is about manufacturing jobs, allegedly, at the beginning. Manufacturing jobs are down 75,000 under the Trump administration.
And I'm just giving that motherfucker timeouts. What a bitch. Oh, wait. I live in a country and defend a government that doesn't believe in free speech, but you're taking away mine.
Are we supposed to be seeing some kind of change in practice? Well, why are we imposing tariffs on Canada for illegal slave use? We're not seeing any of that forced labor use in Canada or Mexico or the European Union. So all of this has a very unclear goal, but the costs are very clear.
Well, it's amazing to me listening to you speak, Bharat, how so many of the questions you are asking are as applicable to the president's war of choice with Iran as they are to these tariffs, both of which, of course, have contributed to the inflation that we've seen.
We're about to turn away. I can't take this is about just the amount of MSNBC that I can stomach. They got a little chart here. We'll watch that. And then I don't even know if we need to hear from Slick over here on the right. Let's fucking get a real setup, man. You got a fucking earbud in your mouth. Come on, earbud in your ear. These things are still ugly. I'm sorry. I know there's probably people in my chat that use these things. They're ugly. Stop the madness. This has never been okay. Look like you got a cigarette butt in your fucking ear. You look like you got a fucking tampon in your ear. I'm sorry. I'm going to say it. This shit's still ugly. I'm such a hater, dude. I'm such a fucking hater, bro. Sorry.
And you got a new poll from Pew. It shows 60% of Americans.
I thought Pew stopped covering Trump. What happened? I thought Pew chickened out. Now, are they still doing Trump stuff? Or they're still doing polls about the economy, but they won't do polls about Trump's unpopularity because they chickened out. They don't want to be targeted by the fascist in chief. Right, but we still got to take your ass seriously, you fucking cowards.
Trump has made the economy worse. You only have 20% people who say he has made it better. The economy is the #1 issue
Gust
they want people running for Congress to address. Nearly 1/3.
What up, Gust? Make sure you're following Gust Broadcast. He's a good streamer. Raids the stream quite a bit, even though I don't raid anybody because I'm an asshole. But props to Gust. Big props to your boy, Gust Broadcast. Check him out. For some reason, I keep calling him Goost. I don't know why. Make sure you're checking out Gust, folks. He's a good guy.
People in that poll say that, including 15% who specifically cited cost of living or affordability.
God.
A reminder to all of us, here is what Donald Trump said in recent months about just the word affordability.
I hate that word. It's a fake word. Liberals made it up, but I'm going to make everything cheaper, but affordability is a scam. Why is he saying this? He says this because he's looking at the polling that says, okay, the word affordability is effective and people want things to be more affordable. So he's trying to undermine the entire concept of affordability instead of trying to actually make things more affordable. It's propaganda. This is how a fucking rapist handles information.
They used the word first time I heard it. It was a word, you know.
No, he ran on affordability. First time I've heard it, even though my first and second and third presidential campaigns mentioned it all the time. First time I've heard it. Can you believe it? First time I heard it. First time I said it was to Jeffrey Epstein, my good friend. I said, can you believe how affordable these underage hookers are? It's unbelievable how affordable they are. Thanks, Bill Clinton.
Made up by the Democrats. Affordability. They said, affordability. I said, I've been here one day. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, and we're taking care of it. Oil is
It's not real, but I'm also fixing it. All right, cool. God, what has he done to the fucking Oval Office? Great messaging. Oh, he's so on point. Look at all these gigas, these fucking cheap Home Depot, gold-plated Home Depot plastic gewgaws that he's fucking glued to the fucking Oval Office wall. Look at this crap. Looks like he's taking a big McDonald's piss over everything. It's fucking ugly as shit. God, his style is so bad, dude. Make Liberace cringe.
Plummeting and costs are coming down.
Look at back photos.
Affordability. We're doing.
Yeah, it looks like the Kremlin.
The Democrats
It really does.
gave us a tremendous affordability problem, and we're reducing prices a lot.
That's literally from the Home Depot. Literally, this fucking ugly ass thing that should be in someone's fucking flower garden should be buried in the dirt in someone's flower garden. Like $15 from Home Depot, some piece of cheap plastic that's been painted gold. Literally. Maybe it's gold leaf, right? The shit you put on with like a heat gun. Literally.
Democrats gave us a tremendous affordability problem, and we're reducing prices a lot.
So June 24th, and we're still blaming Biden. This motherfucker's going to go, he's going to be blaming Biden year 4, two months before the presidential election. It's going to be Biden's fault. Saw this coming.
Affordability is a hoax. It's a con job. I think affordability is the greatest con job.
It's a con job. It's we're gonna fix it. It's real, but it's also fake, and it's crazy, and it's bad, and it's fake, but it's also real, and we're gonna fix it. All right, awesome. Thanks, schizophrenic grandpa.
You've always made the argument to me that if the president has a gift, it in the past has been having his finger on the pulse of the zeitgeist, really understanding sort of where the conversation is going. He has so clearly lost the thread. I mean, literally everyone I talk to, all they want to talk about is how much things cost, how much gas costs, how much groceries cost. It is a reminder of just how insulated he has become.
One can hope. Photos printed.
Totally. He's not connected to the media landscape that used to give him some of that insight.
Right. He's delusional. Right. We don't need to hear MSNBC's opinion on that. How about you do a fucking 10 minutes on Jeffrey Epstein, you fucking failures? How about you interview, do a single, they shame Pete Hegseth, right, for not talking, or I'm sorry, they shame Kash Patel for not talking to the victims. I've so rarely seen interviews on MSNBC with the victims from Jeffrey Epstein. These motherfuckers, they're so scared to tell the truth. Even now. Why don't you do an interview with Scott Jennings, MSNBC? Fucking pathetic ass news network. Pathetic. All right, let's talk about the correspondence dinner. This embarrassing. It's always been embarrassing. Always. It's always been an opportunity for the connected Washington media status quo to bend the knee and bow down to power. This entire thing should not happen. There should be total separation between the media that covers the White House and the White House itself. But this correspondence dinner shows exactly, it gives away the game. If they were fucking smart about it, they wouldn't do this, because it gives away the fucking game. These people are supposed to be independent, supposed to be challenging power. And here they are sipping cocktails and rubbing elbows and laughing and chuckling. And they still do it. So I'm going to show you some clips here. Donald Trump literally shitting on all of them, literally spitting in the face of every single one of these fucking bootlickers. Oh, shaking their hands. Literally shaking their hands after reporters who are receiving an award for covering the connections between Trump and Epstein walk over and shake Trump's hand. Are you fucking with me? Oh, yeah, we covered the evidence that he's a pedophile. Let me go ahead and touch him. Let me go ahead and shake his hand. Thank you, honorable sir. Thank you for fucking those kids. So now that I was able to increase my status in the media and cover you fucking them kids. Let me shake your hand. Good job fucking them kids, sir. Thank you for my career, sir. So here's what a real human being had to say about. So I want to start with this because this was a caller into C-SPAN, regular person, I think, just a regular schmuck. I don't know if he was there or not, but this is what the actual reality opinion is of the situation. So listen to this. This is a live C-SPAN caller calls Trump a chode, literally bust out chode. That's a classic. Haven't heard that one in a minute. Fucking chode. Look it up in the Urban Dictionary if you don't even know what that is. I think it's like a small penis. Isn't that what it is? A chode? Calls Trump a chode on air and says his bar for a good speech is just not falling asleep. So this is good stuff. Yeah, photos printed. Yeah. Valhalla, please. What's the Viking version of hell? That's where Trump is going. But anyway, this is good stuff. Let's have a listen.
Absolutely. So what did you hear tonight? What was your reaction?
I thought he was, as usual, he was a bore, he was a chode and long-winded. And he didn't fall asleep tonight. That's a good thing. He rambled on about inane things and cares about chandeliers. He wants to rename everything in his name.
Yeah, he wants to. There's a new thing that he wants to rename. What is it? It's the it's at the tip of my tongue. It's somewhere in my Discord here. But there's a new fucking. Is it the New York? Something in New York, some kind of like Grand Central Station or something. He wants to rename some of the buildings in New York. Right. Okay. I've given you a chance, buddy. You get the final flush. Bye-bye. The final flush down. You get the flush. The bootlickers in the sewer. Enjoy the play. Okay, I'm sorry. But no, you get the fucking flush, buddy. Enjoy. Bye-bye. Enjoy hearing my singing, motherfucker. But yeah, there's something in New York he wants to rename.
In the ballroom, and he talked about those who criticize him.
Whoops.
It wasn't worth watching him, and it wasn't worth. It's just like it wasn't worth watching him on the on Wednesday.
Sorry. Opening up tabs.
Regarding the election security. Also, I was very disgusted and appalled at the hat that he pulled out at the last minute.
Yeah.
All he does is run for president and talks rally speeches.
Paula, you didn't take that as a joke? Him donning a 2028 hat?
Oh no, not at all. He truly means it. He does.
He does.
And the 22nd Amendment doesn't allow him to do that. It has to be changed and ratified by 2/3 of the Congress and in both houses, and 38 out of 50 states have to ratify that. So I don't see it happening, but he does not pay attention to our laws. He's running through our
It's a big joke to him. I'm going to break the law and fucking break the Constitution. Ha, ha, ha. Big funny, ha. Isn't it funny how I have no respect for the Constitution? Isn't that hilarious? How it's just how I think the rule of law is a big fucking joke. Isn't that funny?
Our Constitution. He doesn't care about our laws nor our Constitution, and he has sycophants following him and doing his bidding. So,
all right. Paula?
Right. So that's what your average American believed. Let me see this. Probably can't say that. I better not. I better not say that. I better not put that on the headline. Let's just call it the bootleg parade. And I was going to call it something else. I was going to call it something about dick sucking or something. Probably shouldn't put that in there. Probably against TOS to put that. Jeff Bezos doesn't like that. We got more clips, though. So this is the Washington Post reporting on it. And they, of course, covering it exactly. There he is. There, Jeff is watching. Jeff's favorite stream right here, folks. Such a beautiful wife, Jeff. I'm sorry. Only the most partisan, ignorant people who, still support Trump. The normies have abandoned ship. I mean, 30% of the voting population, roughly, hasn't, a couple are showing up 20s and 29, 28%. But that's tens of millions of people, photos printed. And when Republicans are polled, like actual people who identify as Republicans are polled, like, do you like Trump? They like him more than ever. Right? Oh, shit, female eunuch. So he's coming for my house now. I'm going to put a data center right in your bedroom. You're going to sleep in the corner listening to my data center hum away. I'm Jeff Bezos. I'm all jacked now for some reason. I'm a jacked tough guy, but Jeff Bezos, you better watch out. I'm going to join UFC. Kick your butt. My wife is beautiful. Don't you ever say different. How dare you insult my beautiful Amazon Basic wife. I got it from Amazon Basics, 20% off. Kick your butt, I'm Jeff Bezos. I'm all jacked now for some fucking reason. It's sad, but the reality is there's a lot of misinformed or simply hateful people. Yeah. Don't give Bezos ideas. Enjoy the data center in your kitchen. I'm gonna kick your butt. Kick your butt, then install a data center. He's got like a data center on his shoulder. Okay, no, but this is pathetic, right? Jeff Bezos owned Washington Post over here. Trump's insult-laden speech to press dinner draws mostly stunned silence. Mark Elias from Blue Sky here pointing out, if you were quote-unquote stunned by Trump's hateful, rambling performance, then you haven't been paying attention for the last decade. If you sat in quote-unquote silence while Trump attacked democracy and elections, then you have learned nothing. We need an independent pro-democracy media. Totally. Absolutely. Great comment here by Mark Elias. Elias? How do you say that? From Blue Sky. Make sure you follow Mark. I don't know. He's got his dog on his profile picture. Sounds good to me. Yeah. If I'm the independent media, we're independently fucked. Okay? We gotta do better than this, guys. I get my news from the channel. I can't stop listening to this song. This is the song of the year by the Dream Eaters. 20K subscribers, and they're putting out bangers like this. Make sure you're following the Dream Eaters on YouTube. They got some great jams. It's in my algorithm now. I get their songs to pop up once in a while. It's good stuff. So I totally agree with this statement here. So let me show you the clip here. Here are these reporters. Now, I don't know if they shake hands before or I think they shake hands afterwards. But they get this whole award for covering Donald Trump and the Epstein files. And they cut to Donald Trump, who was like, what can you do? Well, I'm a pedophile. I like to touch children. They're literally getting an award for covering Donald Trump in the Epstein files. You can't make this shit up, man. It's like a sketch from a fucking SNL or Mad TV. This is more of a Mad TV. SNL wouldn't touch us with a 10-foot pole because they're pussies. Mad TV rules. Yeah, Simply Steve. What is up with Hassan and the fucking Mao outfit? I know he's like, he brushes it away. I saw the Mehdi Hassan interview with Hassan. He's like, oh, it's a coat from China. Yeah, we know it's a coat from China. What the fuck are you trying to say with this? Oh, I'm based. I look so good. I look so good. You look like a fucking Chinese bootlicker, dude. You look like you're about to bust out the little red book. Tell us about the 5-year plan. You're undermining and like the problem is that he's undermining. Yeah, it's simple. He likes Mao. Exactly. That's how it is. And it's like, I want democratic socialists to win. I don't want people identifying democratic socialism with fucking Chinese-style communism. I agree, woke patriot. Now, is it the most important thing? Like, am I, but it's sending a message. I like Mao. I like China. Meanwhile, the fucking dams in China are falling apart. You got China over here threatening Taiwan. You got China over here holding fucking Tibet hostage. I'm sorry. Look, you want to wear that shit? You wear that shit, okay? But Hassan is supposed to be representing, like it or not, representing the Democratic Socialist Movement, right? He's kind of seen as like the #1 streamer. Motherfucker dressing up like he's a full-blown communist. Meanwhile, we're trying to be like, no, democratic socialism isn't communism. And Hassan is like, yes, it is. Yes, it is. 5-year plan. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. We're trying to introduce people to socialism. Hassan over here completely undermining our effort. Look, I see what you're saying, Woke Patriot. I see what you're saying. And look, there's a part of me that kind of agrees. Like, it's just fashion. But are we trying to say optics aren't real in politics? You know? There is a clear delineation between full-blown communism and democratic socialism. There is a clear difference. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, wow, great. He's Woke Patriot. He's done a great job giving propaganda to our enemies. Right? It's just fashion. It's just fashion. Okay. Right. I don't think it's helpful. Yeah, I don't think it's helpful. I'm only interested in winning, right? I'm a democratic socialist and I want to win. Hi. I'm only interested in doing things that help our movement. I don't care if it's just trolling, bro. I want to win. Any motherfucker that gets in the way, that impedes. Oh, I'm just trolling. I'm almost 40 years old, but I'm still a Zoomer. Oh, dab on it. I'm almost 40. You're getting in the way. You're supposed to be helping. Oh, I wear a $1,000 mouse shirt. Well, it's just fashion. It's just fashion. No, I want to win. I'm not interested in your ego. I'm not interested in motherfuckers triggering people. I don't care if you think it's funny. I want to win. Any motherfucker that does anything that gets in the way of this movement, joke or not, trying to trigger motherfuckers or not, I'm not happy with it. You're either helping or you're impeding. I'm not happy with the Mao outfit. Okay? I'm not happy about it. But that's Hassan, isn't it? 2 steps forward, 1 step back with Hassan. All right? He's very well informed. He's very eloquent. Right? Got a big old audience. Lots of influence. Shows up to protest. That's important. Follows the 3-step program. That's important. Nobody else doing that. That's in his position. Nobody else showing up. Right? We got a couple crusty-ass celebrities. Right? Martin Sheen. Jane Fonda. Okay? So he's showing up to the protests. He's putting in the work. He's beating them streets. Even when he's got motherfuckers biting at his heels, like that bitch-ass Destiny. You got Vosh over here sitting in his fucking playpen, talks about protesting, talks about the importance of resisting. I've seen him do it. He doesn't show up to no protests. He doesn't have the cojones like Hassan does in his horse stable. We'll give him a break. right? But then, you know, 2 steps forward, 1 step back. There is a difference between communism, especially Chinese-style communism, which is barely communism, in my opinion, and democratic socialism. And he's over here wearing the fucking Mao. He's doing a Mao cosplay with the fucking DSA pin. What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? You know, I don't care if it's a joke. I don't care if, like, that's not what he really believes. He doesn't really like Mao. I think he really does like Mao, though. And that's a fucking problem. That's a fucking problem. Because he's not just some schmuck. He's speaking for the movement. Like it or not. And I don't like it, quite frankly. But this is what we got, you know? You don't get to pick. You don't get to pick. You get what you get. I think Hassan needs to take this movement more seriously. And he should, you know, curb his juvenile desire to undermine our message with these displays of communism nostalgia, whatever the fuck it is. I want to win. I don't want to just troll people. I don't want to be right, you know, historically correct in context on the way to the fucking MAGA concentration camp. I want power. And it sickens me to see Hassan undermining our message with his little cute little outfit that he probably paid way too fucking much for. Oh, but don't I look based? Don't I look great? You're a 40-year-old man. How about you pull your head out of your ass? Pull your head out of Xi Jinping's ass. And take this fucking movement seriously. 35. Well, there you go. Well, then he should be able to do whatever the fuck he wants because he's still a kid. How about you take this fucking movement seriously, you fucking idiot? Anyway, let's get back to fucking Plumpy Trumpy over here. I'm not saying you have to dress like a slob, okay? I'm not saying, you know, I'm not saying you can't, you know, go ahead, stun on them hoes. Buy your fucking Gucci. Buy your fucking bullshit, okay? Go ahead, spend way too much money on clothes that you wear once. Spend your donation money on a fucking bunch of luxury bullshit. I don't fucking care. But don't be out here cosplaying an anti-democratic movement while supporting a democratic movement. I'm confusing people. Oh, it's really cool. I'm trolling people. Okay, child. Adolescent. This is real life, man. I'm talking about changing people's lives. I'm talking about giving people health care. You over here, you know, fucking dancing and shit. I don't care. I'm rich. I don't care what happens. This is real life. I got a disabled son who's got autism. These motherfuckers think that my son is unhuman. It's real for me, motherfucker. You over here, multi-millionaire, with your beautiful streamer girlfriend and your multi-million-dollar fucking apartment, cosplaying like a fucking mass murderer while wearing the pin of my movement. How about you take this shit seriously, you fucking jokester? That's all I got to say. Going to a motherfucker driving a Tesla? You're kidding me. You are absolutely fucking with me. He drives a Tesla. Optics don't mean anything when I do it. I can do whatever the hell I want. Optics matter, especially in this era. You tell me that motherfucker drives a Tesla. My fucking mind can't handle this. some excesses. He starved tens of millions of people while he himself and his fucking close cadre lived it up. Mao spent his days in a fucking bathrobe by the pool, fucking concubines and hookers, reading poetry, smoking fucking, smoking cigarettes or whatever the fuck, making decisions that killed millions. Okay, fine. Electric Porsche. All right. It's not a Tesla. Oh, he was living the communist dream. Everyone else was fucking suffering. Everyone else living in fucking paranoia that they could get scooped up by the fucking secret police. The whole country was a total state of paranoia. Everyone trying to, oh, are you a real communist? Or no, are you against the movement? You're not against the movement. That was Mao's doing. Some excesses. He needs to be called out for this shit. Because he's no longer just some schmuck getting donations on Twitch. Motherfucker is leading a movement. He's one of the leaders of our movement, like it or not. So take it fucking seriously, man. Please. Put the fucking childish toys away, okay? Start acting like a fucking man. Start understanding that you have power, you have influence. Man. Please. He said a lot of really great stuff in that Mehdi interview, by the way. Yeah, photos printed, exactly. And that's a fucking problem. Because like it's that same behavior and attitude is the reason why he has all these viewers, these young people watching him. They think it's cool. They think he's aloof. Right? They think it's based. 35-year-old using the word based. It's that same behavior and attitude that's why he, one of the reasons why he has that following. But man, all right, I'm done. All right, let's get back to Flumpy Tumpy here. How disgusting, how pathetic is this? They're receiving awards covering Donald Trump having close associations with one of the world's most notorious pedophiles. Then they shake his hand. So we don't get to see the shake hand part, but it happened. Yes, exactly. The allocated Hassan rant that I do once a fucking week has been expired. Back to the news.
This year's award goes...
Right, I'm not Destiny. I'm not going to squeeze out 6 hours of fucking Hassan hate, and turn that into fucking $10,000 in donations. Maybe I should.
This year's award goes to the Wall Street Journal. The Journal's courageous reporting on President Trump's past relationship.
You're a coward. You're a coward, Wolf Blitzer. You're a coward and I hate you. You know why it's past relationship? Because he fucking killed the guy while in prison. Wolf. I mean, is there a more pathetic cuckold outside of Chuck Schumer? Donald Trump is like right to his right. Past relationship. Oh, Cucky Schumer. Like he's been found innocent on this stuff. It's just pathetic. I mean, it's just like this whole thing is just pathetic. And, that's one of the things that Donald Trump has done is expose how weak our democracy is, how, how pathetic the both sides dichotomy is, right? How cuckolded and shallow this Washington status quo reporter corps Yeah, by definition, yeah, you're right, woke patriot. Yeah, you got me there. But he emphasizes it. And we know, well, I don't want to insult the man. I don't want to insult a pedophile and convicted sexual assaulter / rapist. Don't try to tell me someone forcing their fingers inside your vagina isn't rape. Okay? If I came up to you at a fucking TwitchCon, stuck my finger up your ass, you're going to tell me, well, that's okay, everybody. It's just sexual assault. Everyone calm down. It's just sexual assault. It's not rape. Oh, but we got to make that fucking difference for Donald Trump, the rapist, who had to shell out over $5 million to E. Jean Carroll. Well, I'm so sorry, sir. I know you're a convicted rapist and everything, but here I'm going to hand an award to the New York Times for covering your relationship. I wish he would. There's a reason why he doesn't sue. He threatens suing, but he never does. Anyone know the word? Smart people know the word. What's the word? What's the one word? What's the reason why he won't sue anybody about calling him a rapist, huh? How come Discovery, there it is. Boom. Smartest chat on Twitch. Smartest chat on Twitch. He would never dare sue anybody for Epstein. He would never dare sue anybody for calling him a rapist because of Discovery. So go ahead and sue me, motherfucker. I'll see you in court, bitch.
Past relationship with financier Jeffrey Epstein triggered the release of the so-called Epstein files, thousands of documents that might otherwise have remained hidden from the public. And despite the president's threat of a lawsuit, the Journal published a story about a provocative letter to Epstein bearing President Trump's signature. Trump quickly filed a $20 billion lawsuit against the Journal, revealing reporter Khadija Safdar's home address.
He's such a naughty boy. He's such a naughty boy. He raped children, was best friends with one of the most prolific, well-known international pedophiles. The emails revealed that even Epstein thought Donald Trump was too much of a scumbag. Epstein took tips from Donald Trump. He saw Donald Trump, how he handled his Miss USA ownership, and he was like, I want to do that too. So we got the world's most prolific pedophile, best friends, taking tips from this man. You can, oh, Jesus. Oh, what can I do? What can I do? Oh, come on. Look, someone sitting there, I think it's Caroline Levitt over here. It's okay, sir. Gives him a little pat. I'm a rapist. What can you do? This is real life. This is real fucking life right here. That could be your kid. Could be you. No? I rape kids. I can't get over this. This is America. Guns in your area. I can't get over this.
Family had to be relocated.
I'm horrible. I'm the worst president ever. I'm so corrupt. I'm sexual deviant. Oh, it's okay, sir. It's okay. We're the party of sexual deviance and pedophilia because of you. It's okay. We'll use our media sycophants and tools to change the narrative after a couple years. It's okay. We'll clean up your little mess, Mr. Diaper. God.
Journal was kicked off.
Look at him. I mean, look, it is, you know, his face says it all, though, which is like he wants to erase, he wants to force all these people off the stage, wants to remove, any history of it, and wants to erase it, but he can't. He's got to sit there and wallow in it.
Her family had to be relocated. The Journal was kicked off of Air Force One, but the reporters continue to file revelatory stories. Please welcome the winners of the Katharine Graham Award from the Wall Street Journal.
Strategy, can you do me a favor? I hate to employ you, but you're a go-getter. Can you find me the extended video of this, of the reporters shaking hands? I want to make sure I'm not spreading fake news on that. But can you find me the extended video of these bootlickers getting their award for exposing Donald Trump as a pedophile and then shaking his hand?
Khadijah.
Yeah, Jamie, can you be my Jamie?
And
they're women, and of course they're women, and of course they are, because of fucking course they are. Yeah, no, fuck it. Let's just fuck it, dude. Get Camacho up there. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm baiting right now. It's fucking crazy, man.
German, Annie Linsky, Josh Dawsey again, Alex Leary, Rebecca Ballhaus, and Ryan Barber. Their colleague, Joe Palazzolo, could not attend tonight.
All right, can someone get me the extended clip, please? I got more correspondence dinner shit. So he's talking shit about Caitlin Collins. Trump targets Caitlin Collins, saying she shouldn't have won her quote-unquote fake award and says she should smile more. He just insists on being a sexist pig. This used to be a career killer. You should smile more, honey. Why do you always frown at me? What? Why do you frown at me? What? Mentioned in the Epstein files over 1 million times. What's the problem here? He then jokes that she resembles transgender activist Dylan Mulvaney. You're a trans person. Before going on a transphobic rant, Trump is a sexist, disgusting monster. Now, Caitlin Collins still refuses to call this guy out, right? She works for CNN. Yes, sir, no, sir. She gets to be part of the press corps, right? This sexist pig never loses a chance, never drops a chance to be sexist and derogatory towards her. No, yes, sir, no, sir. Oh, please respect me. Well, please, 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 please. How about you stand up for yourself, Caitlin? I'll get fired if I do. I'll lose my career. I'll lose the prestigious press corps to the White House position. I can't do that. I'm going to sit here and let the president call me an ugly hag to my face. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Best I can do is a scowl. Yeah, exactly, Woke Patriot. Same here. He's a sexist fucking pig. This used to be frowned upon. Now it's the leader of the fucking supposedly free world. You should smile more, honey. You look like a trans person. There are thousands of trans people that look fan-fucking-tastic. By the way. Trans people are beautiful people. This motherfucker over here. Looking like melted hot, looking like a melted bag of hot diapers. You're not very pretty. You're not very hot. You should look like a 12-year-old girl, so I'd want to have sex with you. Exactly, Lenny. Let me just get this off my screen real quick. Trump orders warnings placed at inaccurate Smithsonian History Museum. This motherfucker literally putting up disclaimers at the Smithsonian that the information inside, the historical information inside, is inaccurate. Right? Talking about slavery, talking about, anything that he disagrees with. You're not using our made-up information. Huh? We pulled out some crap from our ass and you should present it as reality. How dare you go against our fake manufactured reality? The Nazis were socialist leftists. Black people love slavery. What are you talking about? They loved it. They loved it. They'd prefer slavery over living in the country that they were stolen from. Oh, get the fuck out of here with your stupid bullshit. Your fucking pseudo-libertarian tax fucking religion. Get the fuck out of here. How about we tax the fucking rich? Libertarians are fucking pathetic. I'm so sick of them. Fucking hate libertarians. What? How come no one asked Dave Smith what he thinks about the age of consent? Dave Smith here enjoying this moment of credibility because he doesn't like he jumped off the Trump boat early. Not a single motherfucker asked Dave Smith what he thinks about the age of consent. Shut the fuck up, bot. Go back to an Asmongold stream, huh? You saw the beard. You thought it was a right-wing piece of shit like you? Libertarian. Puh! Fucking house cat. Fucking house cat over here. Go take your fucking Heritage Foundation tax religion. Your fucking religious ideology. Take that shit to the fucking dumpster. Get the fuck out of here. Taxation is theft. Taxation is theft. Then you drive on a fucking public road, calling the fucking fire department when you got a problem, right? Taxation is theft. That's the thing, is that you fucking house cats, you fucking libertarians think your dogma is common sense, quote unquote. You're fucking fools. You're fucking fools. I wish there were more unions. We should unionize. You motherfuckers just want to give all the power to corporations. You want to create some Mad Max hellscape where you think you're going to be at the top of the hierarchy. You're going to be the footstool, bitch. I'm going to be Master Blaster. I'm going to be Master Blaster. Everyone's going to bow down to me because I have guns. You're going to be the fucking Master Blaster's footstool. Fucking libertarian. He saw the beard. He saw the beard and he thought he had a fucking safe space. Fucking libertarian. Fucking house cats. Despise libertarians. Hey, superfan. Bot. What do you think about age of consent? Stop talking. Give me your honest opinion about age of consent right now. Yeah. Wants to pay a subscription to drive on a fucking public street. Wants to pay a subscription for the fucking fire department to come to his house. Wants to give bribes to cops and shit. 100% you win, TV. Answer honestly, bot. What's your opinion on age of consent? Give it up. Let us know who you are, pedophile. Legalized it for all. You just said California legalized sex for all ages. So what? What are you talking about? See what I mean? Lower the age of consent. California already did it. No, they didn't. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, California already said you could have sex with children. Look upon libertarians. Look upon libertarian and despair. God, I can't spell. It's so embarrassing. Nope, can't spell that one either. Did California legalize sex with all ages? Gee, I wonder what answer. What? No? What? What? Look upon your average libertarian and spit. Go ahead, spit in the chat. Spit. These disgusting fucking perverts and deviants that call themselves libertarian. Really, it's just fascism. What? 18 and older? What? Well, so just to be clear, Mr. Bot, you agree with having sex and marrying children, right? like he was going to get a different answer over here. Go ahead, say yes, Mr. Bot. I want to have sex with and marry children. Go ahead, put it in the chat. Let us all know what the libertarian ideology is. Go ahead. Tell us the truth. Exactly, UNTV. No problem, Lenny. I'm going to give you one more opportunity before I flush your ass. I'm going to flush your ass anyway. But go ahead. Yes or no, do you agree with having sex with children and marrying children? Because that's what libertarians believe. It starts with the tax stuff, right? Taxation is theft. Don't you want to keep all your money? Yeah, wouldn't it be great if we could keep all our money? Oh, that's why I want to have sex with kids. Oh, by the way, tax stuff, tax, flat tax. Oh, the flat tax, no tax, free yourself from tax. I also want to have sex with children. What? What was that last part? What? You know who hates the Constitution more than Donald Trump? Your average libertarian. Exactly, woke patriot. It's like he's literally saying, well, yes, but what about? Well, of course I do, but what about? Driver's licenses are terrible. I want to have sex with kids. Wait, what was that? What was that last part? Street signs are tyranny. Street signs are tyranny. I like kids. Children are hot. What? Go ahead and say yes or no. Did he leave? Yes or no, you want to have sex and marry children, Mr. Bot. Well, what about taxes, though? Yeah, well, what about taxes, huh? Okay, buddy. All right. There you go. Thank you for showing us your average libertarian. And by the way, Dave Smith, never been asked this question. But he calls himself a libertarian. I almost guarantee I've seen him post lolicon level stuff on his social media before Trump came along. Pretty sure Dave Smith, most popular libertarian in the world right now, wants to fuck kids. TYT loves him. TYT loves him. Well, they want to fucking marry kids in California. Didn't you know that? That's true. Look it up. Looks it up. Yeah, not true. Well, my grandpa did. Okay, buddy. You got me. If anyone didn't know what a libertarian is, I hope this has been a very informative moment for you. That is your average libertarian. Fuck driver's licenses. Fuck taxes. I want Mad Max because I think I'm Master Blaster. Oh, and I also want to fuck kids. That is your average libertarian. Even actual house cats don't fuck their own children. Right? You know, the famous joke about libertarians is that they're like house cats. Right? Because house cats think they own the house. They think the food just magically appears. I support unions. What the hell are you talking about? Right-wingers hate unions. Joe Biden did way more for unions than Donald Trump ever did. What are you talking about? This is just fake news. You're just spreading lies. Lefties hate unions. Joe Biden literally was like, loved unions, was the first president in history to march with a union in the streets. And of course, Democratic Socialists love unions. We want to unionize more. Some of us who wear Mao costumes will even talk about seizing the means of production. Full-blown, co-ops. Just lies. You're just lying. How come lefties hate unions? Unlike us right-wingers, huh? Right-wingers who love unions. You're doing everything you can to undermine unions. Your pedophile president does everything he can to undermine unions. Sue unions. Remove power from unions. Man, what it's like the lie about left-wingers committing more gun violence than right-wingers. How about them trans people shooting everybody up, huh? Not like us right-wingers. We never do that. Yeah, okay. Did the pedophile libertarian just switch over to his other alt account and just come in with a different set of lies? Is that what we're doing right now? Yeah, exactly. UN TV. Good point. Oh, you're one of them enlightened centrists, huh? Really? Really? Who'd you vote for? Who'd you vote for in the last 3 presidential elections? Mr. Centrist, who doesn't believe in both parties. It's either Donald Trump or I didn't vote. Answer the question, jackass. Don't talk to them, talk to me. You got my attention now, motherfucker. Answer the question. You either didn't vote or you voted Donald Trump. Answer the question. Centrist both sides motherfuckers like you never vote for the left. Never. Well, what do you mean? I would never vote Joe Biden, but both sides, huh? Both sides. How about them both sides? Answer the question, motherfucker, or you get the boot. Done with you motherfuckers. Absolutely fucking sick up to here with you motherfuckers. Dishonest motherfuckers. Right-wingers claiming to be centrist because you're too fucking embarrassed to support a rapist pedophile. Yeah, I agree, Woke Patriot. Answer the question. Who'd you vote for in the last 3 elections? It's either I didn't vote or Donald Trump. Answer the fucking question, motherfucker. Or you get the boot. Precisely, Ponder Monkey. Welcome back, by the way, to Woke Patriot and Ponder Monkey. I'm a centrist who doesn't pay attention to politics, but let me tell you everything about politics. I don't. And then they lean out. I don't pay attention. Exactly. Motherfuckers, they think they're clever. Think they're smart, think they're clever, repeating these motherfucking stale-ass politics, man. Crumble like, 14-year-old bread. Stale. With these techniques and talking points, thinking you're fucking clever. It's pathetic. This motherfucker leave, too? Scared-ass bitch, leave? I don't want to answer the question. It's both sides, but I voted Republican, where I didn't vote. But I'm an expert on politics, and let me tell you why you should give up. Let me tell you why defeatism is the way to go. Tell you one thing that I don't like, trans people, for no fucking reason. Never interacted with, never seen. Trans people have nothing to do with my life, but goddamn do I hate them. For some reason, because I'm an independent thinker. Oh, by the way, we should lower the age of consent. Just throwing that out there. I mean, I just want to have sex with 16-year-olds or younger. In California, they let you marry children. Did you know that? It's true. Look it up. Telling you. Guarantee it. Go look it up right now. Go Google it. California. Gavin Newsom came out there. Hey, go nuts. Marry kids. That's what Gavin Newsom said. Honest to God. It's 100% truth. Cross my heart, hope to die. Marry kids in California, guys. Go nuts. That's a direct quote from Gavin Newsom. I'm not making that up. Go nuts as he had 2 children under both arms. Go nuts as he had 2 kids under both arms running to a hotel. Go crazy. That's what Gavin said. I'm not kidding. Look it up. My grandpa married a child. Welcome to right-wingism. Welcome to the world of right-wingism. Oh, and they're gone because they're cowards, because they're coward-ass bitches. They flushed themselves. Let's give them 2 honorary flushes to the libertarian and to the right-wing centrist genius. 2 honorary flushes for 2 cowards. That's for you, turd boys. Go join the Groypers. Get groped by a Groyper, you fucking idiots. All right, last little bit here to cover. Donald Trump. Yeah, but what about taxation, Seneca? Taxation is theft, huh? Taxes? Oh, all right. Okay, I'm done. Give it 2 so he doesn't get stuck. We got 2 big ones to flush there, so it required at least 2, maybe 2.5. Yeah. Okay, there we go. There they go. Okay. Let's let that one finish up. Give him 3 for good measure. All right. Last thing I want to cover from this correspondence bootlicker parade. Ha ha ha, big funny. Ha ha ha. Turn on the fan. Yeah, exactly. But no, guys, isn't it funny? He joked. He joked about it, guys. Oh, ha ha, it's a big joke. Trump announces that he'll run for a 4th term and dons a Trump 2008 hat. Ha 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 ha. Our laws, our Constitution. Who needs it? It's so funny. I'm gonna break the law. I'm gonna do to the Constitution what I did to children. You're gonna love it. Affordability's a hoax, and I love children. Listen to this. This is a weird thing as well from the correspondence dinner. He said this shit, so this is from Call to Activism, who gives Elon Musk money every month. I don't know why he does that. But I like Call to Activism. It's a good social media presence, but I'm not sure why he's giving Elon Musk $5 a month. But anyway. Can I punch him in a joke? You literally can't even joke about it without breaking TOS. Spray some air freshener, fucking Friday style. What's that guy's name from Friday? Don't nobody go to the bathroom. Nobody go to the bathroom. About 35, 45 minutes. That's a deep cut. People don't know that one. But no, what does this even mean? That's why I asked. Hypothetically, what? They're stopping you. They're stopping you at the airport. Did you say this? But I'm just joking. What? But no, Trump said this. This is crap. I don't even know what the fuck this means. Some of you are lucky. The last dinner got cut short. I brought something with me. I had something. I was gonna go after you. Talking to the press here. Your lives were put in danger for a different reason. But on the plus side, your careers were saved. I think what he wanted to do, this is my speculation, but I think what he wanted to do was announce the revoking the revocation. Is that a word? But I think he was going to announce the revocation of the broadcasting license. I think that's what he was going to do. Your lives were put in danger for a different reason. I mean, that's just a fucking mafia-style threat. Hate to see something bad happen to you, you know. And you're just a mild-mannered businessman making pizza. I'd hate to see someone throw a Molotov cocktail in here. I'm just saying. But what was he going to do? Pull out a fucking Tommy gun? Just spray the crowd? Just the president does a mass shooting to the press? What is this? I think that's what he wanted to do, was announce the revocation of their broadcast licenses. But I think the reason why he's not doing it now is that he's got rich buddies like the Ellisons who are like, no, just let me buy it. Look what we did to CBS. Look what we've done. Look at the travesty that has become CBS. Look at the devastation that is CBS now. It's a total joke. We've completely destroyed 60 Minutes. Completely destroyed Sunday Morning. A beautiful show, by the way. Sunday Morning used to be an amazing show. You don't know what I'm talking about. You probably, But it had a beautiful intro, wonderful, you know. My mom and I used to watch this. Get goosebumps, man. The real ones know. The real ones know. That's what CBS used to stand for, right? Twitch over here plugged in, destroyed it. It's a hollow husk of what it once was. CBS. So I think that's why he's not doing this now. Is because he's like, well, they're just my rich buddies. They're gonna do like what Modi did to his press, buy it all up. All of his rich oligarch buddies just buy up all the press. So he's not going to revoke their broadcast licenses. He's just waiting for his rich oligarch buddies to swallow them all up. You know, MS Now will be the last one. But I think that's what he was talking about here. Your lives were put in danger for a different reason. But on the plus side, your careers were saved. Aren't I benevolent? Cleanses it with fire.
You have the community.
Speaking of CBS, it's just like, it's literally the language of a rapist. Listen to this about talking about data centers. Sounds like a rapist, the sleepiest rapist I've ever seen. Look at his eyelids. Exactly, Eleni. Welcome back.
You have the communities that really want the data centers. And frankly, those are the smart communities because it means tremendous numbers of jobs.
Lie. Sure, there's a small influx of jobs while they're building the monstrosity. It literally, it's like a skeleton crew runs the whole thing, like 5 people. Those massive, multiple football field size buildings, just a couple people running around. A couple nerds like me, IT guys, replacing hard drives and, replacing hardware, popping in hardware. Easiest fucking job in the world. The whole thing just runs itself, basically. And there's like a central HQ that does most things remotely in terms of configuration. Okay, sure. Okay, hybrid heathen. 15. We'll say 15. 20. Let's give them 20. I like even numbers. But, all the jobs, unbelievable amount of jobs. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? 2 million people working at the data center. It's unbelievable. It's like 15, 20 people. Right? Skeleton crew. Because you think this massive building, right? All these people are needed. No, barely any. Barely fucking any. So that's a fucking lie.
Very little actual disruption.
Complete lie. How many videos do we need to see? Water dried up, power goes up, and the buildings in the surrounding area have to listen to a fucking mosquito in their ear 24/7. Yeah, exactly. Homonym, 100%. I do remember MPU did a segment where one center was going to displace an entire shopping center, and in return they're going to have literally 20 or 30 jobs. Hundreds of jobs replaced with a couple people. They're hardworking people, folks. Oh yeah, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe how small these crews are. Eventually we're going to replace them with robots. Yeah, Kim, I am, but honestly, I've, because of the situation with my son, I've had to, I'm fucked right now, man. That was the dream. Wind turbines. Until I had a disabled son, and now my life has changed dramatically. Yeah, well, that's life. You don't always get what you want. Get what you need! But yeah, so my path has changed. I would really love to, work on wind turbines, but maybe in a couple years when my son, when we're able to, get people employed, hire people to take over my job as 24/7 caretaker to my son. But right now, my life is my son's. That's all I get. Yeah, it sucks though. It sucks big time. So I'm working on some other thing. I'm actually learning Unity, the engine there. I'm trying to do an asset flip right now in the App Store. I know. It's a fun, when he takes a nap, I can spend a couple hours learning that. Trying to, make it, take a template and switch it up, right? It's, I have to choose things that are within my scope. And I am still doing some writing and reading, but it's really hard to focus on something when, every 30 minutes, every 15 minutes, 30 minutes, every hour, I have to put it down and, give him food, move him to a different place, move him to a different toy. He's screaming, crying about something. I got to change a diaper. I'll be changing diapers probably for the rest of my fucking life. If you ever decide to learn Godot, I'll help you. Hey, make sure you put a link to your games. I know you're a game developer. I loved playing that last game that you told us about. That was a really cool game. So if you got anything for sale, make sure you put a link in the chat, Kim Goblin. But yeah, for now, that dream is on the shelf. We'll see about that. Anyway, back to the rapist in chief here.
And the ones that don't want it, the happiest people in the world are foreign countries.
Right. So, and we're spreading this lie that the people who don't want it are Chinese. It's a total lie. In fact, people are being taken to court. Kevin Leary, Mr. fucking Wonderful, is being taken to court right now for defamation, claiming that the people in their neighborhood that were protesting against this were fucking Chinese spies, Chinese agitators. This is all they got. Just completely pulled out of one's anus lies about people in their neighborhood protesting against data centers. Foreign countries, China, who I love China, I love Xi Jinping, but he's responsible. He stole the election for Joe Biden. He's also responsible for opposition to the data centers, but I love the guy. Great guy. But we'll release a new free game tomorrow at the Game Jam. Post it in Discord when it's out. Please do. I thought the last game you did was really cool. A little polish. You should sell that motherfucker for $1, dude. I thought that game was sweet. Anyway.
And the ones that don't want it, the happiest people in the world are foreign countries, number one, and number two, other communities within our country.
No, homonym, totally. Just like this red scare, the communism scare, it's totally unearned. They got nothing. They got nothing. Like, communism has never been more unpopular in America, right? Unless you're Hassan, right? But it's like they got nothing. Calling fucking, people who watch Rachel Maddow communists. They got nothing.
Because they're begging for them to.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Like I said, language of a rapist.
For two other communities within our country, because they're begging for them to be there. And some of them are great communities, very, very forward-looking communities.
Right. Build one in your backyard. Build one in Mar-a-Lago, bitch. Build one in Mar-a-Lago, motherfucker. Do it. So speaking of the DSA, this is a funny tweet. You guys will get a kick out of this one. You guys will like this one. Let me show you this one here. Frank Conniff on Blue Sky saying this: I support DSA policies, but let's get real. On a national level, we need to be practical, play it safe, and get behind the mainstream establishment Democrats who lose all the fucking time. How many motherfucking boomers we got to hear this from? Oh, I mean, Medicare for all. I mean, that's a pretty good idea, but I mean, let's be real. We got to get behind AIPAC. Come on, guys. We got to get behind AIPAC over here. Right? Come on, we gotta get behind AIPAC, guys. Government can make a case against you without evidence or keeping the evidence against you a secret. Yeah, thanks, Obama. Literally. It was Obama that, legalized, that made permanent the temporary anti-terrorism Patriot Act bullshit where the government can just, quote unquote, label you a terrorist. And then, whoop, there go your rights. Whoop, gone. Rights? No, you're a terrorist. You're a foreign agent. That was Obama's doing. Great job. Thanks, Obama. Literally. AI industry has been really interesting. They spread like 2-4 years marketing themselves as the horsemen of economic doom, and now they're shocked people are upset with them. Yeah, and I mean, they're just, because they don't know what they're doing. And the chickens are starting to come home to roost. Like, this is a very useful tool, AI. I used it like a dozen times just today, right, to look up information. It's a very useful programming companion, right? Even Linus Torvalds is, down for AI. And that guy's, he's like a stickler. So even he is like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty good for programming, right? It's a useful tool. But is it the second coming of Jesus like Joe Rogan thinks? No, it isn't. AIPAC is doomed. They're not going to go down without a fight, man. We'll say that. And they're clever. The Israeli government is also, I need to watch my words here, but let's be real. The Israeli government is okay with assassinations. So it's not just a political action committee, right? And I worry about Zoran Mamdani. I really do. I really worry about Zoran Mamdani because it's like they're not below that, They're not below taking a politician out. I don't know what happened to Kirk, but pretty fucking fishy. We'll say that. Pretty fucking fishy. Well, homonym, so even a majority of Democrats voted against Israel in an election cycle, in an election season. 3 to 4 months away from the election, they did. Right? They don't mean that shit. They don't mean that shit. Yeah, exactly. We covered that already, Woke Patriot. But yeah, we had 6 Democrats vote for the beginning of the process of merging the Israeli military with the U.S. military. U.S. government helped them through the whole process. Maybe. Anyway, we were talking about China, so let's go ahead and do some Chinese news here. Pretty crazy shit, gotta say, actually. Opportunity to do some Kyle over here. We haven't had a Kyle story. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a hard fight. As, Israel has never been, Woke Patriot, old head here, no offense. Wise head, I should say. But, Israel was untouchable. Only until recently, only until the massacre started after October 7th. Right? You couldn't criticize Israel without being called an anti-Semite and goodbye career. Gone. Deleted. Anti-Semite, gone. That was the power of Israel and AIPAC just 10 years ago? Right? 10 years ago, something like that? Boom. Destroyed. It is different. It is different. But is it so different that, one of the clear indications that it's materially different, benevolent. Nick Shirley over here. I'm Nick Shirley. But one of the material reasons why it is different is that AIPAC has started to, they won't fund a politician directly. They'll get, these other shadow groups that, they're not named AIPAC, right? There's no identification connection to Israel at all. Freedom Group, the Freedom Company, and they'll donate to pro-Israel Democrats, right? So that's a great example. Oh, hybrid heathen. I agree. There's some things I disagree with Kyle on, but I'm about 90% with Kyle. Another interesting example is that AIPAC, in some races, we've seen this with a couple special elections just this year, where AIPAC will pay for, or AIPAC-connected, Israel-connected political action committees will run ads smearing leftist progressives that, oh, they took money from Israel to try and get them to lose elections. Thank you, Zio Duke. Appreciate it. Welcome back. But I mean, that's pretty wild. You got Israel paying for ads against progressives saying this person took money from Israel. Right? Yeah, J Street, another good example. Responses to that criticism remain the same, and AIPAC's blatant interference in elections seems to power up to me. I mean, they're not slowing down. And they are wringing every drop of usefulness out of the anti-Semitism smear. Every ounce of usefulness. They're still busting it out. They're still trying to bust it out with the anti-Semite smear. Other Jews, right? I mean, they are milking that dust coming out of those udders, right? Couldn't agree with you more, Ponder Monkey. Welcome back, Ice King of Space. AIPAC spent $3 million trying to beat Melo Kiros. And the race in Michigan, how many millions? It's like 20 million, 40 million, 45 million? Going against Saeed there, I think that's his name. Haley Stevens, I think. Just an unbelievable. Yeah, oh no, and she's gonna win in the general. Yeah, right. I'm a laughably status quo a Democrat. Vote for me, and I'll shucks. I'm gonna send those nasty letters to Donald Trump. You wouldn't believe it. It'll be so sternly worded. He may even give him a second look before he puts him right in the trash. I'm Haley Stevens. Thank you, AIPAC. All right, so let's talk about China. China. Let's talk about China. I got two little pieces of news here. China. The Chinese virus. Watch out. Vote blue if they fund you. That's actually not bad. That's a good slogan. I think something important has shifted. It started with Bibi's embrace of Trump and then went to another level when people saw Gaza. Now the Iran war. Sure, yeah, clutch card. I mean, like, but woke patriot is correct in that it's like they're not done yet. They're not giving up. And they're gonna this starting of merging the Israeli government with the United States. That's what that's about. It's like, okay, we have our people in charge, right? The Trump administration, the entire Republican Party is, sycophants for our government. So we're going to try to take advantage of that as much as possible. Try to get the U.S. military in a quagmire in Iran, right? Try to merge our militaries as much as possible so that if a Democrat gets in there, we'll still be able to influence and have control. We'll still be able to, fight our seven front war against the entire Middle East, and keep that train rolling. So I think that's what we're seeing here now. It's like, okay, this is our opportunity. Try to take as much as we can while we can, and then make it as difficult as possible to reverse that if the Democrats get in charge. Right? Got to hedge. It's not a guarantee. It's a I don't want to put a number to it, but Donald Trump and the Republican Party are going to try to steal the midterms. And then if they fail, especially if they fail in the midterms, they are going to try everything. All the stops are going to be pulled out to steal the presidential election. Everything. I think they're going to go full, national emergency, military, everything. They're going to do everything. We need better Republicans. The entire system is supposed to balance itself. Well, it's not going to happen, Ice King. They're gone. The Republican Party doesn't exist. It's now MAGA, and MAGA is a fascist experiment. We're never going to get these Bush Cheney style Republicans ever again, John McCain style Republicans. It's gone. It's over. Like, I don't know what that means for the future of America. What I would like to see is the Republican Party go the way of the Whigs, and the Democratic Party basically takes over as the de facto conservative party in America. And then the Democratic Socialists actually become the actual, perceived as the leftist party in the United States. So that's what I would like to see. Crazier things could happen. I mean, look at the political transformation of what's happening in the UK. Right? No, if someone walked up to you and said, "Oh, the Tory party is going to be completely irrelevant in UK politics in 10 years," you'd be like, "Oh, that's crazy. That's completely insane. What are you talking about? The Tory that we'll never be rid of the Tories." But that's exactly what happened in UK politics. Like, the Greens have more popularity right now than the Tories in some cases. Neocon Republicans, I think, will make a resurgence. The AI push is going to make deregulations and culture wars tied to the hip. Maybe. It's, totally possible. Totally possible. All right, so let's get to our China news. Wait, where's my China button?
China.
Thank you.
Obama.
I don't know. But this is pretty wild. So this is something that Hassan would probably never report on. But dams apparently are failing all over China. At least three. And what's interesting, at least according to this, and this is biased, China Observer is very anti-China. So there's definitely some bias here. So just a heads up. Grain of salt. But what was interesting here is that apparently Chinese authorities, like, their number one priority is telling people to not do social media videos, right? So that the information doesn't get outside the firewall, right? That's like, apparently Chinese authorities' number one priority is lockdown, propaganda, lockdown. This is not happening in China, but apparently this is happening at least 3 times all over China, and it led to a snake farm. Fucking hundreds of snakes getting out, and that's what Kyle Kulinski is covering here. Throw a bitch in there. Okay, yeah.
Bitch.
When it comes to what a healthy democracy is, like 720, I'm deeply unsure how it will be addressed. Yeah, I mean, Vosh talks about this quite a bit, where he's like, I don't know, how do we move forward with a party that, how do we move forward in a democracy in a current duopoly configuration where one party hates democracy, doesn't reinforce any of its structures, and is actively dismantling it, right? There's no working with that, there's no, without doing some kind of actual intentional purge, right? Does that start to fix? Because you can't build you can't put a Band-Aid on this, right? There needs to be an active, effort to purge your government of fascist elements. And of course, like I've been complaining about all day, plugging the holes in our system that has allowed these fascist elements to take advantage of our system, which was, held up by fucking handshakes and backroom understandings, hidden rules that aren't written in stone. Yeah, woke patriot, exactly. So it's like, and even now, the Democrats, they don't want to talk about fixing this. They don't want to talk about, not a single Democrat has said, I'm the undo button for Trump. They want Hillary Clinton set expectations, oh, well, maybe we'll fix some things, but, tax cuts are going to stay, and, the corporate oligarchy is going to continue to be seated in control, and we're still going to defend Israel, and nothing's really going to change. It's just the decline will be slower. That's basically, with their silence, that's basically what they're telling people. It's fascinating to see how people are willing to vote for the Democratic Party, But in polls, when asked, you know, do you like the Democratic Party? They're like, hell no. These fucking people suck. Anyway, let's show you some of this footage here from China.
On July 20th, a strange scene unfolded in Shunhe town, Neijiang City in Sichuan province. Floodwaters suddenly surge into empty streets. Videos circulating on Chinese social media showed muddy, fast-moving water rushing into the street.
There's a lot of temporarily disenfranchised millionaires in the United States. You know, some of the poorest motherfuckers you talk to will be like, I don't know about this tax and the rich stuff. It's like, okay, buddy. All right, give me my fucking blunt wraps. Thank you so much. But, you know, put $10 down on the gas there. I'm going to go put $10 in my car. Okay. Oh, I hate these tax cuts for the rich. Would you like fries with that? I don't know, man. Okay, good luck with that.
It's within seconds. Furniture, electric scooters, and other items were swept away, and a child was...
Damn, dude, you see that guy? See that guy trying to save his scooter? Hold on, let me slow this down. It's sped up. I don't know why we're speeding this up. This guy going for it. Hold on, let me slow this down. So it's right here in the center. So this someone tries to save their own scooter here, but I think it's this one right here. Yeah, this guy right here in white. Oh, he tries to save his scooter. No. Oh, no, he's not trying to save his scooter. He's trying to save a human being. Holy shitballs. Hold on. Oh, there's a person right here. Holy shitballs. He's not going for the scooter. There's like a young kid. There's like a young fucking kid, dude. Damn, that is fucking crazy, bro. Is he on a boat or he's riding? Is that a fucking baby carriage? He's in something. Damn, he's saving these dudes. Wow. He's in the water right here. Yeah, I think he's off. Yeah, okay, that's his ass. Okay, he's like bent over. He's trying to get his balance. He's trying to step up. And then this thing hits him. Boom, knocks him back into the water. Damn, dude saved him, hopefully. That is fucking crazy. Wow. What a hero, absolutely.
And a child was briefly carried away by the current. Local residents were caught off guard. A man filming the flood from inside a shop said,
Just increasing
Look, the water is rising. I don't know where it came from. The water is rising.
No warning. Just their infrastructure fails. They don't get any warning. And then when they finally hear from the government, it's mum's the word. Don't say anything. Nothing broke. Nothing's wrong. This is fucking China. This is what it looks like under this communist dictatorship.
By then, the floodwaters on the street had reached his calves, and the strong current had flooded ground floor shops along the street. Another video showed residents trying to rescue items from the flood. A woman watching the sudden flooding repeatedly said, "It's terrifying. It's terrifying." A man filming the flooding from outside his home said in the video, "It's so strange."
Why would America do this? Why would Donald Trump do this? Look, it's orange, just like Donald Trump.
This water is so strange. It didn't rain upstream and the river level hasn't risen. Where did this come from?
Damn.
A woman filmed the scene for her family members living elsewhere and said, "Son, look at our situation. Somehow water has suddenly filled the streets. It's very deep. Cars have been damaged. One of our new cars was pushed into the street. Look how high the water has risen. It's incredible."
That's scary.
The footage showed dark brown muddy water pouring into residential areas and a farmer's market at a rapid speed. A shop owner said,
People die. You know? And then the after effects are terrible as well, because this is like sewage water, right? It turns into fucking nasty, disgusting fucking water that, you don't want to expose your skin to. All kinds of chemicals get in there, right? All kinds of shit spills into the water. Like, you don't want to dip your toes in that shit. So you get all kinds of skin issues and health issues after the fact as well.
"Look, we don't know where this water came from. The farmer's market has been hit badly. The losses are huge." The flooding reportedly lasted for more than an hour, with water reaching thigh height in some areas.
Many vehicles were submerged and some residents tried to move to higher ground. Many ground floor homes were flooded, leaving furniture soaked in water. A supermarket near the river was also flooded, with water rushing down like a waterfall into the river. Many residents in Shunhe town said the water arrived in a very unusual way.
And where's the early warning system? It's like no one was told. What the hell? What the hell, man?
An official statement said a fish pond embankment at a local farm collapsed, sending.
Oh, that's a beautiful tree. I like that tree placement. You know, maybe China's not so bad. Tree's really cool.
Water into the streets below. Authorities said they were repairing the fish pond to prevent further flooding. So far, local authorities have not released information on casualties or property losses. Many people question the official explanation that a fish pond embankment collapse caused the flooding. One commenter mocked, "I have never seen a fish pond with this much water."
They're trying to say this is a fish pond? Yeah, fucking right.
A user on X posted an image criticizing the authorities, saying that during disasters, the first response
goodbye social credit score
is often not rescuing people, but warning residents not to share disaster information.
So that's a really interesting cartoon there, where the the pigs here are screaming. I don't know what this says in Chinese, but the social media just shows the pig in the water, not what the pig is saying. Right, so it's immediate censorship, and that's their number one priority. Listen to this.
First response is often not rescuing people, but warning residents not to share disaster information outside the firewall.
Isn't that cute? Oh yeah, no, we'll send people. Sorry about your drowning kid or whatever. Yeah, but make sure you don't tell anybody in the West. Make sure none of this information gets out. Censor yourself. Make sure you censor yourself. Number one priority, right? And once again, grain of salt here, China Observer, but. This is how despotic authoritarian governments operate.
Others commented, "It was clearly a dam collapse or a water release, but when waters flow into a town, there is usually time to respond."
Yeah, hybrid heathen, exactly.
Any responsible government would use communication channels to warn people and evacuate them as much as possible. Another
why do that when it's not happening? Why evacuate people if it's if it's not even real? AI. This is all Western AI. White devil AI.
Reports inside the wall say it was a fish pond collapse. It was obviously another reservoir secretly releasing water. According to a September 6, 2017 report by the cover, Shunhe town has a small reservoir called Tiangong Reservoir, which is mainly used for irrigation along with flood control and aquaculture. The reservoir has a total storage capacity of 2.4 million cubic meters, a normal storage capacity of 1.5 million cubic meters, and a dead storage capacity of 200,000 cubic meters. Its main river channel is 10.3 kilometers long and provides irrigation water. The reservoir is located just 25 kilometers.
No, look, you can't trust any of the numbers out of the Chinese economy. It's all it's fake. It's fake. I'm sure there's definitely some things that the Chinese government's good at, but you can't trust any of the numbers coming out of China. It's all, jimmied in one way or the other. They tweak the numbers, they twist the dials. There's just no honesty to their market. And they want to replace the reserve currency. They want to replace the dollar with the yuan here, and it's all fucking fantasy. It's all made up shit. And it's well, so is the dollar, but it's not to the level of the Chinese economy.
From downtown Dongxing. Many local residents believe the flooding was caused by the reservoir releasing water without warning or even a possible dam collapse. Recently, many parts of China have been hit by heavy rain.
Is this an animal farm? What the hell is this?
And flooding. On July 6th, the Liulan Reservoir in Guangxi collapsed, destroying many homes downstream. Residents were caught off guard and some were swept away by floodwaters before they could escape.
That's devastating. Look at that footage. Okay, were people warned?
The Liulan Reservoir in Guangxi collapsed, destroying.
This was July 6th.
Many homes downstream. Residents were caught off guard and some were swept away by floodwaters before they could escape. Many others lost everything and became homeless. However, Chinese authorities described the reservoir.
Damn, look at this shit, dude. Looks like the Gaza Strip. Yeah, hybrid heathen. It's fucking weird. And they're almost always fans of Hassan. It's like there's a connection there. Vosh makes fun of people who use the term tanky. By the way, that was weird. I'm like, pick a different hill to die on, Vosh.
Collapse is a breach or leakage, which critics said downplayed the disaster.
Yeah,
on July 21st,
right.
the Emergency Management Bureau of Yunbiao Town, Guangxi, issued a notice on the situation at Baifenshan Pond in Duzhu Village. The embankment has a 60 to 70 meter leak with a dam height of 4.5 meters and 0.8 to 5.5 meters wide. Water is leaking at about 0.05 cubic meters per second, and the pond holds about 50,000 cubic meters of water.
Okay.
If the embankment collapses, it could destroy 30 mu of farmland, and flooding could reach Duzhu Reservoir, threatening the dam's safety. A person familiar with the local situation criticized the description, saying, "Stop calling signs of a dam collapse ordinary leaks." A 60 to 70 meter long section.
Yeah, so that's a great point, right? So it's like, it's not an ordinary leak. It was a dam collapse, y'all.
Of the dam is leaking, and another reservoir is connected downstream. This is not just a problem with a small pond, but a possible chain of risks. The person added, the priority now is not just putting data into a notice, but lowering the water level, strengthening the structure, moving people downstream to safety, and continuing to release updates from the site.
How about a text message? You know what I mean? How about a fucking text message, y'all? Oh, by the way, run for your life. Could we do that? The fucking Chinese government knows everything about their citizens, but they can't shoot them a text message? Oh, you should probably run for your life. Yeah, your entire house and all your possessions are about to be swept away in 30 seconds. Might want to mosey on out of there.
Many disasters do not happen without warning. The most painful part is that risks are often reported early, yet accidents still occur. Just days earlier, China's 3 northeastern provinces were hit by severe flooding, with reports of unannounced reservoir water releases. On July 13, Liaoning province was hit.
This is great. This is great. These are dam failures, but they're being classified as unregulated reservoir releases or untimed or what? This is ludicrous. Oh, strategy. I mean, I see what you're saying, but it's like, come on. Are we supposed to believe that they can't point a fucking AI camera at a dam? Right? They got AI cameras that can read your fucking mind, but they can't point an AI camera at a dam. And it's like the AI is like, oh, there's a hole there. Oh, a bunch of water is rushing through. Okay, send out a text message. Really? We don't have the technology to do that? Pretty sure we do. I mean, we got technology that could fucking, read how many pigs are going into the slaughterhouse every 3 seconds. You know what I mean?
By once in a century heavy rain.
Strategy. I mean,
some areas receive rainfall equal to half a year's total.
Technology.
Combined with releases from multiple reservoirs, it triggered major flooding. Dadianzhi town in Tailing was among the hardest hit areas. Residents said the Fan River, a tributary of the Liao River, flooded many villages along its bank. Floodwaters only recently receded, and residents said upstream reservoirs released water several times without warning, destroying homes and...
But seconds can mean someone's life. Seconds can mean, a parent grabbing their kid from a playground and, running in the opposite direction.
Farmland along the river.
Seconds can save lives.
A resident of Dadianzhi town in Tieling, Liaoning province, named Wang, said the whole town was badly damaged. Losses exceeded 100 million yuan. Roads, bridges, and infrastructure were destroyed, and rebuilding will take time. Some houses were damaged or collapsed. Homes along the river were left unrecognizable, with foundations washed away. Farmland was destroyed. Every household suffered heavy losses. Everything inside our homes was soaked and ruined, and we still don't dare to drink tap water. A resident of Wangqing County in Yanbian, Jilin province, named Li, said, "We all rent farmland along the river to grow crops. My losses were to rice fields and dry fields because of the water release. Most people in the village are elderly. Their houses were flooded, and they lost everything. I worked in factories for 6 years, but
strategy member, I refuse to believe that. like I said, we have flock cameras and AI camera. I've seen some footage of Chinese AI cameras, you know, looking at license plates of 24 people per second. You know, we have AI that can, you know, as tomatoes are dropping down a chute, can kick the rocks out of the way and keep the tomatoes going. No, there is technology available to warn people, oh, there's an opening in the dam burst, right? There's sensors that they could put in there. Yeah, strategy, exactly. It's like, no, the technology exists. It's the Chinese government choosing not to, you know, install that technology. This is a choice. This is a failure of government, right? There's no other excuse here. They'll put a camera in your fucking bathroom to monitor your bowel movements, but you can't put a single fucking camera in front of a dam to send out a text message.
Was owed 14 months of wages, and my social insurance payments stopped. This is my first year returning home to the farm, and it has started badly. A resident of Ning'an City,
This is a
Heilongjiang
town. It looks like a fucking resort. What the fuck is this?
province named Li shared with a reporter, the rain was
Hundreds of houses submerged.
extremely heavy
A
today,
goddamn lake blasting through a whole town.
releasing water after heavy rain only makes things worse. A surge of water came down and flooded us badly.
That's
Some
a bridge.
villages along the river lost their houses. Rice crops were almost completely
whole
destroyed,
fucking
and all the
bridge.
vegetables in my garden were gone. Another Ning'an resident said more than 20 villages
That's getting up to the second floor. Some of these people are submerged on their second floor.
along the Mudan River had been underwater for many days. Water levels only began to fall in recent days. Northeast China has only one growing season each year, and after rice fields and cornfields were flooded, the
God
crops were
damn.
completely lost.
So would you believe the nightmare gets even worse? We're going to transition to the Kyle Kulinski video here. So imagine floods, you're on your roof, right? Or you're standing on the sidewalk while your town washes away. And then you see a gaggle of hundreds of poisonous snakes floating through the water. This footage, oh man, I am not a snake guy. I am not a snake dude. This is the stuff of nightmares. This needs to be a movie, okay?
So I don't know if you guys have seen this, but this looks like something straight out of a horror movie. Actually, it sort of vaguely reminds me of the Snakes on a Plane movie. Remember that?
Snakes on the
My
Plane
reaction to
kinda
that was
shit.
the same as most people when they walked out of the theater. It was like, that was better than I thought it would be. I went into that movie thinking this is going to be the dumbest fucking movie. It's going to be stupid. I'm going to be, tuned out within 30 minutes. And I walked out going, that was more fun than I thought it would be.
I haven't seen that movie, but I've seen the clips. And it's like, I'm not a snake guy. I am not.
So shout out Samuel L. Jackson and the Snakes.
No, snakes are cool. Spiders are cool too. Got my spider buddy over here in the corner. But I'm not fucking with him. I'm not fucking with him. I'm cool. He's cool over there. Think it's a he. I'm cool over here. But I don't want him getting closer to me. You just stay cool over there, spider guy.
And everybody from the Snakes on a Plane movie. Anyway, I'm off topic here, but this looks like something out of a horror movie. 900 snakes in floodwaters. Basically like...
RT follows Kyle Kulinski, yo. That's fucking funny. No, you're a monkey. RT follows Kyle Kulinski and he follows RT. Oh my, that's embarrassing, Kyle. You should censor that, buddy. He's not a Russian shill. He's obviously, he uses Twitter for like a news thing. But bro, you got RT following Kyle Kulinski. That's just weird, bro. That just feels weird.
riding the wave of the flood into a town in rural China. And this is like something out of a nightmare, dog. Like, this is crazy. Those are all snakes.
Snakes. Those are all fucking snakes, dude. Those are all snakes. Bro, get me out of here. I'm leaving the country.
Those are all snakes right there. Those are all snakes.
These are fucking snakes, man. Yeah, Stargazer. Yeah, no, look, that footage gives me the creeps. They swim. They swim really well. Snakes totally swim.
Those are all snakes right there.
No, dude, no.
Those
I'm
are all
leaving.
snakes.
I'm leaving the planet.
It looks like some fucking Loch Ness Monster type shit.
Oh,
By the
my
way,
God.
now I know why people thought the Loch Ness Monster was real.
Look at this dangerous ass snake, man. Black and white stripes. That shit's venomous. Right? The more garish the colors, the more dangerous it is, usually. That's how I judge it, you know. Black and white stripe. I'm not touching it. I'm not even getting close. I'm leaving the country.
It was snakes, putting their head up out of the water. I didn't know. Me and Crystal looked it up after seeing this video. Did you know that every single fucking snake knows how to swim? Did you know that? I had no idea.
Dude.
I thought the majority of snakes had no idea how to swim. Apparently, they all know how to swim. Guys, that's literally like a gaggle of
they're
venomous
fast.
snakes.
Oh, God, they're so fucking fast, too. They're so freaky fast, man. Like, they're just like, they're on you. They're on you so quick.
These are not Loch Ness monsters. This is snakes floating around.
No.
What the fuck? I don't know about y'all, but I'm running as far away from this place as humanly possible if I happen to live here. I'm gonna show you one more time. Look at that. That's terrifying. And that's a venomous snake, bro. These aren't like garden snakes that are
Woke Patriot, please tell me you're not a libertine. Please tell me you don't agree with the Marquis de Sade's definition of libertine. Please tell me that's not the case. Nobody should consider themselves a libertine. Okay? Please tell me you have some other definition of what libertine is. Because when I hear libertine, I think of the Marquis de Sade. What the fuck are you talking about?
fucking harmless. Look at this. Those are all snakes. Those are all snakes. All my fucking days.
I'm sick of these motherfucking
all my days.
snakes.
Look at this.
Motherfucking river.
Oh. It's
okay. Thank you, Woke Patriot.
Unlocking new horrors that we didn't know were a thing. We didn't know was a possibility.
He's got other footage too.
Yeah, man. I don't know. And then I wonder how many people actually got attacked. But this is bizarre. This is some bizarre shit. Here's another video. Let's see this one here. Oh my god.
Look how quick. Look how quick.
Oh my god. Oh no.
I understand that, Woke Patriot. As a person who's studying the Marquis de Sade right now for my own writings, it is difficult to talk to people about the situation without them thinking that you're some fucking weirdo. I get it. But there's an intellectual, reason to be studying Sade, especially now with these techno-feudalists who, want to enslave humanity and want to, make everybody their toy. There's a lot of, in an interesting way, there's a lot of insight in what the Marquis de Sade was writing about with his libertine philosophy. There's a lot of parallels with, the people that are trying to take over the world and the writings of the Marquis de Sade, right?
Oh, it's like rushing them, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
They're grabbing it.
Oh
Bro,
no.
You're insane.
Oh no.
You're
Oh no.
completely
Oh no.
fucked.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That guy's got balls the size of watermelons, dog.
Really? Well, Patriot, I didn't know that there was inspiration in you talk about the graphic novel, The Invisibles. I didn't know there was a lot of Sade inspiration in The Invisibles. I'll have to check that out.
What the fuck? He just grabbed that bitch right out the water. Look at this.
It's fucking crazy. I mean, that thing could easily bite you. It's like you're not special, bro. That thing can fucking bite you, dude.
Yeah, no.
Nah, man. Nah, son.
Oh shit! I need to read that then. Thank you for that recommendation, Woke Patriot. I didn't know the Marquis is a character in The Invisibles. Okay, I have to check that out. Grant Morrison is a fascinating, fascinating person. Very bizarre and controversial sequence. Ooh, I'm gonna have to check that out. Oh, I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna check that out.
Nah, son. Oh my days. So here's what The Guardian says. Venomous snakes escape breeding farms in southern China during flooding. Local media in Hangzhou report king rattlesnakes and cobras among hundreds in floodwaters caused by Typhoon Maysak. Okay, so gee, the damage of this thing is fucking horrible. I feel terrible for these people. Hundreds of snakes, including cobras, have escaped from flooded breeding farms in southern China as severe storms continue to batter parts of the country. State media reports that a snake farm in Hangzhou in Guangxi Zhuang Autonomous Region was hit by floodwaters after days of heavy rainfall caused by Typhoon Maisak, prompting warnings for nearby residents. A dramatic video shared by state media showing local people using dip nets to catch snakes and a cobra poking its head above a torrent of...
I think they sell them to freaks, to snake collectors. I think there's a scientific reason. Yeah, cobras are valuable. You know, there's anti-venom. You know, you can farm them for venom, which you turn into anti-venom. So there's a legitimate reason to be farming the snakes. But goddamn, dude, there should be regulations about, like, because like they're kept in like fucking, you know, like just imagine, you know, these rural snake farms, right? They're fucking snakes everywhere, you know, ratty ass, fucking rusted ass cages, fucking deadly snakes everywhere. There's just no fucking, Jesus.
Muddy waters went viral. Local media reported that the types of the escaped snakes included water snakes, king rattlesnakes, and cobras. Hundreds of snakes escaped all at once. I've seen 5 or 6. A snake bite.
Woke Patriot over here bragging about partying with Grant Morrison. Bro, you're too cool. Sometimes you're too cool. I mean, I'd give anything to hang out with Grant Morrison, man. That's so fucking cool.
A victim in a local hospital told Beijing News. The villager said he was bitten by a cobra while clearing debris on the ground floor of his house at about 1 p.m. on Tuesday. Oh, my God.
Yeah, disconnect. Yeah, welcome to streaming. People are still fucking... Well, some guy's reacting to another react of a social media thing. Yeah, that's called streaming. But welcome to the, you know, happens every day. It was before Grant was a mega famous. I'm sure I couldn't get close to him now. Man, you're so fucking cool, dude. I don't hate. I'm jealous. I'm jelly. I'm just jelly.
A local doctor who treats snakebite patients told the paper he had treated several villagers since the typhoon hit the region. The incident came amid severe flooding in Guangxi, where 2 reservoirs experienced overtopping and breaches on Monday, leaving villages in several towns surrounded by floodwaters. At least 6 people were killed, with at least 50,000 people evacuated. Oh, my days.
So at least 1 person died from a snake bite. Bunch of other people got bit. I mean, could you imagine? You're like chilling, your house is getting fucking flooded, and then a fucking venomous snake comes out of the fucking water and bites your ass? Oh my God, bro, just get me out of here. I'm done. I'm done, man. I'm leaving the country. The react is only 1 layer deep. You know it's bad when you're watching Destiny react to Asmon, reacting to Hassan, reacting to Asmon, reacting to Destiny, reacting to XQC. No, it's so true. It's so true.
6 were still missing. The death toll from devastating storms in parts of China rose to 38 after the state news agency Xinhua reported on Wednesday that a landslide in the central province of Gansu had killed 21 people. Thunderstorms and tornadoes killed at least 11 in the central province of Hubei, according to state media. Separately, Beijing News reported that a snakebite victim had died, citing confirmation from a local hospital and witnesses. China's President Xi Jinping called for all-out rescue efforts as flooding and other extreme weather continue to affect the region. The Hangzhou...
XQC. Can't understand a fucking word out of that guy's mouth. XQC.
Emergency Management Bureau said it was aware of reports that floodwaters had damaged snake breeding farms and that villagers had been bitten by escaped snakes. The Hangzhou media...
I mean, a disaster of a similar magnitude happened in Texas just last year, you know, and they literally that kid that, you know, the fucking camp, you know, that kid's camp that was flooded. They just recently fucking closed up, but they wanted to rebuild in the same area that was flooded and devastated and got a bunch of kids killed. They wanted to put cabins right back where it was. Off the assumption that it was a once in a lifetime flood. It's a once in a lifetime. Boy, these once in a lifetime climate situations seem to happen every fucking year now, don't they?
The Convergence Center on Wednesday issued emergency guidance on preventing and treating snake bites. Jesus Christ, man. Oh, my days. And by the way, don't get it twisted. As per usual, this massive increase in severe weather events is absolutely tied to climate change. And we're seeing
100%.
an increase in droughts, an increase in famines, running out of water. There's going to be wars over water soon. We're seeing things off the charts. This super El Nino, which is now bubbling right now, you have the temperature of the water is at a record high. Last time we had an El Nino, a very strong El Nino, a super El Nino, was in like the 1880s or 1890s. It led directly to the death of 50 million people because of droughts and famine.
Well, Clutch Cargo, like a lot of things, there's truth to it. You know, they say the same thing about capitalism, right? So there's truth to, you know, the CCP pulling people out of poverty. But it's not the full truth. It's not, you know, it's not the full story, right? Oh my days. Yeah, he says it a lot. He says it a lot now. It's kind of a new thing that he says, Kyle Kulinski. I've been watching him long enough where it's kind of a new thing. But yeah, he says it quite a bit now. He's busting out the oh my days quite a bit. Yeah, strategy. I mean, well, you know, right-wingers, they don't, climate change not real. Oh, you're trying to turn my kids gay. Well, what do you say? Some liberal said climate change is real, so I'm going to put my kid in direct danger.
Oh, I don't even know, man. This shit seems out of this world, dog. It seems out of this world. It seems like we're sleepwalking into fucking oblivion, and now we're unlocking new nightmares, the likes of which we never would have imagined before, and now it just is a day that ends in Y. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like...
You know you want to. God, I hate his outro. Absolutely despise his outro. I rip my headphones off when I hear his outro, Kyle Kulinski. You gotta update it, bro. You gotta change that outro, please. So I thought, you know, we're getting to the end of the stream here. Sorry, I know it's not a 24/7 stream, unfortunately. But I thought I would showcase some great protesting. Yeah, Zio Duke knows what's up. But I thought I would showcase some amazing protesting that's been happening around the world for various reasons. But, you know, we talk about nonviolent direct political action, and oftentimes I don't have time to showcase some of the amazing activism that's happening, you know, for various reasons around the world. Female Unix knows what's up. So I thought I would show you, you know, this is what it looks like on the ground. You know, people holding signs, you know, people, you know, protesting for what they believe in. And I also wanted to show you this video because, you know, it's not a one-way street. We got, you know, there's opposition. There's chicanery. There's games that are being played. You know, the oligarchy is not taking this, you know, sitting down. Here's an example of what funded, paid protesting looks like. And it's shocking. It's shocking that this is that they get away with this. Let me just put this in here. It's shocking that this is legal. Donald Trump has used this, you know, it's called astroturfing. But look at how blatant this is. These paid protesters bust in. Everyone's wearing the same clothes, right? So it makes them look like there's some kind of organized movement. They show up. They disrupt. They try to talk over protesters. You know, the protesters with bullhorns. This is about AI data centers, right? So you got protesters with bullhorns. They try to talk over them, disrupt it. They don't get violent. We're not at that stage yet. Not the Pinkertons, I believe, that's what happened there. But they try to, you know, take all the attention. They try to talk to the media, try to move the media away from the protesters. And then as soon as their time is up, they're on that bus and they're back, right? They're paid to be there for a specific amount of time. They do their job. They get back on a bus and then they leave, right? Right's propaganda is so good, they convinced Oklahoma to vote against raising the state minimum wage. Yeah. It's nasty. Nasty. And this is an uphill battle. Being a leftist who wants to create political... Because like, not only do we have to fight the fascists, but we also have to fight against the neoliberal democratic establishment who absolutely fucking despises progressivism. And, you know, the number one priority for your average Democrat is to stop progressive leftists from enacting change. Their second priority is getting donations. And then their third priority, if they have time, you know, between those two actions, is maybe being a small, soft opposition to the fascistic right. So not only are we fighting the fascists, we're also fighting this neoliberal establishment. And, you know, our job is not easy. as democratic socialists, as progressives, people on the left, people to the left of the corporate neoliberal Democratic Party, our job is not easy. But what the fuck are you doing back here? Don't you got some kids to fuck? What are you didn't I completely embarrass you? What are you going to say, LGBTQ people? What? They're the danger against kids? No, you're the danger. You and your libertarian buddies are the danger to children. You and Dave Smith. And for the record, of course I'm down for the LGBTQ. Trans rights is human rights, motherfucker. Get it straight. Kind of ironic to say that, but whatever. I'll roll with it. Get it straight. Gay people are cool. It's kind of a weird one.
It's good.
But this is what, paid protest. These guys, they're found on Craigslist. Like an ad will go up. Hey, do you want to, it's kind of vague, but it's like, hey, do you want to make $100? $100 for a couple hours of your time, right? Show up, show up out of the blue. Don't care who you are. Are you a human being? Do I have to ban you? Bot, why don't you tell people what you think about the age of consent? Don't you try to judge other people? Why don't you tell people what you think about the age of consent? Don't you dare judge other people, you fucking deviant. You fucking pervert. But this is what it looks like. This is what paid protesting looks like. And if you're out in the streets, this is what you're gonna see. Right? Are you a human being with a pulse? Would you like $100 bill? And then, boop, they fill up a bus, and then they show up.
I said, hope you're enjoying the paycheck.
How do you like the taste of poison in your water? How do you like the taste?
So as you can see here, make a lot of noise, get a lot of attention, try to get the media's attention, right? And then the media will go along with this farce, by the way. If the media sees this, they'll try to frame it as like both sides. Well, there was some people were protesting the AI, but look at the amount of people that were protesting for the AI data center. Well, maybe this is a both sides issue. And the media goes along with this fake astroturfing, because it benefits their corporate owners. Is this happening on YouTube? This is a clip from Reddit, from the Obscure Patent Dangers subreddit. I got a lot of weird stuff here. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure this stuff is on YouTube as well, Benny.
It's the poison in your water.
How y'all doing, Prince George's? I don't know about these orange shorts, but I'm from Prince George's. Period.
Yeah, they're not even from the town that they're protesting in. This is, Donald Trump did this famously during his first speech when he went down the escalator. He had a bunch of paid protesters there. Superfan bot. No, he's just an asshole on Twitch who wants to fuck kids. That's all.
Right down the road, like 202, like all day. What's up? So if you're not from Prince George's, you don't need to be here because your voice doesn't need to be heard. And I'm going off script right now, but at the end of the day, I know you're paid protesters. I know you're sent here by somebody. You didn't just show up on your own because you want data centers in your community. You showed up because you had to. You showed up because you need to make $1. And I don't need to make $1.
Y'all ain't buy them shirts.
And my well-being. So I can kick rocks all day.
And she's trembling. Look at her hands there. She's trembling because it takes a lot of guts. It takes a lot of bravery to stand up for what you believe in, to stand up against paid opposition. To have your voice heard, to speak publicly. It takes a lot of guts. She's brave. She's an absolute fucking hero, standing up for her neighborhood, her community, standing up against the rich. And that you'll be surprised at you think it's all easy. You think it's like, oh, it's not that big a deal. No, it's tough. It's tough out there, and it does require a certain amount of bravery, right? And you got to do your part. You got to rise above, the fear, and you got to do your fucking part. This is what being a good citizen looks like. Well, thank you, Lyndon. Superfan, why don't you put in the chat what you think about lowering the age of consent? And don't bring up your grandpa having sex with children this time. Huh? Exactly, Benihana. Superfan, why don't you talk about the age of consent, buddy? Don't be running to your little taxation arguments. Why don't you tell us about age of consent? I can't believe after embarrassing yourself, you're back. I can't believe this. After I completely demolished you, dude. I fucking nuked you from high orbit. I thought you were going back under the bridge to go masturbate to some lolicon. But no, here you are. Yeah. Can you believe he's still bringing up the fact that I want to have sex with children? Can you believe this guy? Yeah, I'm going to kind of keep bringing it up, you libertarian piece of shit, deviant pedophile. Yeah, I'm going to kind of keep bringing it up, buddy. Kind of a big deal that your entire movement wants to fuck kids. Kind of a big deal, dude. How come we can't have a conversation about taxes? He wants to keep talking about how I want to have sex with children. What the hell, bro? Can you believe this liberal? He keeps pivoting. He keeps pivoting away. I want to have a conversation about how taxation is theft. Why don't you tell us about the libertarians and what they believe about age of consent, buddy? Why don't you tell us? So here's another example of, of bravery. What it looks like to, take responsibility for your neighborhood, for your future. This is an ICE protest. This is an ICE protester here talking about the obscene, yeah, exactly, woke patriot, the obscene amount of sexual violence that's happening in these ICE concentration camps. MSNBC doesn't want to talk about it. Supposedly liberal. Morning Joe just doesn't have time in the 17 hours that they have every single day to talk about, oh, Trump farted and, Trump said this and Trump said that. And what did Trump say? And what Trump. They just don't have time to talk about the sexual assaults that are happening in ICE concentration camps. So this citizen is stepping up and, putting it on social media, doing the best that he can. But it's epidemic. And we're not just talking about adults. We're not just talking about women, children, men, everyone are getting sexually assaulted in these ICE concentration camps. Okay? We're not even, we're talking, it's like, this is a major fucking issue that's not being talked about. And this person here, this citizen here, is taking it upon himself to warn the world. Buddy, okay, I'm absolutely done with you. Flushing pedophiles all day, bitch. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, pedophile. Go back to your libertarian, bridge. Go back under your little libertarian bridge and have a conversation about marrying children. Bye-bye. Double flush for the libertarian folks. So anyway, I just want to show you once again, this is how, you can take this man's example and you could back this man up, because it's not just going to be one guy. It's not just going to be one charismatic dude. It's going to be hundreds of us, thousands of us, tens of thousands, millions. Okay? It doesn't have to be the whole population. Really about 20%. But we got to be solid. We got to be unified. We got to be fucking, we got to solidarity. We got to have it. Yeah, exactly. Disconnect. But this is what it looks like, and this takes a lot of bravery.
I put my life on the line every fucking day. Every fucking day.
This guy's ripping pissed.
Them motherfuckers in there raping our kids. Why don't you feel like I feel? And I can't stand you niggas. Hey, you need to be careful. Them niggas crazy out there. Nigga, shut the fuck up, nigga. I know that shit. To me, that sound like, yes, sir, master. I tuck my tail. Yes, sir, master.
You fucking
I'll
right.
be quiet. I'll be goddamn if I be quiet.
You fucking
Why
right.
them white supremacy down raping our
Ice Guard Donald Duck.
Right. So he's got the right attitude, but he doesn't know how to use his social media app because the volume is completely McFucked that he includes here with this information. But bear with him, okay? He's doing the best that he can.
Pleaded guilty to sexually assaulting 9 detained immigrant women. And he wasn't rare. A reporter pulled the government's own files. 1,310 reports of sexual abuse in immigration detention in just 3 years. A watchdog group found over a
If you're not mad, then you're not paying attention. If you're not ripping fucking pissed, you're not paying attention. And you're not doing your duty. You should 100% be enraged, and you should be enraged at the multi-billion-dollar mainstream media who refuses to cover this, because it is a cover-up. Morning Joe, not spending 5 minutes out of their 17-hour anti-Trump diatribes, can't find the time to talk about the rapes that are happening in ICE concentration camps. What are you waiting for, an American citizen to get raped? A real person to get raped? Oh, they're just immigrants. Oh, well, okay, oh yeah, well, all right. Let's talk about Trump some more. Now, of course, talking about Trump is essential. Talking about the fascist leader is essential. But you failing, the entire mainstream media failing to cover this, you are engaged in a cover-up at that point. You are failing. You're not journalists. You're stenographers.
1,000 more. But here's the part that should end the argument. There's a federal law written to stop exactly this kind of abuse behind bars. And the Justice Department went and argued that immigration jails shouldn't have to follow it.
So that's the DOJ literally saying ICE concentration camps should have the right to rape. There's a federal law against this happening, and the DOJ, the Department of Justice, out here making the argument that rape should be legal in these camps. Morning Joe, CBS, CNN, ABC. Now you understand why this man is so angry.
The same government locking these women up went and said the law against abusing them doesn't apply to them.
Why in the fuck you don't feel like I feel? Why the fuck, nigga? Huh? I know some of my people, y'all know y'all feel, but for some of you evil motherfuckers who choose to be quiet during these times, while those racist white supremacists are wiping out, no, there's Hispanics in there too. The second demographic of ICE is Hispanics. Black niggas in there too. Raping those fucking women, raping little fucking kids. I fucking hate y'all. I hate y'all. If all of my so-called former friends who used to be MAGA, I hate you and I'm done with you. I hate you and I hope
because they defend this shit. They still got this fascist movement's back. They say, "Oh, I don't care. Fake news. That's not real." They disregard. They hand wave it away. They make excuses for it. They acquiesce to systemic, legalized rape. Well, my president's a rapist. What's the big deal? They're just immigrants. And you think this stops with immigrants, by the way? You think this stops with immigrants? This is coming right to a fucking town near you. They're building these motherfucking places everywhere. And Stephen Miller can't wait to throw your leftist ass in there. Alone, unaccountable, no cameras. Just you and some libertarian who can do whatever the fuck he wants, and he gets a pardon and a high five for doing it. And that's not just you, that's your kids. That's your family. This is the future of America, and this is why we have to fight this fascism.
Die. I hope you die, motherfucker. I hate all y'all. How dare can you be quiet while those white supremacists rape those innocent little girls? Imagine what some of those young girls is dealing with. Imagine the effect they're going to have on the rest of their lives. Some of those girls going to have to carry those kids their whole fucking lives, who have to raise them kids on their fucking own. Think of that shit.
They're coming for us.
Think of that fucking shit.
They're coming for us.
Those little girls, if and when they get out, going to have to raise those kids on their own with no kind of...
Because they're getting impregnated. They're getting impregnated. Morning Joe, can you make some time for this, Morning Joe? Huh, Mika? Can we make a little time for this story? Huh, Mika Brzezinski? Dad was in the CIA. Morning Joe, ex-Republican, still considers himself a Republican. on a so-called liberal network, MSNBC or MS Now. So-called liberal, their most popular show is a fucking Republican and a fucking spook from the CIA.
Fucking support whatsoever. No support. Look how fucked up this system is. This is a terrible fucking system, dog.
Thank you. We'll show that clip
I
next.
hope each and every last one of you motherfuckers burn in hell. I can't stand you motherfuckers.
That's the right and
you
attitude.
Uncle Tom ass house niggas that support him, man, the hell with y'all motherfuckers. I can't stand you motherfuckers.
That's the right attitude. That's the right attitude. And you got to become a pariah. A lot of people don't like that attitude. They don't like that anger. They don't like the movement. They don't like the vitriol. Makes them uncomfortable. You know why it makes them uncomfortable? Because then they have to, you're forcing them to confront what they're acquiescing to. That's why they get insulted with you. That's why they don't talk about politics. I don't want to confront the evil things that I'm acquiescing to. I just want to go along to get along. Yeah, I know it's a lot of evil stuff, but I just want to live in my, my little bubble of luxury. Right. Be mad the right way. Nonviolent, direct political action. Damn, Quantum, I didn't hear about that. So, strategy member here with the final clip we're going to show today. Hundreds gathered in Stockholm to protest Israel's attacks on Gaza. Thank you, strategy member. This is happening in Stockholm, Sweden. God, I hate that word. It hits different when you have one. I have a hard time with that word. I'm not going to censor you, but I have a hard time with that word, Mr. Disconnect. It hits different when you have one. So what we're seeing here is, street art, street theater. Someone's wearing a Bibi Netanyahu mask. A family is lying on the street pretending to be dead. They got their little daughter doing it. Pretty ghoulish, but, fun time. Good way to spend time with the kids. And we see Bibi Netanyahu here, assaulting a doctor. The IDF has shot and killed hundreds of doctors in Gaza, and I'm sure they're starting in the West Bank as well. Oh, okay. It's just a doll. Okay, it's not their actual. I thought it was a little girl. It's just a doll. Okay. Yeah, that is. It's really well done too with the red makeup on the hair. Yeah. It's just a doll. Those are two adults and some dolls. But this is street theater. It can be very effective. This guy's getting into it. This guy's really getting into it. Okay, buddy. It's probably his wife. It's probably his wife that he's doing this to, man. It's like, okay, all right, maybe take it down a notch. All right, you don't have to grab me by the neck like that. Just saying, okay. All right, trying to make a point. Yeah, the Nazi jacket really works really well. Spicy shit. Right, and does this person hate Jewish people? No, actually. No. In fact, an argument could be made that people like this want to help Jewish people. Because last time I checked, your average Jew doesn't want to be associated with a genocidal apartheid state. Right? Are Jews really comfortable having a political entity called Zionism associate itself and its actions with the entire, Jewish religion. If I was a Jew, I would be incredibly insulted by the Zionist attempt to conflate Judaism with itself, right? With Zionism. I'd be like, that's not me. I don't stand for that. I don't support that in my name and under my religion, right? Because it's all under the auspices of Judaism. Every action that Israel makes. This is what the Jews want. This was in our book. This is the Jews, right? This is what the Jews. It's like, no, I don't. If I was Jewish, I don't want that. So a very strong argument could be made that these people are trying to help Judaism, help the image of Judaism, right? And there's a lot of, anti-Israel Jews, right? Jews against Israel, things like that. Jews against Zionism. There's a very strong argument that could be made that protesting Zionism is a way to reaffirm your religion, right? That conflating Zionism with Judaism is in itself anti-Semitic. There's a very good argument to be made there, right? So it's interesting how the propaganda has flipped reality on its head, right? That this person could be called anti-Jew when what he's trying to do is actually correct the image of Judaism, right? Because like people that protest Zionism, they're trying to say, no, this isn't Judaism. This isn't what is taught in the Torah. Kill Muslims, occupy territory, conquer territories, treat Arabs like second-class citizens. Yeah, well, they think, they're wringing out every last drop of that propaganda, right, of trying to cancel people by claiming that they're anti-Semitic. And, it's just not true. Now, of course, anti-Semites do exist. And it's like, that's the thing, is that there's like real anti-Semites that, like Nick Fuentes and whatnot, like they want to, hurt people. And now they're conflated with progressives who are standing up for human rights. And it's a watering down of the term to benefit a political entity. It's disgusting. Because it's a real issue. Nazis exist, Nazis, anti-Jew Nazis exist. And and this political entity that's weaponized the term against all progressivism is actually, making it a less effective term and as a quantifier of a real issue. Yeah, Zygmunt Brzezinski, Mika's father, wasn't in the CIA as far as we know. He often fought with the then CIA director, Stansfield Turner. He was Carter's national security advisor, best known as a militant Cold Warrior. He wasn't in the CIA? No shit. Can you chat GPT that for me really quick just to confirm? I'll take your word for it, but could you also confirm that? I thought for fucking sure that motherfucker was in the CIA. I mean, thank you for the correction, Clutch Cargo, but could you verify that for me? Yeah, exactly, Simply Steve. But once again, coming back to the topic, protest. This is what it looks like. It's not scary. It's not ineffective. Okay, thank you, Clutch Cargo. Well, thank you. I don't want to spread misinformation. I stand corrected then. It's not scary. And let me tell you something. The haters brush it away. Oh, it's how cringy. Oh, this doesn't work. If it doesn't work, then why are they trying to shut it down? In the UK, in the United States, in Russia and China, France and Germany. Less so in Germany, I would say, but definitely happening in France as well. Why are the established powers, left and right? Look at UK. Look at the UK right now with their Palestinian action bullshit. Why do they fight direct action so much? Why are they trying to, add laws and make it harder and harder to organize? And, if you're an organizer, they want to expose your bank account, et cetera, et cetera. right? If it doesn't work and it's ineffective, why would they try so hard to prevent it from happening? Because let me tell you something, folks. It's the only thing that's ever fucking worked. Nonviolent direct political action is the reason why we have the 8-hour work week, is the reason why women can vote, is the reason why black people can vote. Almost every progressive victory in the modern day, in the modern era, has come from nonviolent direct political action. Straight up. They don't give us rights. They don't give us liberties. We have to take them. Blood in the streets sometimes. We got to die for this shit sometimes. But they don't give it up. Elon Musk isn't going to give it up. MAGA isn't going to give it up. Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, they're not going to give it up. We got to demand it, and we got to take it. You got to, I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving until you give me my rights. I'm not leaving until you reaffirm my human rights. Not by the establishment disconnect. Absolutely, Benny Honey. We're going to wrap it up now anyway, so it's a good time to leave. Good time to go. Well, Ponder Monkey here has a link. You're a loyal viewer. We can do one more video before we go from the 90s here. Oh, ska. Oh no. Hold on. Is this gonna get my ass DMCA'd? Yeah, no, it's owned by a record company, bro. It's owned by a record company. I can't do record company owned music. They're gonna DMCA my ass for even playing 3 seconds of it. Here. We can play this one though. We can play this one from the video game Beyond Good and Evil, the propaganda song that plays in the bar. Just a bit. Propaganda, just a bit. We play this one. This one's cool. I can't play your other one. I'll get fucking DMCA'd, man. It's, if I was an AI company, if I was an AI oligarch, then I could just steal whatever I wanted. But, you know, I'm just a regular guy. So I will, Ponder Monkey. I'll check it out. I'll put the link. Put the link in the music section.
I'm not impeding anything. I'm standing away from you. I'm asking you for her lawyer.
This video is from Monday night on the jetway of a Southwest Airlines flight from Denver to Oakland. Alicia Dansker is recording as ICE agents detain her friend Chantal Alejandra Morales Rojas.
Hey!
And you're going to continue on?
No, I don't have to do that. Help! Help! Help us! Hey, you guys, come help us! ICE is here, help us!
We have to be loud. We can't let this happen in silence. We can't let this happen as if it's normal. We have to make as much noise as possible.
Dansker is back home in California. Her friend Morales was arrested by ICE. Her visa expired a year and a half ago.
I had gone to get water, and Chantal, when I came back, looked terrified and told me a man had come to ask her if she would talk about her visa.
At DIA, federal agents, like ICE agents, have jurisdiction to act.
It was very clear to me they were ICE. I just had no idea they were specifically targeting her. I thought they really did have a question about her visa, and that if we could get her onto the flight, she would be safe.
Dansker described asking the gate agent to board early, which led to the encounter she recorded.
They scanned my boarding pass, they scanned her boarding pass, and then about one step after that, the machine Southwest used for scanning started beeping an alarm. The Southwest agent shouted, stop, you have to wait, and then
Brown person alert. We got a brown person alert. Help, 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 brown person.
2 men hustled us farther into the jetway and someone pushed the door behind us closed.
We're going to be very nice to you and talk to you very kindly and with respect.
Dansker's video is 2 minutes.
Oh, with respect. We're going to throw you in a concentration camp where you might get raped by your prison guard and impregnated against your will. With respect.
From agents talking to Morales to taking her to a van on the tarmac.
We're going to do it anyway.
I don't give a if you're being nice.
You know, respectful or not, they're going to fucking strip you of your rights, throw you in a fucking concentration camp.
You. Okay. Come on. This is evil, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Who gives a if you're being polite?
Why is speaking truth to power? Like, why would I not swear? They're kidnapping somebody. What?
Yeah.
That's what an absurd thing to worry about language.
Exactly. Hero. Right, and she was promptly kidnapped and sent to a concentration camp. Great. Hero. Absolute hero. I'm being respectful. I'm just kidnapping people. So respectful. So respectful when I kidnap people and toss them in a concentration camp. What is your problem? So Seneca, once again, folks, it's that 3-step program. Step 1, we inform ourselves. It's what we did today. Step 2, we sign up and show up using resources like mobilize.us. And step 3, we put in the motherfucking work and make this shit a lifestyle. Fighting for your freedom is not a hobby. It's a lifestyle. I'm supporting tyranny, respectfully. See my button down? Look at my button down. I got it from the Gap. Very respectful. Now get in the van, take you to the rape center. Roll the dice whether you get raped. Good luck in there. We got no accountability, and the DOJ says we're allowed to do it. Good luck. Want to give big props to Simply Steve, Ponder Monkey, Strategy Member, Woke Patriot, Seneca Athena, Star Troopian, all you OGs coming in. You know I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We got more folks here. Benny Hanna had to dip a little early. No problem. Thank you for coming in, Benny Hanna. New viewer. Appreciate it. Any follows, by the way. Thank you for the follows if I didn't see them. Very much appreciated. Quantum Traveler. Big props. That view is the most important thing you can give me. Very much appreciate the view, folks. Female eunuchs over here coming in. OG female eunuchs. Once again, big props to Strategy Member, Woke Patriot, and Markov, I think, as well, contributing to the Discord. I appreciate you contributing to the Discord. If you want to join the Discord, I can go ahead and give you that link. No problem. Thank you. Thank you to all you lurkers, by the way. Big props to any of you lurkers out there. Didn't want to join the chat. Totally understandable. Big props to Clutch Cargo, if I didn't say it already. Thank you, Clutch Cargo. Zeo Duke, OG Zeo Duke coming in. Hybrid Heathen. Big props to your boy, Lenny. Thank you, Quantum Traveler. I appreciate that. We try to be informative in this motherfucker. But big props to, once again, to all you lurkers. Big fuck you to all you libertarians out there. Suck my fucking left nut, you fucking deviants. Stay away from the kids. Stay away from the playgrounds. To all you libertarians. Fuck you to Dave Smith. Motherfucker, think you're a celebrity. You're a fucking deviant. Big props to Twitch Tash. Big props to your boy Gust Broadcast giving me props. You know I appreciate it. Thank you, Gust Broadcast, for giving me those props. I appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. Gust Broadcast. Stargazer Steph, you stopped in for just a second. I appreciate it. Thank you, Stargazer Steph. Big props to you. Thank you so much. Once again, big props to Woke Patriot over there. Big props to Simply Steve. Smoking the blunts. Simply Steve, smoke one for me. Gust is technically still streaming. We should raid Gust. Finally. Let's raid Gust. Let's do it. I'm going to leave immediately. But let's do it. He's still technically streaming. Let's see here. Gust X Broadcast. Here we go. That's the name. Oh, look at that. Still going. All right, we're going to raid this motherfucker. For once in my life, I'm going to raid this motherfucker. Here we go. How do I do this? How do I do this? Hold on. I think it's like / Wow, 28 viewers? Thank you so much. How do I do this? / raid? Yeah, okay. Raid space. Is it just raid channel? Like that? All right, I think that's how you do it. Type /raid, then the name. Okay, do I put a space? Hopefully I'm doing this right. All right, everybody. Can't do it without you. You know I appreciate you. Thank you so much for tuning into the News Underground. I'm Abandoned Nihilism. Peace in the motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. And free fucking Palestine. Have fun. Check out Gust Broadcast. Or not. Do whatever the fuck you want. But thank you once again for tuning into the News Underground. Thanks again, folks. This works. It's working. 9 seconds. Everybody, take care of yourself. Thanks again. Have fun. Peace out. Fuck fascism. Get bucked. Get bucked, motherfuckers. Have fun. Peace out. Have fun. See you. Thanks again.